Overlord First Half Chapter 16, Adventurers. Writing the important information on the sheepskin parchment, Ishbin fanned the ink with her hands. While waiting for the ink to dry, she was free and spoke to the man in front of her Momin. Of course it would be better if he was a bit happier that he was talking to her, but the man in front of her, his face was regrettably bad, but he was not a bad person. Would training be good after this? Training? Momin made a weird parrot-like reply. It would be bad if I don't explain that, huh? Ishbin cradled her head in her arms, but fortunately today was a lucky day when she had no work. It would be good if she could end the explanation quickly. Training. In short, being an adventurer is a dangerous job. That is why we give proper explanations, such that people are unable to complain about the death of others to the guild. It was natural that humans that could not understand such a thing would be surprised. And so the guild took responsibility and responded to the wills of others, and gave a basic explanation to lower the death rate. And it became a system such that if adventurers gave up on the training, the official papers would not reflect it. Is that so? Yes, it is. Then what do you do in this training? Ishbin felt a discomfort in his tone, but she continued on without understanding where his came from. Basic adventurer information. So you don't want to test my swordsmanship skills then? No. If you go adventuring with poor sword skills, the risk is entirely on you. That's true. Seeing Momin nod in understanding, Ishbin's face twisted into a wry grin. Adventuring was a profession which was very much at your own risk. While it seemed that Momin fully understood the situation, there were a lot of misinformed fools out there. There were those who believed the guild would provide training. Certainly you could find schools for that sort of thing, and if you could pay, instructors were always available. But nothing is ever free. The guild will never entrust newbies with important assignments, and that certainly helped to keep the attrition rate down. In any case, the guild was not big on wasting resources to develop newbies. The guild preferred to save that for the wheat that appears from the chaff. Basically, adventurers who had just registered like Momin go through a large sieve. Training just imparts simple knowledge about the guild. For example, knowledge about request difficulties, and rewards. Is that so? It was the matter of teaching the common knowledge of adventurers from the start. Having confirmed that the ink had dried, Ishbin deposited the parchment with Momin's details in a nearby box. The other staff members would retrieve the contents of the box later. Well now, how shall we do this? This will not take very long, but if you would like, we can take a seat in a different room. Ishbin directed her gaze meaningfully towards the door leading to the next room. The guild was a 4-story building. The first floor had a reception office for important guests or rooms for requesters. And if you climbed the stairs to the second or third floor, there were a lot of rooms for books or rooms for security guards. There were also rooms for staff. The fourth floor was the guild master's office, safes for important documents, and similarly, rooms where important information was stored. The room next door was a waiting room for meeting adventurers, and meeting rooms, and rooms for the inspection of various documents. Fortunately, the meeting room and waiting room were empty, and there were no adventurers using them. Then using the meeting room next door would be good. It had been a while since she had done documents with one hand. It was not that trainings could not be done at the counter. In fact, most occurred at the counter. Most people could not even afford the small amount of time to guide adventurers. Basically, Ishbin's suggestion stemmed from a desire for a change in scenery. But it was not to be. This will be fine. I see. For not being able to take a woman's hint -5, no. -10. While it was a pity that she could not leave her seat, but she opened her mouth to end the training earlier. Then let's start with payment. One deep breath. The guild takes a 20% cut up front for work done in investigating the request. This is for the sake of investigating the request. If it is a monster subjugation request, the type of monster that appears and their number have been scouted out by the guild. On the other hand, if you report any errors in the guild's information, part of the 20% will be refunded. However, the chance that a different monster appears after the guild has investigated, so please take care. In the event that the guild is unable to collect sufficient information due to special circumstances such as an urgent request, the guild's cut is 5%. The actual details can be negotiated with your client. If you accept a job not through the guild, you can report it later. In this case, the guild will not provide an investigation or act as an intermediary. And that is the end of my explanation of rewards. Do you have any questions? Moment's eyes goggled in shock at the torrent of words that flew from Ishbin's mouth. Such was the speed of her explanation, it seemed like she was reading it off a list. Ishbin had explained this countless times. It was unthinkable that she would stumble or make a mistake. There had been a time when she read from a parchment and stumbled when asked questions. However, the current Ishbin was invincible. She was confident that she could trade blows from every angle. Not only that, she enjoyed watching the adventurer's confusion. Her colleague found her schadenfreude to be in very bad taste, but Ishbin was addicted to it. Probably not. In other words, the guild takes a cut because it does the investigative work, so we'll just have to bear with it. In the event that the work is not through the guild, you're on your own. Is that right? Ishbin's perfectly manicured brow moved as a small smile appeared. It is just as you say, Momen-sama. Then wouldn't it better to be faster? Without letting out an inch of her true thoughts, Ishbin made a decision like a challenge. In contrast, Momen kept his peaceful expression. Next we have the penalties for failing a request. If an advanced payment has been made, you will need to pay a sum equivalent to 1.5 times of the payment. If one has not been made, you will have to pay a sum equivalent to 20% of the value of the assignment, guild investigation fee included. In other words, you will have to return the guild's investigation fee to the client. This for when the request fails and time has been lost. Basically the fine from this goes towards increasing the reward to higher ranked adventurers. I recommend you not fail in the first place. Of course there are assignments of both types, so you can confirm the details of your assignments with the guild in the future. Incidentally, since the guild makes an effort to properly investigate its requests, up to now there have not been any instances where a client asks for something impossible of the adventurer. But as mentioned earlier, if this is a job without guild involvement, you're on your own. Sometimes, there are double bookings or other slip-ups and you are unable to execute the requests, and in such a thing no fines will be issued as they are exceptions. There are other exceptions and so, if you report to the guild and depending on the circumstances, the fine might be waived. However, please do not expect much. And that is the end of my explanation regarding fines. Do you have any questions? No, none. Ishbin looked at Momen to see if he was following her explanations. To find out she read his expressions. But I can't read him. Ishbin unknowingly ground her teeth. She could not say anything except that he was different from a normal villager. A formidable opponent. What was a strong enemy? For a reason no one but someone like Ishbin would understand, she recognized him. A strong enemy that was recently rarely seen in the countryside. Then next is the explanation regarding the level of adventurers' classes. Basically, people like Momen-san are novices. They can attend promotion tests after completing 5 requests to gain benefits. This promotion test is to guard a merchant caravan, while visiting several slightly dangerous locations. Basically there is a higher chance of encountering monsters. Naturally there is the chance of not meeting any. And so about 2/5 of people do not encounter. Question. In response to Momen, who was raising his hand in an effort to interrupt, Ishbin closed her machine gun mouth. The feeling of not expecting to be interrupted enveloped her body. Even if I can get benefits, is it fine if I refuse? Yes. Momen's question forced Ishbin to move forward some of the explanations which would normally be left until later. She mentally level-upped Momen from formidable opponent to the next level of existence. However, if you refuse you will remain a novice, and cannot accept a large number of requests. Basically you cannot accept the profitable requests. There are people who take up requests involving fighting monsters in order to gain experience, but I think that's not a very good idea. Ishbin suddenly stopped. I'm not trying to scare you, but, for ex-normal villagers who take up the combat assignments, 50% die as novices, 25% quit and 15% of the remainder die within a year. Is the chance of dying during a promotion test high? There are cases. Out of the 50%, 30% or so. The rest take on monster requests beyond their abilities, or are sometimes assaulted alone by monsters. From what Ishbin gleaned from adventurers, in a life-or-death struggle with monsters, village hicks who rely on brute strength don't have a great survival rate. Something else is needed, something that most villagers lack. Did the man, Momen, in front of her have that? Unfortunately to the office worker Ishbin it was unclear. I shall return to my earlier explanation. This is only relevant after you have graduated from a novice. But there are things known as classes for adventurers. This is to meet the level of the adventurers with suitable requests. Please think of it such that you cannot choose a request of a higher difficulty level than your current class. Difficulty 1 to 10 is F class. Difficulty 11 to 20 is E class. Difficulty 21 to 30 is D class. Difficulty 31 to 40 is C class. Difficulty 41 to 50 is B class. Difficulty 51 to 60 is A class. Difficulty 61 to 70 is A plus class. We basically do not have anything more than this, but there are rumors of A++. There are promotion tests for the sake of raising one's class. This promotion test is different from the time as a novice. Even if you fail, there are no effects and is only for accepting top class jobs from the guild. In addition, if you fail the promotion test, you will be unable to take it for half a year. Of course, as your class goes up, the rewards and dangers shoot up. That is the end of my explanation on classes. Do you have any questions? How about it? Ishbin awaited Momin's reply. The Knights of the Baharuth Empire, what class would they be? Eh? Ishbin let out a wild voice. She had never imagined such a question, let alone been asked it. For a moment, the question of was this a question made just to confuse me? Filled her mind as she gazed at Momin, but concluded that it was not. That will be difficult. Adventurers pride themselves on the strength of their team. For example, if you fight the knights individually, you may lose. However, I believe that if it is a team fight, victory will be possible. Edo, do you know about magic casters? Yes. Then this will be quick. Adventurers have a basic 4-man group A party. There are occasionally ones of 5 or even 6 people, but as the number increases, the more difficult it is to unite the opinions of the group, so an average leader would have a limit of 4 people. In a life or death struggle, a delay in making decisions or relaying those decisions to others could have fatal consequences. And so, the members of parties were like a single living organism. 4-man parties generally comprise of the warrior, magic caster, healer and the vanguard. Compared to a band of 4 knights, the basic party may seem like a mixed bag, but it has a far wider tactical repertoire. To adventurers, this is more important than anything else. The warrior and vanguard could block the attack of the knights. If they are injured, then the healer or the magic caster can use a large attack on the battlefield, multiplying the strength of a single person, and unifying their aim. Alone, Momin's son is not that strong. However, with companions, your strength can be multiplied several times. Roles were allocated. And depending on them, there were several measures that one could take depending on the situation. Conversely, if you group together people of only one role, they might be perfect at one measure, but could do nothing else. What adventurers sought was not one point, but a multitude of solutions. In the end, do you know? Ishbin's expression was about to change, but she suppressed it. This guy, I thought I had dodged that question quite neatly too. He's not going to let it go. Probably about D class. However, if they are the Knights of the Baharuth Empire, then they should have good weapons, so depending on the situation about C, about any further would be impossible. Then what about the warrior captain? About A+? He was the warrior called the kingdom's strongest. If he was not about A+, then it would be bad in various ways. However, why did he compare the Baharuth Empire Knights to the warrior captain? Matilda, familiarity is familiarity. Since he came here to this fort city, she had heard about the incident about the Baharuth Empire Knights rampaging nearby. It might have something to do with it. Then it would be bad to ask any more about this. With that, Ishbin looked at Momin and felt a magma-like evil resided beneath under that calm exterior. Ishbin agreed with her thought, and cut off her imagination. And to return to the explanation, tried to recall where they had reached. She was sure that it was just when the explanation on class had ended. Do you have any other questions relating to classes? Even if a weird question came up, she would not escape. That was a rule that Ishbin had decided for herself. Yes, even if the opponent was an overwhelmingly strong enemy. No, I do not have any. She unknowingly breathed a sigh of relief. And then Ishbin became astonished. About when she had felt relief from not receiving questions during trainings, how long ago was it? It was so long ago she forgot. It was when she still had not become the guild's receptionist, it was that long ago. Ah, that's right. Ishbin had the smile of a spring wind on her face. You are a person that is written as strong enemy but pronounced rival, aren't you? Question mark. Momin slightly widened his eyes at the friendly voice that he heard. Ishbin had the smile of a goddess as she watched the change in expression. Then, next is the explanation regarding the difficulty of requests. Naturally there are various request difficulties. Request difficulties are rated by comparing the request against previous requests handled by the guild. You may consider the rating to be highly accurate. For hunting assignments, ratings depend on factors such as the hunting grounds and the rarity of the item. For scouting assignments, ratings depend on factors such as time taken and the target. This information varies depending on the location and the rarity of the thing they are searching for, and the time needed and the target also changes. However, in the case of a basic monster subjugation, you may use the difficulty rating the guild has provided. In the case of multiple monsters, the monster with the highest difficulty rating plus A will be used. And regarding the important thing about subjugation difficulties, is that the difficulty of subjugation is an average. Please never forget this. For example, there is an 80 cm long wolf. Would the difficulty be the same as a 110 cm long wolf? And so please remember that this is an average. There is a range of about ±4. Basically, when you accept monster subjugation jobs, please estimate it to be higher than average. If you're unlucky, a difficulty 32 monster may appear in a hunt for a difficulty 28 monster. And that is all on my explanation of the difficulty of requests. Do you have any questions? No, I do not. I see. I've estimated. If fits you, then this difficulty should be okay. Not a word escaped Ishpan's mouth, and instead she had a face of a saint. On the other hand, Momin's face said that he was looking at something strange. A gulp could be heard from Momin's throat. Lastly is the way to accept requests, but, please come to the counter, and we will prepare a member card for you tomorrow. Based on the class noted on your card, find the list of assignments you are eligible for and browse through them. If you cannot read, please inform us, but please know that this is not free. It is 1 copper per 10 minutes. The member card that proves that you are a guild member. If tomorrow is not free, you may come another day and we will pass it to you. Please keep your card with you at all times. It takes a long time to renew it. In addition, if you do not have it, you will be unable to take on any jobs. And so the training has been completed. Congratulations, Momin-san. We the Adventurers Guild officially recognizes you as an adventurer, and praise for your success. Ishpan unconsciously stood up and extended her hand over the counter. She had not done such a thing up till now. She just felt like she wanted to thank him. The troubled Momin hesitated, and made a fist like he decided on something. The two of them lightly shook their hands. No, it might just have been Ishpan shaking. That Ishpan had an unexpected thought cross her mind. It was unexpectedly soft. She had expected it to be harder. Eventually, the two separated their hands, and Momin asked a question. By the way, is it possible to select a request now and receive my member card tomorrow? Eh? It was true that Momin was already an adventurer. Without a member card, one could not accept requests, but it was possible to select them in advance. However, before that there was something she had to confirm. Did Momin-san come alone? Is there anyone that will accompany you as an adventurer? A short confirmation. If they existed, then he would not have come to the guild alone. There are none. And Momin-san probably does not use magic, or have any tracking skills, right? That is so. When she was writing on the sheepskin parchment and asked various questions, one part was, whether one had special skills. Unfortunately, Momin replied none to that question. If that is the case, then you are a warrior type, but not having companions from the start is fairly bad. In many cases, people in mixed and matched, but the end result cannot really be called a party. Healers and clerics have no problems, and magicians that can use magic are popular. Next are thieves and rangers, or people that can collect information or investigate. Lastly are warriors. However, she continued in a calming voice, of course excellent warriors are popular. Warriors that can prevent enemies from penetrating the back, and buy time to defeat enemies. Frankly, an analytical mind and the ability to think on one's feet are essential for warriors. That is why warriors act as leaders in many parties. They decide where to attack or when should magic be cast. That is why there are many warriors in the ranks of heroes. However, a newbie warrior's options are considerably limited. While there were jobs that the guild could recommend, Ishpan stared at Momin's appearance. A medium build. She could not think that it was above average. It was quite difficult to believe, but the possibility was there. And he was Ishpan's rival. Nothing should be beyond him. Enveloped by a desire to check, Ishpan extended her finger. Could you please lift up the luggage over there, please? In the direction where Ishpan was pointing. Near the wall was a large bag. A bag with its insides bulging out was placed. A belt where it could be easily gripped extended from it. Inside the clean reception room of the guild, this bag stood out a lot. Momin nodded, and went upright to the bag, and grabbed the belt with his 2 hands. HMP. A. The bag, which most people could not lift alone, was easily lifted by Momin. A considerable amount of weight hanged on Momin's hands, and the belt bit into them. However, Momin's expression did not have an expression of pain. In addition, he gave off the impression that he could handle more. Ishbin was surprised. She had not expected that of a man with such lean muscles. Was he wrapping and restraining his muscles? If you looked closely, it was possible to think that the folds of his clothes might be hiding his muscles. While this was a small experiment, but with this she could find several jobs. Especially jobs that were suitable for adventurers exploring. As expected of a rival. While admiring him, Ishbin's head was filled with various jobs. Must I still hold it? Momin's slightly troubled voice could be heard. In response to that voice, Ishbin made a gesture to put it down. I truly apologize, I remembered that we might have a suitable job. I do not mind. Momin lowered the bag with a loud clang. Momin returned to the counter where Ishbin was waiting, and she said a job that she could request of Momin. Momin-san, you've come at the right time. We have openings for porters. Momin had a face that showed that he knew absolutely nothing about what he had just heard. That was natural. It was not a job that you would hear about if you lived in a village. However, if one lived near a mountain or forest, it may sometimes be heard. The living creature known as a horse can unexpectedly fall sick, or go on a rampage when encountering a monster. Warhorse or magic that can strengthen them do not exist, and purchasing them requires quite a large sum. And so one can employ adventurers to carry and transport their luggage. As a porter, an adventurer forms a party and carries their luggage as a replacement for a horse. Fun. And more than anything, making acquaintances with other adventurers will help in the future. In fact, many people begin from porter jobs, and the guild recommends this to those starting out. How heavy is the luggage? About 40 kilograms. It should be about the same as the earlier luggage you lifted. Then please do so. There are porter jobs that you can immediately accept, I remember. Ishbin stood up, and from the bookshelves behind her, she took out one book. Inside this book, which was written on precious paper, was the data of various adventurers. Flipping through several pages, she looked for her target. Referring to the data which she had finally found, she read out the detailed request that was written near it. The requester is Peter Mork. According to the registration card, he is the leader of his party, the Axe of Cyclone. Edo, the class of the Axe of Cyclone is E-class. The details of his work is to subjugate the monsters in the surrounding areas. The weight is about 40 kilograms. The contracted pay is 1 silver per day for 6 days. There is no down payment. After the contracted 6 days, the rate is 1.2 silver per day. Food and drink will be provided by the party. Reading up to there, Ishbin looked at Momin's face. I believe it is a basic porter job. Ishbin flipped to the next page of her book. Edo, have no ex-convicts or any deaths. I believe that their party has no problems with credibility. Then I will accept this job. Understood. Then will it be fine to accept this request tomorrow? Then I will call the Axe of Cyclone members to meet tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Yes. Please do. She became slightly busy. Ishbin recalled the location of the Axe of Cyclone off of the sheepskin parchment she read earlier. When the conversation ended, Momin was about to walk outside, but stopped midway. Then he turned back to face Ishbin, and spoke with a troubled expression. Since I do not have an inn, could you please introduce one to me? Momin closed the slightly squeaky door to the room. At almost the same time, a door behind Ishbin opened silently. Another receptionist had just came out of the door leading to the middle and other floors of the guild. She was a good friend of Ishbin. The woman closed the door she had just left from, and looked at the empty room. Just now, who came? My rival. Huh? A puzzled voice was raised. Matilda, this feeling is something no one but a fellow companion on a battlefield can understand, Ishbin thought. When an adventurer fights a monster to the death and regrets death, she had heard this often. Why do you kill each other? She wanted to ask that, but Ishbin then understood something. This was that. Nothing, just talking to myself. Then, what about you? Some people want adventurers to be hired as night patrol. Night patrol? Are you saying the guards only are not enough? Recently there have been rumors in the town. About people seeing a monster. The ones who were drunk? Yes. A monster like a shadow. I do not believe that they can enter the city. Maybe it's just a strangely dressed thief? Probably, I think. A tone that was filled with unrest. Ma, hearing that monsters could be within the city limits, there was no one among them that could remain calm. Because they were the guild's receptionists, they have never once swung a sword, a normal person. However. But there are no causalities. At most it's just cases of wallets disappearing, right? In any case it was not what monsters would do. Since there were nothing but missing wallets, and those that know the value of wallets. Then it was safe to assume that humans were the closest answer. May. To calm down the woman mixing her words, Ishbin smiled. Ma, the difficulty will be decided by the ones above, we just have to do what we have to do. True. The women laughed, and Ishbin's earlier interrupted hands began moving. The first thing was to locate the axe of Cyclone. Overlord First Half Chapter 17, Rooms. The fort city rental had 3 walls, and the space between them had their own specialities. The outermost space was used for the kingdom's garrison, and had equipment prepared, and there was quite a distance between that and the city walls. In addition, there was stone pavement, allowing for fast traveling. The innermost section handled administrative stuff. And provisions were stored here, making this the most heavily guarded districts. The remaining middle section was the section with various things for everyone. This section would best fit the image that came up when you heard the word city. The squares with open air were filled with the particular noon air, and people shouting and healthy loud voices were stopped. Aged men were talking to merchants while searching for good food, and the men were attracted to the smell of roasted meat, and others were threading meat on skewers. Various vegetables, and food that had finished cooking. Stuff like that mixed together, and the air held their scents. While looking left and right in that atmosphere, Momin walked along the square paved with stone. Occasionally he would stop the shouts of the children asking him to buy stuff. While refusing by lightly waving his hand, he pushed apart the crowd, and never hit anyone. Those footsteps were not lost. Momin went towards the inn he was informed of. He had already left the square and the open air was cut off. From there onwards was the district with lots of shops. Momin passed through. The remains of ruts had puddles in them, and they reflected the light of the sun. His speed was quite bad, but when compared to the congestion of earlier this was much easier to walk in. This was mostly due to the lack of people. It was true that there were people entering and leaving the shops. Right in front of him were an old man with a horse carrying goods discussing with a man who was probably a shopkeeper. And if he looked to the side he would see various artisans wearing aprons carrying luggage. However, those were quite sparse. You cannot find shops with those types of people from where Momin is. Naturally this was different from the regular shops or restaurants. And then there were differences in time slots. None of those signboards that had what Momin was looking for, instead he was looking for a signboard which he had memorized. Finding his targeted signboard, Momin's legs became faster. While removing the dirt from his leather boots, he climbed up the stairs to the second floor. Momin then pushed open the western door with his 2 hands. The skylight was the only source of light, so the inside was dark, and humans who were used to the light outside would find themselves in pitch darkness. The room was larger than he had thought, about 15 meters wide and 20 meters long. The first floor was a bar. In the middle was a counter. Behind it was about 2 rows of shelves, where several beer bottles were placed. In addition, if one opened the door, there would probably be a kitchen behind. Several tables dotted the place with chairs placed on top, implying that this was not working hours. In the corner of the bar curved, and there were stairs leading up. From what Ishbin said, the second and third floors were rooms. In the middle of the room, one man stared openly at Momin. In his hands was a mop which he was using to wipe the floor. His thick arms were covered in scars that were from beasts or swords. His head was completely shaved, not a strand of hair remaining. His face was tough and held features like that of a beast. And his face had multiple scars. He looked more like a mercenary than a store owner, no matter how you look at it. "We aren't serving any alcohol." A hoarse voice which reminded one of a cracked bell spoke towards Momin. "I would like you to give me a room. This place has been recommended by the guild receptionist. An adventurer, an unknown face, and the guild's Nachan recommended. A novice." "It is so. A shared room is 5 coppers per day," the owner bluntly said. "Meals are oatmeal and vegetables. If you want meat, then 1 more copper. Ma, there might be bread instead of oatmeal. If possible, may I have a single room? This town has 3 inns for adventurers. Mine is the worst. Do you understand why the person at the guild recommended this place? Question mark. In front of the curious Momin, the owner's shoulders moved to a dangerous angle. Think a little. Or is your age useless? In front of a voice with rage that would make the stomach churn, Momin did not break his peaceful expression. It was a face that an adult would make when faced with a child's temper. Ho! The owner breathed a sigh of slight astonishment. You've got good nerves. The reason why she introduced this place to you is because most people here are F40 class adventurers. If you meet people of the same class, you can form a party with them. My place is great for finding suitable people for your party. The owner's eyes moved. I don't mind giving you a single room, but without contact you can't make friends. The point of large rooms are for people like you. You sell your face there. I'll ask one last time, shared or single, which one? Then a shared room please? Ah. It was natural. The owner did not say anything to Momin, who replied immediately, but nodded in a way that suggested that he understood. Then pay up front. Yes. Momin casually reached into his chest, took out a pouch, and took out 5 copper coins. And he walked into the middle of the shop, and dropped them into the open hand of the owner. Without counting the number of copper coins in his hand, the owner dropped them into his trouser pockets. And then he walked into the middle of the shop, and took out 1 key from the counter. Climb the stairs, first room on the right. Put your luggage inside the chest connected to your bed. This is the key. He handed Momin the key. Momin caught the small key that drew a parabola in the air without any problems in the dark room. I think you understand without saying, but don't go close to the other chests. Even a misunderstanding will be terrible. I don't care to stop your fights. Your arm might break. Ma, you want to sell your face so you probably won't be killed. When the owner finished talking, his back turned to face Momin. Their Momin called to stop him. Could you possibly wait for me? Edo, I heard that if I went to the inn and asked the owner, the basic adventuring tools would be given to me. There is a high chance of not using them in this job, but it will be necessary in future. You already have a request? Yes, a porter. Ho! The owner looked closely at Momin's body. His head tilted like he did not really understand. Ma, I don't believe the tests of the guild to be wrong, but can you be a porter with such a body? Ma, fine. His eyes glanced over the sack Momin was carrying, and then to his clothes. His atmosphere was slightly different from a person that was going to criticize him. The first thing is to buy clothes that adventurers need. If the shoes don't work, then sores can appear, so you can use them, so put them aside. Then leather pants, leather shirts, and a set of gloves. Buy these for the future. There should be a little slack. They might stop an unexpected sword or fang. I've seen many guys who had their lives saved. This set is about 5 coppers. Ma, your current clothes look fine, so save those for later. So the first thing should be a mantle. A mantle? The owner was about to voice his surprise to the curious Momin and opened his mouth slightly. However, he closed his mouth like he understood anything. What, from which village did you come from? You really know your stuff. Ah, there are no travelers that don't know the importance of a mantle. Then a guy who doesn't travel. Then a guy with a figure like yours should be from a village. Absolutely correct. Instantly, the owner made a face like he was thought of as an idiot, but understanding that Momin did not have a hidden meaning behind it, and his shoulders dropped. He then waved his head several times to drain the feeling. Ma, fine. Mantles are, when you lie on the ground it steals heat. This thing simply steals your energy. Even if that is avoided, it's better to be used as a bedroll. But there is a price, it's heavy, and so I don't recommend it on your first porter job. So substitute it with a cloak. And the owner continued. Mantles can be used as cover from the rain. Heat will be stolen from your body when you get wet. So buy it to avoid that. How much is it? 3 silvers. Later there is silverware, but ma, it's convenient, but if there's 1 crockery then it's enough. Anyway, if you're a porter then it's like that. Later the weapons and stuff are not with me, but go ask the guys selling them. Then 1 mantle please. Ah, I hand it over during dinner. Prepare the money by then. Understood. The owner waved his hands, and entered the middle of the store with the mop in one hand. Momin watched his back, and when his figure disappeared completely, he climbed the stairs. When he climbed, there were several windows open to let the light in, and it was completely different from the first floor. Momin gripped the doorknob right next to him and turned. The door creaked as it opened. Inside were 8 shabby beds made of wood. Since the window was open, the outside air and light entered. The frame was made of wood, and on top was a thin layer of straw. In place of a mattress was straw, and so to prevent bugs, it should be thrown away after usage. Because wheat was the staple here, acquiring straw should not be that difficult. And on top of the straw were sheets. Rather than white, they were dirtied and were a grayish color. Momin brushed his hand against it. It was a rough feeling. It was probably hemp. Several strands of straw fell onto the floor. Inside the room of 8 beds, 6 chests were shut tight. Momin went towards a chest with its lid open. Ma, it was beautiful. You would not believe that there were insects living in it. Momin took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. The bed creaked under his weight and he could feel the hard surface of wood through the thin layer of straw. Even if you wanted to praise it, it was not a good bed. If he slept here, his body would be sore the next day. The soft beds of the great underground tomb of Nezarec was greatly missed. But it cannot be helped. This had to be done. Momin casually took out a ring from his bag, and wore it on top of his hemp gloves. Without closing his bag, he placed it on top of his chest. Then, a faint sound was heard through the door. Then there was an indication of the stairs being climbed. Number 1. The human size was large. Momin put himself on guard. His sense of caution was raised. While thinking this was unacceptable, he focused his attention on the door. The door squeaked while opening. Standing there was a woman. She could not be older than 20. Her red hair was cut short for ease of movement. Even if you wanted to look at it favorably, it was not evenly cut. It looked like a bird's nest. Her face was not bad, but her eyes were sharp, and he felt that not even a shred of makeup was applied. In one hand was a wooden pail. The leather armor she was wearing had a thin strap of metal attached. A thumbtack was hammered to it. Because she had no money or because it would not hamper her movement, a large iron place was stuck. A sword hung from her waist. That woman thought that no one was around, and noticing Momin, her eyes widened slightly. But that was the end of it. Without talking or observing, she walked straight into the room towards one of the beds. The smell of sweat and her body odor mixed, and the particular smell made its way even to where Momin was sleeping. The woman dropped her waist onto what was probably her own bed. A loud thump was made as the bed raised a voice in protest. Ignoring it, she unfastened the armor strap at her side, and removed her armor. Letting it down quietly onto the floor, she casually stripped off her hemp clothes. Being very cramped, her well-rounded breasts were crushed. Momin was watching and she probably noticed, but she continued to remove them. If one evaluated the half-naked woman's body, rather than a woman, she was a warrior. While there was a bit of fat under the skin, most was muscle. Her abdominals were completely split into 6. Because she had probably trained her chest, a large volume hung downwards, and thrust forward strongly. It was about there, so the woman felt it. Ignoring Momin's gaze, the half-naked woman took out a bag and a bottle from her luggage. Her body was covered in bruises, and looked like she was made out of them. There were many scratches and bruises. She took out a moist towel from the wooden bucket, and began wiping her body with it. Her chest seemed quite soft and shook. While Momin was aimlessly watching, the woman who had finished wiping then opened the bottle. When she opened it, the smell from the inside painted the air. Momin had a face of disgust at the strong smell. It was probably the smell of crushed herbs, and the strength of it stung one's nose, and made tears well up. The woman lifted out a green viscous fluid from the bottle. She covered her bruised body with it. Momin had a worse face on. The woman did not notice it, or maybe she ignored it. She then began to apply a bandage to it. Momin made a completely disgusted face, pinching his nose, and watched the woman. The hands of the woman stopped once she finished applying first aid. "Excuse me." The woman turned to face Momin, and her full chest shook with a considerable volume. "So you saw something good?" The woman thrust her naked chest while smiling. Her smile was like that of a predator. If he said something weird, he could easily predict what would happen afterwards. And he understood that it was not something he would enjoy. Momin was food in front of the predator. Naturally, the only one thinking that was the woman in front of him. Even if she thrust out her chest, if Momin were to be honest, he would be troubled. He did not have much interest, and she was telling him to compare. But he did not think that there was much difference. "It stinks." "Eh?" "It's probably medicine, but it stinks. My nose stings." While being bewildered at Momin's reaction being different from what she expected, she exposed her face through the gap. Without looking at her, Momin reached into his bag and drew out a potion. "Here. What is that? Drink this, and then please wash the smell off with water." He placed the red bottle of potion of the bed near him, and turned his back to the woman and lied down. The woman's anger had vanished, and so while being amazed, she examined the potion. Her adventurer knowledge of was not much, but even in her experience, she had never seen this before. A fleeting thought of poison crossed her mind, but poison is also quite expensive. She could not think of any reason to do so here. The man would profit by her drinking this. What would happen afterwards was unclear. She removed the seal, and picked it up and smelled it. There was a citric smell. She stuffed her finger inside and swirled it, causing the liquid to be stuck to her finger. She then put it to her mouth. Oh, it's unexpectedly delicious. A citric taste filled her mouth. Her tongue was entranced by all the flavors. The woman glanced at the man, placed her hand on her hip and drank everything in one gulp. When everything was in her stomach, she became surprised. Instantly, she felt the wounds on her body heat up. And she became really surprised in the next moment. The bruises she had until earlier completely disappeared. Even the scratches that felt hot, and the sprains as well. The pain of her body completely disappeared. Is this a healing potion? She knew about magic potions that instantly healed a person. But what she knew was only the name and effect. As knowing how to handle money was not required by adventurers, she had neither used nor thought about it. What the heck was that man who would simply give such a thing? While the woman was bewildered, she was lost as to whether to speak to the man. However, when she saw the back of the man and felt that it had become an impenetrable wall, she closed her mouth. She had thought that she needed to rest to let her body heal, but fortunately she could move immediately. Anyway, she should do as this man said and wash off the smell of medicine. If she did not, the man might get angry at her. While imagining what would happen if she angered him, she shivered. "I'll go wash my body." With a voice that would not anger him, she took out a towel from her chest, along with other things that she needed for changing. Phew. The woman breathed a sigh of relief when she left the room. While thinking, why would a man that would willingly give out potions be in the worst class inn? Hanging a guild card that proved that one was a guild member should be the norm in the bar. However, there were many adventurers that hung their card while in their room to identify the strong ones. The man earlier did not hang it, and so his rank was unclear. A human that would willingly give away that sort of potion. At least D rank, no, maybe even C rank. Would a B rank even be living in this sort of place? Why, am I sharing a room with that guy? While rank was not everything, sharing a room with a person that was a higher rank than herself weighed on her. Forgive me. The woman breathed a deep sigh. Overlord First Half Chapter 18, Categorical Imperatives. It was a hard bed, but if you try to sleep, you will. She recognized that lucid dream. That particular scene in her dreams made her happy. It would be a good dream if it was able to let her indulge in that moment of happiness again. There were no presence of enemy nearby. She was confident that she can switch her attention towards them even if they appeared. Just a little, I shall enjoy my dream. The throne room. Ainz, who had arrived late, walked slowly. Separated left and right, the guardians, the combat-capable maids, and the servants that the guardians had specifically selected had their heads bowed. Not even one person moved, and there was a silence where not a breath could be heard. The only sounds were made by the owner of this room, Ainz's footsteps, and the sound of the staff hitting the ground. He climbed the stairs, and sat on the throne. "Raise your heads." In response to Ainz's words, everyone's heads raised without a hint of disorder. Their movements were perfect, like they had practiced beforehand. Ainz felt a sense of satisfaction. At the head of the right side was Demiurge. Behind him were Shaltir, Aura, and Cocytus. Sabas was at the head of the left. Behind him were the combat-capable maids. And after a gap, the subordinates of the guardians were arranged in rows. The first were the subordinates that Demiurge brought. Their staunch figures were covered in black hardened scales with large bat-like wings sprouting from their backs. A dark malevolent aura permeated from their bodies. Their bodies were supported by a devilish whip-like tail. Sharp fangs protruded from their mouths, with razor-sharp claws that cuts like a katana. On their heads were pairs of long and twisted horns, on their backs were similar but shorter horns. Their faces were covered with scales, making them look like a twisted hybrid of men and insect. They were the image of a demon. They were not the highest level, but they were high-class level 80 abyssal lords. The next example was aura. If Demiurge brought one type, demons, then hers was variety. Various monsters assembled. With squirming tentacles and multiple heads, Arene Dagrost. The Tesuvek priest lord was holding a decorative scepter which emitted a golden radiance, and was a pinkish frog-like creature that wore in a classy cleric outfit. Most of the time, the creature would wear a crown, but under the presence of Ainz, the crown was placed on its side. Others like Sphinx Lord where the SPH3NH was enshrined sat next to it. This is a real thing. Next was Cocytus. His entourage were a group of warriors with armors that radiated a platinum gleam. Some placed their katana on their side, some held long spears, some even carried bows on their backs, and they carried a variety of weapons. Underneath an armored body like Cocytus. Swordmasters of the beetle race. They did not wear armor in Yggdrasil, but in this world they can, and so he gave some to them. They were a race that possessed a high chance of critical strikes and had the special skill known as Vorpal Beheading. They were the most feared vanguard even when not fully equipped. Lastly was Shaltir, and her subordinates were one race. Their skin was like white wax, with no visible traces of blood vessels, and their eyes shined like red rubies. The parting of their crimson lips revealed the long canine's teeth beneath. Each of them were blessed with the charm of an adult woman. They were all vampires. Their bodies were only covered by a thin layer of lace gown that revealed their ample cleavage. Underneath the thin gown were luxurious jewelry that emitted a golden light. Their clothes did not hide the figure of the wearer, so one could almost see through to the skin underneath the semi-transparent dress, as if they were naked. Their appearance suited the desire of the perverted Shaltir, who was designed to have fetishes of necrophilia and big breasts. Including Sabas and the combat maids, all the subordinates who were allowed to enter the throne room were all present. Firstly, I would like to apologize for acting on my own. Ainz expressed his remorse to all those present, but no hint of regret was detected. The apology was just a superficial gesture, but the act itself is important to Ainz. Ainz acting alone was his sole discretion. The apology was meant to prevent any loss of confidence from his minions and also to banish any thoughts from the underlings that Ainz was not confident in their abilities. Fully understanding his intentions, none of his subordinates voiced out any concerns. Ainz continued to speak. And I will change the name I informed you of. Instead of Ainzulgo, and Ainz is fine. The Guardians and Sabas' eyes widened. Even Demiurge had a face of surprise. However, it changed to one of understanding. We have received your name. His answer represented all whom were present. All of them bowed simultaneously. Ainz nodded his head and beckoned them to raise theirs before continuing. As a result of my self-experiments, I have received information that the humans surrounding us do not pose a threat. The minions assembled before Ainz were highly confident in their own abilities. None showed any changes in their expressions even after Ainz's declaration. They believed that their superiority was natural, but it was slightly worrying. This was due to a lack of information. It was true that the warrior captain had that sort of power. Even if he did not go all out, he had the ability to defeat a Death Knight. Thinking that there were better people than him was difficult. And based on the kingdom, they should not be called the weakest of the surrounding countries. However, the information they had was only from one part of this world. Still, the information I have gathered is not sufficient to light up the night sky. It is weak as embers. To illuminate the world like the sun, I must grasp more information about the world. I hope to choose people to gather this information, but my original intention was to allow Demiurge's underlings to achieve this goal, but I do not think that this is enough. Looking at it from all angles, we must infiltrate a human-occupied city to gather our intelligence. Now Demiurge, among your subordinates, who is the most suited for this task? It should be impossible. It could be possible to steal information, but we do not have any subordinates that can mix among humans. I see. Then what about using illusion magic? Among the 50 underlings gathered, only a single hand was raised. Ainz did not expect much from his gathered subordinates. The reason was that in Yggdrasil, monster special abilities were limited to 6. This did not even include the usage of magic. Most of the abilities were centered on roles for recovery, attack, defense, and support purposes. It was extremely rare for them to have other types of abilities. The only ones who were able to utilize the vast variety of magic in Yggdrasil were none other than players. In addition, most fairy-type monsters could use illusion magic, but there were none within the great underground tomb of Nezarec. If we include that and myself, then 3 people. That number was extremely small. Should I take that out? While it was guarding an important place, that place was impregnable inside the great underground tomb of Nezarec. Leaving it there would be to just let a treasure rot away. But, moving that was something that he wanted to avoid. Choosing not to move at this time, the next time something occurred then it would be fine. Then it cannot be helped. It might be slightly dangerous, but we have too little information. And so we must learn some. Sabas. Yes. Lend me one of the maids. Sabas did not reject. Although he had no intention of waiting for Sabas' reply. Sabas himself had no intention to say anything else. Any form of rejection would just be conducted on the surface. Ainz moved his gaze towards one of the maids standing at the front. Standing there was a woman in her late 10s or early 20s. With a face that would remind one of a Japanese, she gave off a graceful atmosphere. Because of that, although her chest was big, no lewd thoughts could be made. Her bright and smooth porcelain white skin reflected the brightness of the magical light. Her dark hair was rich and moist, and her obsidian black eyes sparkled. Out of 1,000 people, 999 would turn their heads to marvel at her beauty again. Gamma. I have a very important mission for you. Pay attention to a lot of things, and once it is over, return immediately to my side. I will say it now. This is a job to collect information regarding adventurers. This is an extremely important mission, do you understand? Yes. I shall respond to your will. Although Ainz could not remember her name, he remembered her call sign and he commanded her. Did the maid feel happy from receiving his order? Her face reddened. Her side tail wavered in the air. At that figure, the fire in Ainz's eye sockets wavered, but without voicing his emotion he continued his order. To say boss, I have a different mission. First collect information of the country's weapons. Next, find out about how developed the level of technology and magic are. What can and cannot be done. The technology takes precedence. You will have to come up with countermeasures according to the situation. This was a fantasy world. It was likely that unimaginable things might happen, things that go beyond the boundaries of the information at hand, magic or things related to it. Currently, they must place great importance upon matters related to magic skills, especially those skills related to information gathering. For example, the spell to communicate with the divine, oracle, the spell to perceive the past, retrocognition, or the spell to detect the location of an object, locate object, and other such types of magics. One could not really be certain that such spells did not exist. And the stronger the unknown spell, the more unprepared one will be when its existence becomes known. The next matter of priority is the discovery of talented individuals of high combat ability. As mentioned earlier, we can presume the combat ability of soldiers serving each country to be relatively low. But there may be other unknown talents within the country that are free agents. We need to find out how our strength compares to these free agents. In other words, we need the kind of information that I've ordered the earlier maid to collect, except from another source or angle. Monsters, adventurers, the 13 heroes. If you thought about it, there were a handful of existences of unknown strength. And it was unclear whether there were other players. Even if the strongest person in the kingdom was weaker than himself, it did not give him a sense of safety. This might be akin to the thoughts of a madman, fearing the sun would come crashing down. Ainz even wanted to know what the sun was made of. He would only be satisfied when he is absolutely sure that the sun will not fall on his head. Understood, Ainz-sama. Inform the maids the same thing. If possible, I would like you to live in the town, and gain common sense and information. Consider the kingdom. Understood. There was no particular reason why he chose the kingdom. It was just the place that he could safely ignore. Next is Aura. There is a large forest nearby, scout the area. If the forest is safe, build a resupply zone and emergency refuge. Its purpose is to transport material to Nezarec during emergencies. It will also serve as a rendezvous point in case of an emergency evacuation of Nezarec. The faces of the guardians looked shocked with a hint of fear mixed in. What sort of attack could penetrate this impregnable fortress? They were alarmed when their master had already considered the possibility that the great tomb of Nezarec would be taken down. The purpose was to increase the vigilance of the guardians, and to prevent them from approaching the task clumsily. I am the embodiment of Ainz-Ulgon. As long as I remain, it will still be our victory. The great tomb of Nezarec is nothing but a vessel. As long as it remains within my hands, it will never failure. Do you understand the importance of this assignment, Aura? Yes. The reply was brimming with confidence. Aura's determination could be felt from her voice, and Ainz nodded like he was satisfied. Nothing is absolute, you must observe things carefully. We are unsure of how strong are the monsters in this world. Collect the information of those monsters as you encounter them. Yes. According to the circumstances, we may use that area for food production. Do take note of the surrounding areas. Understood. Go to an unexplored area to expand the territory. May I create dummies? Either way is fine. I will leave it to your own discretion. Understood. Aura bobbed her head. Moving his line of sight, Demiurge was next. Ainz was hesitant to give his next set of orders. This order would mostly likely lead to the suffering of many humans. Demiurge, although the task is also possible for Cocytus. But I think you are more suited for this task. Henceforth, I will give you this responsibility. Ainz sighed during his moment of hesitance. Bring your servants and take control of one country. Use them for open action, but control matters in the back, do not reveal your existence to others. Should I take it that the lack of information about current magic and the strength of adventurers is considerably dangerous? Should I wait for Sebastono? It is so. Your words are correct. However, around when the figure known as Ainz, appears, a demon king is born, many annoying vermin may seek to slander me. Thus I shall send you. I will use my own methods to gather information while moving among the shadows. Ainz nodded his head slowly. If one used combat capability as the sole criteria, Cocytus was the best choice. If Ainz wanted to dominate a country forcibly, Shelter would be best. But this task was rather complicated and delicate. The ability to adapt to the situation through some strategic thinking would be more useful than combat ability. Then there was no one else to send but Demiurge. Then when we dominate them, will the great hero of justice, Ainz Ulgon arrive to repel those subordinates? Yes. Understood. Demiurge charmingly smiled. Please let me take on the role as the Demon King for this assignment. I shall adjust the plans accordingly to allow the hero of the Empire to take center stage. In moderation. But think before you massacre people. The smart devilish face of the Demiurge twisted from astonishment. Please allow this embarrassed one to ask a question. Why thus? A massacre will certainly invite the wrath of the people. I think that this method will certainly be a good strategy to increase the notoriety of the Demon King. Or is it we should be alert for the appearance of heroes? I think it is only those fools who self-appoint themselves as heroes, whom will appear like moths to a flame. Just as you say. Ainz clicked his tongue when Demiurge turned his head. He thought that he could let one of Demiurge's servants be the Demon King and take the reckless position of the hero. Then according to the situation, he could be used to lure out any potential players. But, it would be better if Demiurge acted behind the shadows. Hypothetically speaking, if a player was present, it was undoubtable that they knew the true form of Demiurge. A cornered mice will bite the cat. There are things that I need to be careful with. There are not many things that Ainz needed to be on alert for. Basically, it was the unknown that he needed to be cautious with. To Ainz, the most feared thing was the unknown. The concept was like moving in the dark while using his limbs. No matter what, there has to be a certain sense of caution. Different from the earlier thought, Ainz was also cautious about something else as well. I asked the Guardians. We are the strongest. Then is it possible to become even stronger? The Guardians looked at each other for a moment. It was a question they had not considered. If their master posed such a question to them, they could not give a suitable answer. I do not think so. We are the strongest, but it is a strength that cannot increase. I will ask another question. Will the weak always be weak? Are you perhaps saying that they are not? In response to Demiurge, who was representing everyone else, Ainz nodded. Yes, Demiurge and the Guardians. I believe that their weakness is a weakness that can be improved. Do not ever make light of that. You must be cautious of strong contenders arising from areas not under our observation. Although I did mention not to simply conduct a massacre, you may do so once you have deliberated the matter with me. Demiurge, I believe you work with these conditions? Understood, Ainz-sama. I shall take your words to heart and complete the orders that you have given me. If you encounter any talented individuals, find a way to bring him into our group. Could you do that? Demiurge expressed an evil smile, and bowed deeply. Now, when Demiurge is not around, the responsibility of the 1st to 7th floors will fall to Shaltir. Similarly, when Sebas is not around, the responsibility of the 9th and 10th floors will fall to Cocytus. Inform your subordinates of this. However, Cocytus will be in charge of guarding the tomb. Shaltir might act as my limbs. Do you understand? I. Ha. Accepting Shaltir and Cocytus replies, Ainz nodded. Ah yes, summoned beings will continue to exist unless they were told otherwise. He must be more careful when performing summoning magic. As I recalled, summoning creatures were separated into non-permanent and permanent summons, with magic summoning producing the former while special skill summoning creating the latter. I must spend some time for research on this topic. Ainz recalled the Death Knight that was waiting for his orders outside of the throne room. He muttered a few words. I believe Kuuku has the ability to summon an unlimited number of his race. Ah. That sentence alone disrupted the quietness of the throne room. Ainz cupped his face, and activated a quick messaging magic. Without a doubt, the receiver was Kyohuku. There was a strange sensation as if a long line that extended into the distance was connecting to something. And then. Kyohuku. Ooh, it is Momonga-sama, you sound live. B. Before that I need to find out something from you. Can you return the monsters that you summoned? Yes that. I too am currently facing a problem. In truth, he did not really want to hear it, but he could not avoid the topic. What seems to be the problem? The room that is under my charge is filled by my brethren and it is getting crowded. If it continues, the occupants of the room will burst out. Should I leave the matter as it is? Please rest assured that I have ordered the undead serfs under Shaltir-sama not to eat my kin. Hence. Enough. The shoulders of Aura and Shaltir trembled in fear. They could guess what would happen from Ainz's shout. Cocytus as an insectoid could not understand the meaning behind those expressions, and continued facing front. Sabos remained expressionless while Demiurge looked like he found something interesting. Shaltir. The room is full, right? Shaltir's body shook as if the ground was moving beneath her. Buck up. Aura supported her in a panic. Shaltir mumbled about something while her gaze lingered in the air. That particular room was spacious till the point that it could be considered a floor. A situation where the room is completely filled to the point of bursting. It was something unimaginable. No, it was something that one never wanted to think of. In short, open up the other areas of the floor while creating a new quarantine zone. Do not allow them to spread. Understood, Cocytus. May I request thy assistance on this? Fumu. I do not understand. What is there to be feared? But since you requested my assistance, I shall oblige. The problem should be solved. Ainz considered the next step. There was nothing left, all instructions had been delivered. The remaining matter was to discuss the minor details with the instructed parties. Then should he end this? No, there was one more thing. The most important thing was left. An existence that would not change anything. When people felt that, they would look for a relationship. Then what was Ainz's situation? Work could be done by anyone. Even if he was not around there would be no problems. He had no parents. And no friends. And no lover. The funny thing was that to Suzuki Satoru Momonga, there was nothing but Ainz Ulgon. And even though his companions had their own reasons and left, they would never betray Ainz. He sent his gaze towards the Guardians and their subordinates. In truth, would the NPCs that were created by his friends in Ainz Ulgon swear loyalty to him even when they do not have the full picture of the situation? Yesha was nothing but Ainz Ulgon. Then. I shall give you the highest order. Ainz paused for a moment. He saw the expressions of his servants stiffen. Let the legend of Ainz Ulgon be eternal. His right hand grasped the floating staff of Ainz Ulgon. At that moment, as if responding to his will, the numerous jewels that decorated the staff started to emit different colored lights. The surrounding air swayed with it. No matter how many there are, we will wipe off all the existing heroes. Ainz Ulgon is the only true hero. Ainz Ulgon stood at the pinnacle of Yggdrasil, completing numerous famous quests. To protect its name was the greatest return that he could offer to his past comrades. This world would not be exempted from it as well. Suzuki Satoru Momonga would not betray Ainz Ulgon again. Let all those who exist know. If they are those whom are more powerful, we shall use methods other than force. If it is someone that has numerous magic casters as his underlings, we shall employ other strategies. Currently, we are at the stage of preparation for grand show that is to come. Let the world know the glory and might of Ainz Ulgon. Ainz's voice was full of ambition, and it spread from the throne to all corners of the throne room. At hearing the voice of their lord, the occupants of the room simultaneously lowered their heads, directing their utmost respect to the leader of the supreme beings. Heinz physically felt the undying loyalty of his subordinates as he thought. He felt a strong sense of nausea for giving those instructions to Demiurge earlier. In the future, many innocent humans would be tortured as an outcome. However, he did not regret his decision. No, it was something that he should not even feel regret for. To make Heinz Ulgoen a legend, he should not dwell on those sacrifices. Heinz was but a mere salaryman. He did not have any natural talent nor strong will, not to mention that his confidence was low. There were parts where he was lost. There were also painful parts. He could do nothing but proceed. For the sake of people able to face his friends. Overlord First Half Chapter 19, First Request Part 1. The days of an adventurer starts off early in the morning. No, it would not be weird to say that the humans of this world all got up early. People used to start their day with the rising sun and prepared for bed with the setting sun. This was simply due to the fact that, unlike in modern times, an economical source of lighting was unavailable. Creating a flame capable of serving as a continuous light source required a considerable amount of resources. The basic lantern consumed large quantities of oil as fuel. So much so that households without a certain level of wealth would find it difficult to use on a daily basis. Because of the aforementioned reasons, basically when it became dark, they could not do anything, and so it became a rest time. Then what about the inn where Momin was staying? If you consider the fact that the first floor was a bar, it should open until late, right? It was true that it opened until late. However, when compared to a current day bar, the hours were quite few. On average it will operate until 8 p.m., afterwards the shop will be closed, but it was not strange for excited adventurers to throw a few punches at each other. If they wanted to get rowdier then they would head to a different bar. However, this was not how the rooms of the adventurers were at all. Momin was staying in the cheapest inn available. The adventurers there did not have a lot of money. There were also quite a lot of adventurers that could not pick jobs they liked. According to the rules, they were the first to wake up and head towards their given jobs, especially physical labor. And for that reason no one wanted to make noise, even if there were they would go to a different bar. A return from the deep darkness. Momin's consciousness floated up and crystallized in an instant. At the same instant, a wet sigh escaped his lips. The Great One, the last of the 41 supreme beings, who in his mercy, remained in this world. The highest existence and the central figure of the 41 supreme beings. Seeing the Great One, even if it was only through a dream, gave Momin heartfelt joy. Having received his orders, Momin pulled himself from the dream with the greatest of reluctance. No matter how pleasant it was, one couldn't stay in a dream forever. In any case, Momin was already blessed with joy. Joy which one could not obtain from any dream. Just the fact of having received a direct order from the Great One caused great happiness to spring forth from his heart and filled his entire body to the bursting point with bliss. Thus, to fail a direct order is unacceptable. Any failure would be an insult akin to smearing the Great One's face with dirt. Of course, knowing the Great One, in his great mercy, would probably just move on to the next operation without punishing anyone. It is Momin himself who would rather die than fail his master. Even so, Momin would not kill himself to atone for any failure. That was not his decision to make. Momin Nabralgamma's body belonged to the supreme beings, even her mind and spirit. Momin's sharp senses completed his awakening as he became aware of his surroundings. The sound of his breath and beating heart, both of which had faded in the background during his slumber, leapt back into his awareness. Now, what should I do? Momin thought. He had an appointment with the guild at 6, but it was still too early in the morning. Momin peeked through barely opened eyelids at the windows. There was no sign of sunlight hitting the shutters. He could sneak out unnoticed into the darkness, but Momin was pretending to be a villager who had just taken up adventuring. Such a person walking confidently in the dark might attract unnecessary attention. In any case, what would his roommates think if he suddenly disappeared from the room without anybody noticing? If so, then doing it when everyone woke up would not be a problem. After all, she could think of no merits to rushing it. Leaving a sufficient amount of time, when Momin opened his eyes, most of the adventurers had changed and were preparing to leave. Naturally, he had simply closed his eyes. Momin maintained a sharp situational awareness even though his growth was focused on his mage level. "Did you need something?" Momin called out slowly to the somewhat ill-equipped female adventurer. Momin had already confirmed the identity of the stuttering woman who was trying to communicate with him. About that. The one stuttering was the woman from yesterday. Her attitude had changed so much from yesterday, she seemed like an entirely different person altogether. Momin kept quiet and waited for her to continue. The medicine you gave me. Momin nodded, and even moved his neck to tell her to continue. I do not know much about the potion, but if it is possible, could I please purchase one? She frantically waved her hands and continued. How much do you have in stock? I have heard about the price of a regular potion, but I have the money to purchase one. If that potion is stronger than that, I think. Her confidence seemed to get weaker and weaker as she continued. I am currently working as a city guard and may face mercenaries turned bandits as part of my work. And I think your medicine would come in handy. The woman continued with her head hung low in an ingratiating manner. Even as Momin maintained an expressionless mask on the outside, inwardly he was getting more and more exasperated by the current turn of events. Momin had a highly sensitive sense of smell. Because of this, he had found the pungent odor of the healing herbs the woman had been using hard to take. While he could have put up with the odor, but Momin was grimly certain that he would have sacrificed his sense of smell in doing so. Fearing a future where he had to face opponents with a crippled sense of smell, Momin had given the woman his potion in a desperate attempt to get away. Now this mistake had come back to haunt him. The price of being ignorant of the ways of this world had started to show. Momin was becoming worried about his ability to successfully carry out his master's orders, but there was no point in crying over spilt milk. Then what should be done? Due to the fact that the price of a potion is unknown, a suitable price cannot be given. Underselling should be cautioned against. Depending on the situation, people might become curious. Then if he tried to reject, just how should he? Plan A, refuse by claiming that the potion given yesterday was his last one. However, giving someone your last potion just to get away from a smell seemed like a ridiculous reason no one would ordinarily give. Plan B, refuse by claiming that he had only one potion left. For the same reason as Plan A, this would seem strange. In that case, why not give the potion as a way of buying favor? After all, the objective was to gather information on adventurers. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have the woman indebted to him. And if she wanted more in the future, she may prove to be useful. I do not mind. Really? The woman's face lit up in an instant. She must have been quite worried about her work as a city guard. From your experience with the healing properties of the potion, you are, of course, aware of how precious this potion is, are you not? The woman nodded repeatedly. She did not appear to be aware as to the actual qualities of the potion, just that she was impressed by its effectiveness. But, this time I will specially hand it over for free. Even though it is the last of the 2 bottles I have. Said Momin as he reached into the infinity haversack cleverly hidden in his leather bag and retrieved a potion of the type he handed over yesterday. 1 out of 10 such minor healing potions. No, it would not be right to get this for nothing. I can pay up to a certain amount. Hurriedly, the woman plucked out a small satchel from her front. The faint metallic clink of a modest number of coins could be heard. Momin was not hard up for money. The arms and armoranes captured from the Empire were enchanted and they fetched a high price. Momin received a portion of the proceeds as mission funds and was reasonably well off. That being said, for the simple villager that Momin was playing, showing off such wealth would certainly attract suspicion and so was limited in the amount he could spend at one time. Momin weighed the pros and cons of accepting/not accepting the offer of payment rationally. Of course, the merits of being owed a favor as well as the utility of using the potions as bait won out. No, that's fine. Take it as a token of my goodwill. Thanks. Momin avoided the woman's attempt to shake his hand and stood up. His illusion had its limits and if she touched him, she might notice something was amiss. Momin did not think that the woman would be able to understand just what was wrong, but it was better to be safe than to be sorry. I've to go. Then my thanks. As Momin watched the woman carefully slip the potion into a sturdy leather pochette, he asked. I am called Momin, and your name is? Tilda. She tap-danced down the steps of the inn. The steps groaned and squeaked like it was about to break as it always had, but today they sounded like music from the heavens. Struggling in vain to keep a straight face, the woman reached the bottom of the stairs with a goofy grin. A number of adventurers were quietly having their breakfast in the common room. Interrupted from their porridge, they stared at the source of the intrusion. There was a pitying expression on their faces, one that was usually directed at the village idiot. But she really couldn't give a damn on what they thought. No, in fact, she was in such good spirits, she mistook the looks of pity for admiration. Tilda. Humming a tune, she slouched at an empty spot at the bar, her body lightly dancing in time with the strange rhythms inside her head. The woman was in a world of her own, entirely oblivious to the looks directed at her. "You're in a good mood." The innkeeper's deep voice and the slam of a wooden bowl filled with porridge, hitting the countertop broke the woman's daze and successfully forced her back into reality. "Itadakamasu." With a quick note of thanks to the innkeeper, she lifted the wooden spoon buried in the white porridge and smoothly poured the contents into her mouth. Hi. At that moment, the woman felt a burning sensation spread all over her mouth. That was, of course, the natural outcome if one stuffed hot porridge into one's mouth without cooling it first. Swallowing not being an option, she pursed her lips, frantically attempting to suck in cool air. It didn't work. Tears welled up in her eyes as she huffed and puffed desperately, her mouth continuing to burn. "Here." He placed a wooden cup on the counter, and she frantically picked it up, and drank it in one gulp. "Ha. Calm down a little." "Ha master. Sorry." "What the heck happened? You're out of it. Is the current job that good?" "Baniara." "No, that is." Baniara's face broke into a proud smile like a child who was given a particularly awesome toy. Seeing that Baniara was about to break into some long-winded brag, the innkeeper turned away abruptly. He brought out some chopped meat from the kitchen and tossed it into Baniara's porridge. "Go on, eat up. Here's some leftovers, on the house." The innkeeper started clearing up the tables, ignoring the accusatory gazes directed at him from the adventurers in the room for this blatant act of favoritism. Having lost a person to brag to, Baniara stirred her porridge disinterestedly, blowing into the still steaming porridge. Having finished breakfast, one by one the adventurers left the room. Baniara wasn't a slow eater. It was just that on top of a late start, the innkeeper had given Baniara a double portion of porridge. A double portion of porridge was a lot to swallow, but Baniara was a warrior first and a woman second. Baniara attacked her porridge quietly in the common room, eventually draining the contents of the wooden container. Foo-foo. There was a satisfied expression on her face as she patted her stomach. It seemed a little silly as she didn't have a pot-belly to pat to her active lifestyle, but she did it subconsciously anyway. "Now you were talking earlier about the reason for your high spirits? Eh?" A momentary tinge of confusion seeped into Baniara's face as the innkeeper addressed her from out of the blue. Having understood what the innkeeper meant, she calmed down and laughed. The innkeeper started to clear away Baniara's empty wooden bowl. A more perceptive person might have discerned the reason for the timing of the innkeeper's question. A full stomach tended to lower one's ability to think. "Didn't I say it yesterday? I got a potion from the guy sharing a room with me." "Ah, you did." Surprised by the request to appraise the potion from out of the blue, the innkeeper could recall that incident quite clearly. "Today, I asked, and got one." It didn't really seem like something to be worth being so happy about. Maybe she got a good deal on that potion? Convinced that that was the case, the innkeeper's interest waned considerably. However, since he was the one that started the conversation, he felt compelled to keep it going. "HMP. How much?" "About that." She had a broad grin. The owner smiled at the scene which he saw earlier. "I got it for free." "Ho, a gradual recovery type potion is quite expensive." "I can't believe it, what?" Baniara had a weird face as she asked a question. "No, the one I got immediately healed me." "Immediately? Impossible." The innkeeper muttered under his breath, convinced that Baniara was mistaken. Potions that had a healing effect were generally categorized into three groups. The first type was simply increasing the body's natural healing. This was used with recovery magic or emergency treatment. It did not have much of an effect alone. It was cheap, costing between 2 to 3 silver. Its main ingredients were herbs. The second one was the type that gradually healed the drinker. It requires several minutes for the effect to be seen. Although the recovery effect is low, but it still cost at least 15 gold pieces. Its ingredients is a mix of both herb and magic. It is not an item that could be afforded by new adventurers. However, it could not be denied that the potion will vastly improve the adventurer's odds of survival. The last type of potion is one that produced instantaneous healing effects. This was quite expensive as it was made with a high-leveled magic caster using alchemy. Even one with the weakest effect would cost no less than 30 gold pieces. Yesterday, the price he had told her about was for the gradual healing potion, as he felt that a newcomer does not require such an expensive item. But the situation is far different from what he thought. But she was saying that that was not the case. Impossible. Again, the innkeeper found himself denying the truth of Baniara's words. She has to be mistaken. Where in the world would you find someone who could be bullied into giving up potions worth 30 gold pieces? There was simply no way. Maybe someone who didn't know the value of the potions? The innkeeper recalled the man who had noiselessly descended the steps to the common room earlier. It was roughly around the time Baniara was doing valiant battle with her double portion of porridge. Waving away the offer of breakfast with one hand, he slipped out of the inn like a ghost. A trickle of cold sweat ran down his back. That guy. He did not even know about mantles, and he said he was an ex-villager from the sticks. I wonder if that was the truth. Rationally speaking, was it even possible to descend those squeaky steps without a sound? It had been noisy in the common room earlier and the sound of the steps might have been drowned out. But the image from yesterday of a country bumpkin had totally been wiped out, replaced by the image of an ethereal ghost. "Are you all right?" Baniara's expression looked mystified. It was a stupid-looking expression. And not just because she was ignorant of the value of an instant heal potion. Hey! If what you got was an instant heal potion, did you realize you couldn't get one for anything less than 30 gold pieces? What are you saying? The look of mystification cleared as Baniara's mind comprehended what the innkeeper was saying and was replaced by a look of stunned surprise. "Oh-ee." The innkeeper winced at the loud exclamation of surprise, his brows furrowing. "You-ee? Why? Wait. Well, you know that the cost of an item jumps significantly if it is enchanted, right?" "Well, yeah, of course. But can 2 of those potions really buy a set of full plate mail?" The full body armor, full plate mail, is famous for being the armor with the best defensive capabilities that one can commonly purchase from the market. There are no warriors who do not admire it. Whatever your rank, wearing a suit sets you apart from other adventurers. Baniara's head slumped as she realized just how valuable the potion she had so casually drunk really was. "Well, that's just based on an estimate. You realize that the actual value also varies based on the amount of health recovered? If we take a relatively high-ranking adventurer's wounds as a basis, an instant heal potion that can heal wounds which would normally take over a month to heal would cost around 30 gold pieces. A potion that can bring someone from the brink of death to full health would probably fetch 270 gold pieces. Above that would be about 480 pieces. I'm pretty sure potions worth 480 pieces aren't common in the market. It would have to be custom ordered and it would take 1 month to make. But of course weaker adventurers would only need potions worth 30 gold pieces to have the same effect." Open-mouthed with surprise from hearing about how valuable the potion could potentially be, Baniara now felt more confident about the value of the potion. "Are you going to sell it?" "No way." Baniara, her face set, secured the pochette at her side. "If you want to assess the healing strength of the potion, you can get it done at the Adventurers Guild for 3 silver pieces. You should do it." "I understand." "Well, I've never heard of an instant heal potion worth anything less than 30 gold pieces." The 2 of them let out an unconscious sigh. To think that it could be worth so much. "Well, that's because those potions are really incredible. If you lost an arm and were in great pain, even the cheapest one would kill the pain immediately and your lost limb would start growing in front of you." Subconsciously, the innkeeper rubbed one of the scars on his face. "Ha. Well, whatever you think of it, keep it safe. It's quite literally a lifesaver." The bar area remained silent. Having made up her mind, Baniara broke the silence. "Hey, who do you think the guy is? I'll like to know too." Once again the pair let out a sigh that spread out over the empty bar. Overlord First Half Chapter 20, First Request Part 2. There was a difference in the atmosphere of the Adventurers Guild when Momin visited the guild yesterday. Inside were several well-armed adventurers, a warrior in full plate mail armor, an archer with light armor, a priest in holy robes and on his hands was a staff with a holy sigil. The last person was a magic caster with his magician robes and staff. They were choosing their next potential job with the receptionist, and were discussing among themselves about the details of the job listed on the parchment. Their aura of vitality befitted the members of the Adventurers Guild. As Momin walked into the building, the gazes of all the adventurers were directed at him. The gazes moved away as quick as they came, the owners lost interest. In other words, the subject did not reach a status befitting their attention. Nonetheless, there were those with keen observation skills, like several people dressed like thieves' outfit, whom were monitoring Momin's actions closely. Their action did not mean that they were hostile, it was the normal behavior of a thief, whom generally act as the team's eyes and ears. It was in their habit to maintain a minimal sense of vigilance. While acting that he did not notice anything, Momin headed to the counter. As luck would have it, the discussion ended pretty fast. Although there were several girls manning the counter, the spot in front of Ishbin was empty. "Good morning." They greeted each other. Momin was slightly annoyed in contrast to Ishbin. However, he was able to hide his feelings behind his smile. Ishbin examined both of Momin's arms, but quickly redirected her gaze, as she did not have any lingering doubts. "Edo, the acts of Cyclone have just arrived." "Is that so? Even though I intended to arrive earlier." There was still another 30 minutes before the appointed time. But the members of the acts of Cyclone have already gathered. As such, it is not acceptable for Momin, who held a lower status, to be late. "Then, please allow me to lead you. This way please." Ishbin stood up from her spot, and moved behind the other receptionist, and exited from the side of the counter. She took out a small bronze piece that could be easily hidden inside her palm. Momin followed Ishbin into one of the guild rooms. There were several set of doors inside the room, probably rooms for meeting individuals. The doors were made to be soundproof, but if Momin concentrated, it was possible to hear faintly, allowing him to gain a slight understanding of the contents. On the door that Ishbin had guided him to, there a plate etched with words hanging on the door. While it could not be read or understood, by looking at it, one could tell it meant that the room was occupied. Currently, this plate was hanging from several doors, and all of them indicated the presence of people. Before that, Ishbin held a thin metal plate and handed it to Momin. "Your member card." The member card was a small brass metal plate with alphabets and numbers carved on it, and it was likely Momin's name was also written on it. To those who were more conscious about it, they would think of them as dog tags. At the corner of the member's card, a small hole was present. Recalling the adventurers that were previously at the counter, there were a lot of them, but they all had this hanging from their neck. This hole was probably for threading a chain through. "What is this?" "This is the item that I have explained simply to Momin-san before. This is the number assigned to Momin-san. If this number is given, it is possible to search quickly." "Humph. The materials for a novice and F are brass, E is bronze, D is iron, C is silver, B is gold, and A is platinum. And the highest A+ is mithril. Well, the A++ rank is honorary and is made of the rarest metal adamantium." "Humph. Ah, thread this through the hole, and please hang it from your neck." Ishbin took out a short chain from her pocket, and threaded the chain through the hole at the side. She looped it around Momin's neck. Momin then directed his cold look at the brass member card. "Has any magic been applied?" "No. It has nothing inside." "Has the guild or anybody ever told you to treat the card like a magical object?" "I have not heard about the guild doing such a thing." "I see." The existence of a member card enchanted with information gathering magic, which pinpoints the owner's location, was not something impossible. As Ishbin was not aware of it, Momin was arranging his thoughts quietly. That type of magical knowledge was one of the things being investigated by Momin's superior, Sebastian. Should he wait for Sebas's investigation to complete? Or should he initiate the investigation himself? For this problem, it was best to act according to the situation. "Then should I behave until the investigation is over? Or should I investigate as well? I should adapt to the circumstances." Momin bowed to Ishbin, and placed it in his pocket. After Ishbin confirmed that everything was in order, she stood in front of one of the doors and knocked it a few times. She announced to the people inside, "Apologies, I am a guild receptionist." Without waiting for a reply, Ishbin opened the door. "I have brought Momin-san." Inside the room were 4 men. Bronze member cards hang down from their necks. Everyone seemed to be younger than 20. But, their age did not match the grim aura exerted by the group. Momin noticed, although they seemed relaxed, but underneath they still maintained a sense of vigilance. They had put their weapons aside. But still, their equipment was conveniently placed in a way for them to equip themselves at a moment's notice. The behavior was likely to have been molded after experiencing certain death countless times. Of course, if one compared the 4 with Momin, whose ability far outstripped them, their behavior was akin to child's play. Their grim expression was just to impress others. Weaklings. Momin suppressed his urge to narrow his eyes. From Momin's perspective, their combined strength was as thin as a piece of paper. He held little expectations for E-class adventurers, placing them on par with garbage. If he used his magic ability, he could slaughter them in seconds. Of course, Momin did consider whether they were hiding their capabilities just like him. If they were actually masking their ability, Momin was confident that he would be able to see through it. At this moment, he knew that they were not hiding anything. He could sense that they did not have any exceptional ability. The possibility of their abilities far surpassing Momin or even the Floor Guardians was not completely zero. However, Momin thought that the likelihood of it being truth was akin to an asteroid dropping from the sky at that very moment. These were E-class adventurers. He must use this chance to gather vital information, no matter how long it would take. Should he break character as a simple villager? As Momin thought about it, he refused that idea. Avoid any action that garners attention. Momin was given such an order when he was summoned to the private room of his master. A maid that disobeyed her master was garbage. Then there was no need for Momin to consider anything for himself. Momin smiled, and lowered his head towards the people in the room. "I am Momin. Nice to meet you." Following Ishbin, Momin entered the room. This narrow room was 4 meters wide in all directions. There was a small round table in the center, and surrounding it were 6 chairs. In addition, several chairs were placed in the corners of the room. There was a considerable large shoiko placed against the wall. It was probably for Momin to carry. There was a man with an air of a warrior wearing a hauberk upon which interwoven strips of thin metal bands were held together by leather-banded armor. Wearing soft leather armor that seemed easy to move it, the thief-like man left his bow and quiver at his side. A man with a delicate face was wearing something that looked like what the innkeeper called a suit of leather armor but seemed a little too light to be called armor. And then there was a seated man that was dressed in leathers much like the thief except reinforced with additional layers of leather, hard leather armor. The 4 adventurers looked up and down at Momin in a praising manner. What drew their attention the most seemed to be the soft gauntlets Momin was wearing. "I am late this time, my deepest apologies," Momin said as he stood at the entrance with his head lowered. "Don't worry about it, Momin-san. We had a bit of a rough morning ourselves." A pained smile floated across his face. "It's just that we were woken up early by some woman throwing a tantrum near our rooms." With that, it was as if a bag had broken open as the other adventurers started voicing their displeasure. "And to think we had chosen the highest class of inn just so that we could get a good rest. Getting up woken by some dumb broad early in the morning really pisses me off. We don't know which rich merchant it was, but to have a daughter like that must be quite a handful. The butler seemed to have a terrible time too. Well, thanks to the tantrum, we got to enjoy a luxurious breakfast. Let's be generous and forgive her. Anyway, take a seat please. For now I'll like to start with a self-introduction and then talk about the nature of the request and details of the job at hand." How unexpected. Momin was a little surprised by how different they were from his expectation. He had expected to be treated more like a subordinate, but thanks to the good nature of the adventurers, things progressed smoothly. Ishbin hardly needed to be there. Momin chose an empty seat and sat on it. "Then I will be taking my leave." "Ah, thank you very much." Ishbin closed the door, and left. She stuck up her thumb, and smiled wryly like a man. "Interested?" "What?" The remaining 4 adventurers gazed at Momin. The warrior-like man then stood up as their representative. Black hair, black eyes. An ordinary face with no outstanding features. A deep scar running down the right side of his face. The nicks and dents on his armor stood in mute testament to the number of fights with monsters this man had survived. "Anyway, Momin-san, nice to meet you. I am the man acting as the leader of the Axe of Cyclone, Peter Mork. Anyway, I was thinking to give a simple introduction from everyone here. Then, he is the ranger acting as our eyes and ears, Luki Luthervolve." The swashbuckler in leather dipped his head lightly in acknowledgement. A slender man, his long hands and feet made him look like a spider. Rather than giving an impression of weakness, his slender form was lean and powerful. His eyes and ears were black. And then our magic caster, the knowledgeable one. Nina the spellcaster. "Nice to meet you." Nina was probably the youngest of the group. Not quite an adult with an overly boyish smile, he bowed lightly. Blonde hair and green eyes. Skin pale in contrast to the sun-bronzed complexion of the other adventurers. He was also the most handsome of the group. Not handsome in a manly way, but Nina had nice regular features. His voice was also a little high-pitched for a man. However, the slight smile that appeared on his face seemed pasted on like a mask. His smile wasn't exactly fake, but to Momin it seemed a little too perfect. It was, however, a minor point and Momin dismissed the matter. In contrast with the armor-clad forms of his companions, he was the only one who was dressed in little more than a leather outfit. Instead, various strange and unusual items could be seen hanging from his belt. Things like strangely shaped bottles and wood carvings and other knickknacks. However, could you please stop that embarrassing nickname? Eh? Isn't it fine? Seeing Momin being curious, Lucky Luther opened his mouth to comment. No, this guy is a genius magic caster and quite famous. Hey! Is it a talent that allows shorten a person's time to master magical skills from 10 years to 4 years instead? I am not a magic caster myself, so I am not sure how useful it is. I actually have a dream. So I'm frantically working hard. Your way of thinking is not wrong, having talent is important too. Ma, I can't deny that. Overall, the team appeared strong. But if they were judged by using Momin as a reference, all of them were unmistakably weaklings. The last person is our nature worshipper or druid, Dane would wonder. He is highly proficient in healing and nature's magic. He is quite knowledgeable in herbology too. If you are feeling unwell, just look for him. He has some effective medicine dealing with stomach pain. With an unkempt beard around his mouth, and a strong body, the man with a savage-like impression nodded. But his appearance seemed to be younger than Momin. There was a slight scent of grass in the air. Its source was probably from the bag hanging from his waist. I am Momin. This is my first job. As I will do my best to not be a burden, please take care of me. Yes, we'll be in your care too. I apologize for ending our introduction early as we would like to return to the main topic, the job we took. Did the guild tell you any details about our work? Yes, subjugating the monsters nearby and protecting our cargo transportation. That is the gist of it. Our job this time is to hunt down any monsters in the areas surrounding the city. The ranger Lucky Luther opened his mouth. After the monster hunt, the guild will reward us according to how strong the monster was. Hence any adventurers not taking any jobs will go around hunting monsters. It is for our sake of our rice bowls that we took on jobs like this. The druid, Dane interjected quietly from the side. To us, it might be a source of income. It still reduces the danger for those staying around the area. Merchants can travel safely while the kingdom benefited from the extra taxes gained. Everybody stands to gain from this. Any country that had a guild had enacted such a policy. Surprisingly, the policy was not implemented until 5 years ago. The magic caster, Nina added. His teammates nodded in support of his statement. Completely agree. Long live the princess. It was initially proposed that adventurers would be exempted from taxation. But it did not come into fruition. Oh, to think that they would give much preferential treatment to adventurers. I should further add that some view us as mercenary group with no loyalty to the country. Other times we are being treated as enemies. Even the Empire would not treat us that well. The princess is very wise, for her to propose that many beneficial plans. Sadly, many were rejected outright. I want to marry a beauty like her. Then what about working hard to become a noble? Ah, totally impossible, impossible. I cannot accept a life with so many restrictions. It is not a bad idea to gain nobility status since the country has no law against the nobles for suppressing the plebeians. I can just do whatever my heart desires. Other than Momin and Nina, everybody's expression stiffened. Lucky Luther tried to follow it up with the conversation by talking casually. Ouch, your mouth is sharp as ever. Looks you still hold those nobles in contempt. I know that some nobles still maintain a sense of chivalry. But my elder sister was taken away by that pig. My hatred for all nobles stemmed from there. We're straying off topic. I don't think we should be discussing this matter in front of him. Dane wanted to put the original topic back on track, as Peter faked a cough. Ahem. Ma, we will explore the surrounding areas. Since the areas were considered developed zones. Hence, there will not be any strong monsters, please do not worry. Since this is Momin's first job, hence. Peter unfolded a parchment on the table, which is a map of the surrounding area. On it were symbols for nearby villages, forest and river. Basically, we will be exploring the southern region. His finger traced the map, beginning from the middle and moving south towards an area bordering the forest. Our prey will be monsters occupying the forest bordering the slain theocracy. We will use ranged weapons to attack enemies at the rear. Most of them will be goblins. Ma, the difficulty of the goblin is 10. So, we do not have much to worry about. Bah, taking down weak monster like this, our rewards are at most will be 1 silver coin. Understood. Towards their confident act, Momin harbored some doubts. From Momon's personal knowledge, there was a big gap in the strength of goblins. For example, a goblin leader, there is a chance that it could be considered a boss-level monster. But they think that goblins were pushovers. Are they sure something like that will not exist? Or that in this world, the goblin's strength is that little? The weakest goblin that Momon knew were level 3 goblins. For those goblins to be opponents, even this group of people could defeat them. However, confirming the information about goblins' race was better. Will there be any chances for exceptionally strong goblins to appear? The members of the Axe of Cyclone looked at each other. As if they came to an unspoken consensus, they replied Momon's answer in a manner to allay his fears. Don't worry, it is true that there are strong goblins. But they will not appear in the forest we are headed. This is because those strong goblin are leaders that control their tribes. It is unlikely that they will mobilize their tribe. Goblins are familiar with territories under human occupation. Hence, they know that attacking en masse will be troublesome for them. Especially those highly intelligent strong goblins that acted as leaders. I see, I understand. However, could you inform me of the monsters we might encounter, such as their difficulty levels? The members of the Axe of Cyclone simultaneously looked at Nina. Accepting it, Nina adopted the expression of a teacher and began his explanation. Firstly, the goblins we will likely encounter have a difficulty level of 6. Wolves are 10. There have been no records of other beasts we could encounter reaching the later half of the 20s. The highest is the first half of the 20s. The most dangerous thing we could encounter in the plains are level 20 ogres. I have been hearing about this since earlier, but are we not going to enter the forest? Yes. We are avoiding it purely because the danger level is quite high. We can still manage the jumping leech and most large insect-type monsters. But the hanging spiders that spits its webs from the trees, and forest worms that attack from underground by using its large mouths are monsters that are at the upper ranges of difficulty level 20, will be trickier to handle. Hence, we will not enter the forest. If we enter the forest, our difficulties will rise sharply. I see. Momon nodded. It was just hunting monsters within the boundary of the forest to the plains. And so please do not worry, Momon-san. We will definitely protect you. Momon expressionlessly faced Lucia Luther, who was trying to dispel Momon's unease through jesting. However, the way that he talked to him, Momon's mind is ablaze with dark flames of anger. He tried hard to suppress it. The feeling of being assured by lesser beings. What was worse was that they honestly thought that Momon was weaker than them. A subordinate of Sabas, one that is given the honor to guard the last floor at heart of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Momon, or her true identity as Naarbal Gamma, was being perceived as a weakling. Momon slowly but repeatedly inhaled and exhaled, to dispel the heat within him. Then, Momon-san. There do not seem to be any more questions, and we want to make preparations, and I think it will be fine, but could you carry that Shoiko? Ah, yes. Understood. In the direction Peter was pointing to stood a Shoiko. Momon walked there, and lifted the Shoiko. Everyone there was shocked, and let out a voice of admiration as they saw that he did not use much power to lift it up. That's more than enough, Momon-san. Ah, lifting it that easily, I'm surprised. Your outer appearance is completely different from your abilities. In the village, I have carried this type of luggage before. I see. Peter. We will be fine. Yes, that's right. Everyone please take note. Momon will stay behind us in case we have to fight. There is a metal plate affixed on the porter and carrier. We can use it as a shield as the arrows will not be able to pierce it. Moreover, prioritize your own safety even when we might fall into dangerous situations. Understood. Then shall we make a move? Overlord First Half Chapter 21, First Request Part 3. Many people would think that traveling below 30 kilometers in one day is not a big deal. However, would they understand if there was no road, having to monitor one's surroundings, and on top of that, having to lug around a large weight, and having to prepare for a variety of situations. In addition, one day's movement was until 3 p.m., depending on the situation, ending earlier was basic. One of the reasons was because time was needed to make camp. Amongst them, finding a location took the most time. Avoiding routes that animals would take, having a ground that would be fine during rain, and having protection against night attacks from nocturnal monsters. Due to this, finding a wide area to set up camp was an extremely troublesome job. Especially while in a plains where the difficulty level rose significantly. And so before the sunset, time was used to prepare the camp. While it was possible to cut down wood from the forest nearby to make a temporary camp, but having little numbers would make it quite dangerous. The larger the camp was, wild animals like beasts and magical beasts would stay away, and heteromorphic races like goblins and kobolds would not attack. On the contrary, a small area had a risk of being attacked. Heteromorphs and magical beasts had night vision, and so a night battle was accompanied with quite some danger. And so, the current camp was located a distance of 2 kilometers away from the forest, guaranteeing a slight level of safety. Then, stick this wood in. Yes. Holding the wood he was given, Momin pierced them into the ground surrounding the tent. The area was about 20 meters wide. After 4 were placed, a thin black cotton string was tied around the 4. Lastly, making a knot in the middle of the string, from there he pulled it until the front of the tent, and hung a large bell there, completing it. This was the creation of a warning network. It had already been 3 days and Momin had become used to it. Completing the clapper, Momin returned. Good work. It was nothing. The ranger Lucia Luther gave words of gratitude to Momin without looking. He was not fooling around. Since earlier he was using tools to dig holes, making traps. The magic caster Nina was walking around the surroundings, and was chanting some kind of magic. There was a warning magic called alarm, but it could not cover a wide area, probably as an extra measure. Momin chased that figure. Collecting knowledge on detection and warning magic was not Momin's role, but he understood that he should still have some. The motion of the magic was the same as Momin's. Chanting or other elements were not necessary. Then what should one do to acquire magic, and could he make it his own? Nina noticed Momin's gaze, and probably because he was more friendly than when they first met, he had a smile on his face as he returned. You are always watching, is it interesting? Yes. I want to become like Nina-san and use magic. Oi oi. Magic is not a thing that you can learn in a day or two. Firstly, it seems that a guy that does not have a connection to the world can't do it, and those guys have latent geniuses hidden inside them. Lucia Luther raised his head from the trap and commented. Nina wiped off his smile, and faced Momin with a serious face. Is that so? Ah, Momin-san. Please do not be that disappointed. I think that Momin-san has the ability. Something that feels different from a normal person. Is that so? Ma, he easily lifted that impossible baggage. It's something different. Ma, if it is a magic caster better than me, he may be able to understand something. The highest magic casters are able to detect their opponent's magic ability better. What does that mean? Ah, we magic casters have something like a magic aura made by our magic power, and it surrounds our body. The better one becomes at magic, the ability to sense it also increases. That and controlling the amount of magic power. Hey! Restraining his deepening voice, Momin replied with a not suspicious normal voice. It seemed that Momin did not have that ability. He could not feel anything of the sort from Nina. No, was it possible to even feel it? And so, using this magic power detection ability, it is not rare for magic casters to turn people with high magic power into their disciples. That was how I was picked up. Nina continued. Is that so? Then if I want to use magic, what should I do first? Let's see. Firstly, you need to find a good teacher. Afterwards? Ma, you cannot proceed without a teacher, but afterwards you should carve a contracted medium. A contracted medium? A special medium which you have contracted with, and engraved with special magic equations. You can use the magic from your force of will. Is Nina holding one? Mine is a grimoire. He pointed at the bag he was carrying. Can that grimoire be used by anyone? Ahaha. It's impossible, Momin-san. The person that can extract power from the medium, is only the one who has formed a contract. And so Momin-san holding my grimoire cannot use it. Is that so? A pity. Momin resisted the desire to click his tongue. Ma, there are many people that steal the magic inside the medium though. Is that so? If that is the case, then I have no choice but to steal magic? That is not true. Nina replied to Momin's dangerous words with a smile on his face. You can buy scrolls with magic inside the guild. And you can use them to transfer mediums. And if you search, you can find adventurers that would sell them at reasonable prices. Occasionally, adventurers have a chance of holding on to rare or recently made magic rather than the guild. While preserving a face that showed interest, Momin thought about what to do. The merits and demerits of killing this party and stealing the grimoire. The answer appeared immediately. There were naturally more demerits. Anyway, was it possible to gain magic in this world? Paying money for scrolls were probably the safest method. However, the problem was what to do if the price of scrolls were too high. A pain. If Momin had received permission to move freely from mines, he would have killed them and stolen it. However, he did not receive that permission. That would be the same as ignoring an order from his Supreme One. Momin breathed a sigh in his heart. A troublesome problem. Not being able to use brute force to solve everything was very irritating. How many spells one can inscribe depends on one's magical ability. I can use 35 spells. I have learned 20 from my master and have bought 15 others. For example, becoming Nina's disciple? Yes. Of course it would be better to get someone more skilled than I am. However, there are only private schools in the kingdom and they mostly accept only young children with flexible minds. In comparison, the Empire has some very established academies with a solid curriculum. The theocracy boasts a very advanced standard of research but only in regards to divine magic. I see. Can I enter the Empire's Magic Academy to learn magic? I think that would be hard. The Empire's Magic Academy is considered as part of their country's national education body. Only citizens of the Empire are allowed to study there. If it is like this. Hey there, sorry to disturb your lively discussion. But the rice is almost done. Can you call out to the other two? Ah, let me go. Momin walked towards the nearby tent, where two people were sitting on the ground while working. The fighter, Peter, and Druid, Dine, were carefully servicing their weapons by applying oil to prevent rust forming on their swords, while checking the weapons for any signs of bending. Today's kill consisted of 12 monsters. Peter got 6, Dine got 3, and Loki Luther got another 3. But the most important was that no one got hurt. But this did not mean that their armor and swords were not damaged during the fight. Fresh slash marks appeared on the armor, while the sword bared signs of being used to fend off goblin weapons. Measures like this were a matter of life and death. Both of them were so absorbed in their work that they were hesitant to return the greeting. Of course, if that was from a normal person. Looks like, it's time for our meal. Ah, it's time already? It was about 4 p.m. The sun was slowly sinking towards the west. Probably it would be another 1.5 hours before it completely disappeared over the horizon. The time for dinner was a bit early. But that sort of thinking belonged to those who were unfamiliar with traveling. Let's go immediately. The repair must have had reached a satisfactory level. Dines moved his sight away from the sword, and began to store the equipments away. After a moment, Peter began to follow suit. Please wait over there. Ah. Understood. Momin left the two behind while he returned to the campfire. The contents of the pot, hanging over the fire, began to boil. It was easy to build a fire. Toss a cloth soaked in animal fat into the stove. Sometimes a torch was used instead and start a fire with flint. After that, the only thing left to do is to place thin strips of wood among the thicker logs to keep the fire going until the logs catch fire. Such was Loki Luther's skill, that the logs always catch fire before the wood strips burn out. And with easy speed, the fire built up rapidly and soon it was burning merrily inside the stove. Having placed the pot on the stove, the sound of cooking stew could soon be heard and soon an appetizing aroma settled in the area. It would be near impossible to eat foods that used water on a normal trip. That was because of the weight of the water. A grown man needed 2 liters of water a day. Momin and the rest needed at least 10 liters. Basically it meant that one needed to carry 10 kilograms of water per day. Any more would make one unable to carry anything else, and it became difficult. And so a normal trip would make one's head be filled with thoughts of resupplying, but until now Momin and the rest never resupplied. Even though it had already been 3 days since they had left the town. This was rented from the guild, and they were using a magic item that could store 20 liters of water. And so there was quite an excess, and so stew could be made. When the stew was cooked, he passed it to Peter and Dine who had just finished cleaning. Loki Luther added bacon stew to their personal bowls, along with the toasted bread, and various preserved fruits and nuts, that made up their dinner. Salt was added to replenish the amount lost through sweating. To Momin, the meal was low class, but it passed when came to the purpose of replacing their nutrients. The members of the Axe of Cyclone laughed as they ate. Momin would occasionally join them in their mealtime conversation, but there's still a divide between them. But he did not feel lonely. And they had a good relationship. Although they were adventurers that protected each other's lives, was this normal? Momin, who was interested, asked. Every seems quite friendly with one another. Were you together from your birthplace? No. We met at our first promotion test. Although we had heard rumors about Nina. Yup. He's a genius. Actually, because Nina was here, everyone could return safely. I don't think that is true. I couldn't do it alone. Lucky Luther's early warnings against monsters helped a lot. Really? For me it's thanks to Dine's healing. Breathing was difficult when there was a goblin's arrow stuck in my chest. I thought I was going to die. At that time, the one engaging the goblins was Peter. If he wasn't here I would have been a bit late with my healing magic. That was thanks to Nina's protection magic. My arms were really tired facing two of them. It was a big help to engage the third. To treat each other with such humbleness and respect. It was certainly a good party with strong bonds. Bonds were formed from entrusting each other with their own lives. Momen could not understand such emotions. It was certainly different from the relationship that the Guardians of Nazareth had with each other. The maids followed the same master and were moving towards the same goals. In essence it was not a bond of emotion but a pact of logic. If anybody moved in a different direction, they would probably wind up killing each other. Is it normal for adventurers to have such good relationships? Probably. We are protecting each other's lives after all. Not understand what others are thinking, or not knowing where one has gone are dangerous. To prevent that, at some point in time, the relationship improves. That's true, our party doesn't have any women. If there were then we might argue. And don't we have a proper goal as well? I think so as well. Having everyone focused on one goal helps a lot. Peter and the others nodded their heads. Is that so? I apologize for changing the subject, but where did the party name Axe of Cyclone come from? Currently, no one used a weapon like an axe. Peter used a long sword, Dine used a mace, Lucky Luther used a composite longbow. Nina, well, used magic. Of course those were the main weapons, and there were substitutes, but no one used an axe. And there was no way that they would make a disassembling axe as their party name. At Momen's question, the four of them looked at each other. They were surprised at the fact that Momen did not know. Ah, this is that. So you haven't heard about it, the magic weapon known as the Axe of Cyclone. The name Axe of Storms might be more well known. Seeing that Momen did not have an expression of understanding, the four of them once again were shocked. Well, of course they would be shocked, it was a weapon so famous they named their group after it. It's a weapon that one of the 13 heroes used in Legends. It's a weapon that when swung, created a storm. Finding it has been our main goal. Well, there are lots of weapons that are legends, but this is one that is well known even among them. It's not known if it still exists though. Well, in the end our goal is the 12 legendary swords, this is a step before that. But we are of a rank that doesn't allow us to look for the Axe of Cyclone, but we intend to rise until we can't be laughed at. Seconds? Momen-san. It's fine. I'm already full. Momen smiled. Without a doubt, he would develop any sense of camaraderie with lowly beings like humans. The campfire was out long ago and the charred remnants of the wood were getting cold. Even with the campfire out, the surroundings did not become pitch black. The night was illuminated by the moon and starlight, and was sufficient to see through the grasslands. Although there was a thin layer of clouds, it did not disrupt the light. The world was dead silent except for the sound of the rustling grass as the winds blew through the plains. Dine popped a herb into his mouth and bit into it. A sharp feeling of coolness spread through his nose and his heavy eyelids suddenly popped back wide open. It was herb commonly used by adventurers to maintain alertness. It was cheap and probably half the adventurers in the field used it. In the field adventurers commonly took turns to stand guard in the 11-hour-long period of darkness. While not having Lucky Luther's sharp senses, in the vast flat expanse of the grassland, it was impossible to miss seeing anybody approaching. Dine looked back calmly towards the sound of rustling grass behind him. Were you awake? The person Dine predicted Momen had an expression without a trace of drowsiness. We will walk quite a lot tomorrow. It's best to rest properly. Dine, however, wasn't worried about Momen. Momen appeared to have extraordinary physical stamina and constitution. Since he also had incredible physical strength that belied his appearance, one could say that he was a person of amazing physical capabilities. There was a little something off about Momen. At first Dine thought it was the extraordinary strength but that was not it. Momen's knowledge was also strangely skewed. Momen claimed to have lived in a village, but appeared to be ignorant of basic knowledge that a villager should know. His table manners were not that of a villager and here and there Momen showed signs of possessing a high level of education. Nina also appeared to have noticed the same thing, but would not give voice to his suspicions. Among adventurers it was understood that asking a fellow adventurer about his past was rude. Even in this party there were members who were silent about their past. That being said, sometimes Dine felt Momon's unusual calm a little unnatural. For example, he maintained a calm expression even after today's battle with the goblins. Dine was certain that as a novice adventurer he would certainly not be able to stay calm in a battle. Maybe it had something to do with a part of Momon's past? Yes. But I've woken up. Really, I think that it would be fine if you remove your gauntlets. He made a wry smile at Momon, who was again wearing his boorish gauntlets. I can't calm down if I don't have them. Then I will be in the surroundings for a bit. Do it within the camp. Yes. I understand. Watching Momon's retreating back, Dine recalled Lucia Luther's words. Lucia Luther evaluated Momon's walking stance and said that Momon had a talent for the thief class. The spirit of genius? Nina mentioned that Momon had a talent for magic, while Lucia Luther said that he had the talent to be a thief. In addition, he also possessed the strength necessary to be a warrior. From his looks, Momon appeared to be in his very late 20s. It was a pity to think that a man of such talents was up till now stuck in a village. If only he had begun adventuring earlier. By now Momon might even have become a legendary adventurer. But Momon right now was only an ordinary man. Momon left the tents, and lied down slowly on the plains. The pale white light danced from the sky, painted the green grass white. If one looked up at the stars that filled one's vision, they shined so brightly that one would think that they could just reach out and grab them. One could imagine it. Filling one's vision, the scene of countless treasure chests sparkled. Even if it was covered up, one could not look away, it gave off that sort of impression. However, Momon was in no way impressed by the scenery before him. It was not because he was used to such a view, but because he was preoccupied by an important task. Admiring the view ranked perhaps second or third place in importance. Sharpening his body's focus, Momon checked his surroundings. Even from behind him, he could not feel any suspicions. Confirming that, Momon continued to the field and, like he was sleeping, activated the message magic. On the other end was his highest master Ainz. There was a need to immediately inform him of the information he had just learned. He contacted Ainz, and informed him of the information Nina gave him. If someone saw his figure, they would think that he was a dangerous human that talked to thin air. I see, I understand. It will be fine to think that the guild contains a large amount of magic. I think that is the case. I would like some magic to compare to something. The first thing to do would be to buy it. And it is necessary to become a disciple of a magic caster. I should think of changing the plan. I will send over some additional funds, and so investigate how to buy it. However, it will not be that expensive. Would it be fine if we change a part of my background? Ah, that's true, the setting of you being a simple villager. If so, then leave it to Sabot. Now is it fine to end this report? Yes. This is all the information I have gained. Understood. Continue being an adventurer that does not attract suspicion. I will send over a shadow demon, so take the additional funds. If you want to use it for other work, I do not mind no matter how much you use. I have already ordered the shadow demon with these instructions. Yes. Thank you for your good work, I really be relying on you, Narbril. Why, yes. Thank you very much. Ignoring the fact that there was no one in front of him, Momon unconsciously bowed his head. The voice of his absolute master disappeared, but the echoes of his voice of gratitude still reverberated within Momon's body. Among the other maids, there was probably no one that could talk to their master that much. That sense of superiority boiled up from the depths of Momon's heart. While he tried to suppress his smiling face, he did not do it well. Unable to do anything else, Momon hugged his face with both his hands, and burned up with all his might. If he were alone, he might have raised a cry of joy. His master Ainz have called out his name. However, he did not want to fail at the responsibility that Ainz gave to him, and thinking that, controlled himself. Ha! He breathed deeply several times as if to release the heat that had built up inside of him. But he had already returned to his calm expression. Now. Momon stood up, and began walking towards the tent. He would have to work together with them for the next 3 days. He could not do anything suspicious. Recalling Ain's earlier voice and kicking it into his memory, he maintained his calmness. Returning to a space near the tent, Momon received a question from Dine about what he was doing when he suddenly bowed his head over there, while controlling his memories which felt like they were about to revolt. Overlord First Half Chapter 22, First Request Part 4. Humans and monsters alike shared a deep connection with the forest. On one hand the forest represented a place blessed with richness and on the other, a wild and dangerous place. Unlike in modern Japan where electrical lighting was common, light sources were highly valued in this world. In the dark places where the light of the world could not reach, the monsters reigned. In the dungeons, in the caves, at night and in the forests. This was one of the reasons why monsters saw better in the dark. Humans fumbled blindly in the dark while monsters, not as much. If humans encountered monsters, combat was inevitable. As such one should understand just how dangerous it was to enter a place of darkness. Even in daylight, the trees of the forest blocked out the sun and created darkness in many places. Because of that it was more dangerous in the forest compared to the grasslands. In lightly wooded areas one was relatively safe, but in the primeval forests where the sunlight did not penetrate, it was a place of eternal darkness. Because of this, the adventurers kept their distance from the forest, walking in a single file in the wide grasslands. Well, you could call it a grassland, but the grass was at most 15 centimeters in height. It was not a difficult terrain to traverse. The ranger that led the way, Lucky Luther, scanned the grassland around him for tracks and other signs of creatures as well as keeping an eye on the forest. As the group was scheduled to complete its hunt today and return to the city, the ranger was more alert than usual. The other three companions, the mage Nina, the fighter Peter and the druid Dine in comparison, were far more relaxed as they trusted Lucky Luther to keep them safe. Under the scorching sun, the adventurers trudged on silently in single file. It was late in the morning and all was quiet save for the slight squishing of sap as boots crushed the grass underfoot. Only God knows how long this continued. "Get down." Suddenly, Lucky Luther's voice cut through the silence. It wasn't loud, but one could hear the tension in his tone. Immediately and without question, the group obeyed, dropping flat on the grassland. As the eyes of the party, Lucky Luther's warnings had absolute authority. "Grow plant." As Dine activated his magic, a row of plants grew rapidly, hiding the presence of the prone party. Close up, the row of plants would certainly look suspicious, but from a distance, it would be difficult to notice anything out of ordinary without a remarkable sense of awareness. Momen laid prone and laid his Shoako horizontally next to him. "What's the matter?" Pushing aside the green blanket of plants, Peter crawled forward and settled next to Lucky Luther. Nina, Dine and eventually Momen joined them. "That." Momen pushed aside the plants and peeked through a gap in the direction that Lucky Luther was pointing. A line of monsters had appeared from the forest at a distance of approximately 200 meters. A dozen child-sized monsters flanked by two giant monsters. The child-sized monsters were ones they had encountered and battled 2 days ago. These were the demi-humans known as goblins. A deformed face with a flat nose, a wide mouth with two upward-thrusting fangs. Bright green skin with thin black hair stuck stiffly out of its scalp as if held up with cream. The creature wore roughly treated animal skin as armor on top of rags which were either dyed in brown or were just plain dirty. In one hand it carried a wooden stick, club, and in the other, a small shield. The creature looked like an experimental mix between a human and an ape with a dash of evil as a topping. That was the monster a goblin looked like if the experiment failed. The giant monsters were between 2.5 to 3 meters. Large heads with heavy brows and a look that suggested that nothing much was going on inside. A back that was hunched over like a frightened cat, their long muscular arms resembled large trees dangled down, almost touching the floor. Carrying a club that looked like a tree that had been simply ripped from the ground, the monsters were wrapped in what seemed like raw animal skins. The stench that drifted from their bodies was noticeable even from a distance. Green warty skin with thick and powerful torsos, just from appearances, one could tell that these creatures had enormous strength. All in all, the oversized duo resembled a pair of demented shaved chimpanzees. Observing their surroundings, the group of monsters stepped out of the forest and into the grassland. Almost every monster carried a bag made of rags, as if prepared for a long journey. 12 goblins and 2 ogres. Are they strong enough to threaten the party? Evaluating a monster's strength was not as simple as it sounds. The party wiped out the goblins they encountered 2 days ago without a scratch. But this time there were also 2 ogres. As mentioned before setting off, this was a difficulty level 20 mission, but in Momen's eyes the opponents were so weak, the ogres and the goblins appeared to be about the same difficulty. Just like humans who measured in terms of meters, a difference of a millimeter or 3 would be barely perceptible. Not quite sure how to answer Momon's question, Peter smiled at Momon, brimming with confidence. No problem. They look like regular monsters. We can handle them easily. Just in case, please wait in the rear with Nina. Understood. Momon backed slowly to where Nina lay prone. Do you require support magic? Yes. The forest is close by, they would be troublesome to chase down if they fled into the forest. Then shall we use our usual tactics? Let's do that. But looks like it would be a little tough to handle 2 ogres at the same time. Right, Dine, keep them pinned. Nina, cast defensive magics on me and then focus on casting offensive magics and keeping Momon safe. Luthor will handle the goblins. If the ogres break through, keep blocking them. In that event, Nina should take out the goblins first. Nobody contested Peter's instructions. The adventurers looked at each other and wordlessly agreed to the course of action with a nod of the head. The tactics discussion proceeded smoothly, as if the group were of one mind. Momon was most impressed by their solidarity. If Momon was free to use all his strength, a single area of effect spell would have ended the battle. But of course, the group could not do that and so had to do things in their way. Evaluating the adventurers' group tactics is the most important thing that Momon hoped to accomplish on this journey. Luthor broke away from the group and drew his composite longbow. With the bowstring drawn to its limit, he released it. The arrow flew through the air in a straight line and struck a spot 10 meters in front of the goblin. The goblins were the ones who were surprised. Luthor noted that the goblins were confused by the sudden attack and a smile appeared on his face. A single shot from a lone archer and a missed shot at that. Of course, the goblins were not capable of hitting a target 200 meters away either, but that fact completely slipped their minds. Even if one was only being polite, you could not really describe the goblins as smart, and on top of that they were many compared to the lone Luthor. The innate violent nature of the goblins rose to the front and with a shout, they charged ahead towards the ranger with the ogres following closely behind. In a frenzy of bloodlust, the group charged with neither formation nor defensive measures like holding up their shields. It seemed like they had forgotten everything except moving forward. Seeing that, Luthor could not help but smile. Tay! Another shot at 140 meters. The next arrow penetrated a goblin head. The goblin tottered a few more steps and toppled backwards. Obviously, dead. The monsters were now closing the remaining distance rapidly. Luthor knocked another arrow without any hint of fear. The ranger knew that his comrades would protect him. Reinforce armor. Behind Luthor hidden in the grass, Nina casted the defensive spell. The ranger knocked another arrow. 90 meters. A goblin bit the dust. 40 meters. Another goblin was shot through the head and collapsed on the ground. Peter stood up. While the goblins were faster, the ogres had a larger stride and so there was not much difference in the ground they covered. Having said that, the group had just crossed 200 meters over open grassland and there were gaps opening up between each monster. Not too many monsters were entering Dine's area of effect. However, Dine's primary task was to first stop one of the ogres. Twine Plant. Dane activated his magic skill. Plant vines started snaking up the leg of one of the ogres. The whip-like plant began to wrap the ogre. Although the plant body was thin, with the combined strength of hundreds of twines, the effects was like being wrapped around by metal shackles. The ogre let out a panicked cry. Within the magic's area of effect were also 3 goblins, they were similarly binded. The twine did not show any interest towards the others. Peter unsheathed his longsword and brought up his shield, to face the onslaught of 6 goblins and an ogre. The first goblin to reach Peter only saw a flash of the sword, before its head flew into the air. Passing through the fountain of blood, Peter closed his distance towards the next goblin. Take this. The goblin opened its mouth, revealing a set of yellow teeth. A muddled sound escaped its mouth. The goblin attacked as if by swinging a baseball bat, but the attack was stopped by Peter's shield. Another goblin attacked from his flank, but the hit was blocked by the magically enchanted armor. A deep vibration resounded when the attack was deflected. Peter's gaze was focused on the ogre that appeared moments later. From the earlier attack, he decided that he would not suffer much injury from the goblins. Come. Die. The ogre understood what Peter was shouting, and proceeded to swing its club towards him. Peter managed to dodge it at the last moment. Luckily, as he was surrounded by goblins, he would not be facing a sweeping attack from the ogre. The ogre lifted its club which left a depression on the ground. Looking at that, if he decided to take it head-on, it was likely that he would die from that single attack. Magic Arrow. The last to stood up was Nina, who fired 2 shots of magic, which directly hit a goblin. That goblin was about to attack Peter from the back. But after taking the hit, the goblin slowly crumpled to the ground. The 5 goblins who surrounded Peter switched targets and aimed for the 3 at the back. It seemed that they think that the ogre alone was sufficient to handle Peter. Lucifer kept his longbow and took out his short sword. At the same time, Dane drew out his spiked mace. The 2 of them readied themselves while keeping a distance from Nina, to give him opening space to attack. Nina was covering their rear. The 5 goblins were evenly matched against Lucifer and Dane. The fight was progressing slowly, but at least one of the goblin was taken out. At the same time, one of Lucifer's arm was fractured by one of the goblins' attack. While withstanding the pain, he was able to find the chance to plunge a dagger into an opening of a goblin's leather armor. Dane was clubbed several times. His actions began to slow. Luckily, he did not take any fatal hits. Nina was observing the battle closely while trying to conserve his mana. Although the other ogre was restrained by the vines, from the looks of it, Nina may have had to face it alone. Peter was in a deadlock against the other ogre. Fortress. Peter shouted while lifting up his shield to block the ogre's blow. A loud crashing sound was heard. Moment, who was lying flat in the grass, was playing with the weeds as if bored. His pupil dilated after witnessing the fight between Peter and the ogre. The ogre's attack was completely blocked off. Peter was still standing there with his shield raised. He did not budge at all. It looked like the shield was able to completely negate the ogre's attack. Martial arts. Moment recalled the magical weapon skill that was used by her fellow maids. If it was a non-magical job classes, a skill could be obtained once the job class reached level 5. Those skills contained a variety of effects. The skill that Peter used seems to be able to neutralize the impact sustained by the shield. The shield blocked off the continuous attack coming from the ogre. "Let's do this, Peter." Flash. A blinding flash exploded in front of the ogre's nose. The ogre squinted its eyes while retreating. Peter strengthened the grip on his sword, steadying his blade. Smash. Peter released a deafening war cry. While focusing all his strength in this single attack, a slashing attack that was above the cutting power of the sword was released. It easily cut through the ogre. A large amount of blood gushed out from the ogre's wound, followed by its intestines. Needless to say, it was a fatal blow. The club dropped from its hand. With its intestines hanging over its belly, the ogre fell. Light healing. Dane activated his magic to heal Lucifer's wounds. At the same time, the fight with the goblins turned into a one-sided slaughter fest. Lucifer killed the goblins in a single blow. Peter picked up a bow and started to attack the surrounded ogre. Looks like he did not intend to use a sword against the goblins. How boring. To Moment, who yawned while watching the fight, an even fight was very boring. It would be more interesting if any one side crumbled. However, Moment did not intend to secretly release the bounded ogre. This not a matter of morality, but to understand the fighting prowess of an E-class adventurer party. Objectively speaking, an E-class facing off against 2 ogres was a highly precarious scenario. If luck was not on their side, the situation turned dangerous for them. In truth, to be able to observe the usage of martial arts by the humans was a great outcome. I will report to Ian Sama tonight immediately. While thinking about it, Moment heard the sound of footsteps coming towards him. When he lifted up his head, he only saw a lone figure of panicking goblin trying to escape. "Ah, don't run towards this direction," Moment complained silently. While lying down, he pulled out his short sword. "Move! Move! Move!" The goblin's cry were more like screaming of agony. Moment scornfully looked at the goblin, who was swinging its club wildly. The goblin's gaze met Moment's and proceeded to charge towards him. "Moment-san! Run away quickly!" Nina gave out a panicked cry, while preparing to activate his magic. Moment wanted to retort angrily after considering the whole situation. He quickly suppressed the urge before the angry words came out. By Moment's opinion, Nina's reaction and judgment ability were shockingly weak. Moment was unsure of the magic that Nina is going to cast, but from this distance, the goblin was going to reach him first. Although running was an option, the worst-case scenario was the goblin catching up and turning him into a hostage. Looks like there was no other way. At the same time that Moment made his decision, he dodged the goblin's club and stabbed out his sword. There was a dull sound when the short sword pierced through skin and flesh. Moment felt a comfortable sensation coming from his hand as he cut through flesh, broke the bones and destroyed the organs. The goblin at the same moment, only noticed the short sword that pierced his belly. His face was that of terror, the fear when he knew that his life was robbed off. Momen gripped the sword handle, and moved the sword. The sensation of the sword cutting through the goblin's body was felt again. This was followed by 2 magic arrows hitting the goblin's body. Momen moved towards the side, avoiding the collapsing goblin. "Are you all right? Momen-san?" Nina approached Momen while parting or stepping through the long grass. His panicked strides and speech conveyed his sense of worry to Momen. At the same time, Momen was savoring happiness from the act of slaughtering the weak. He tried hard to suppress the urge to smile. It would be unsettling if he were to make such an expression. Momen faked a panicked expression while he stood up slowly. He released a weak sigh. Although it was scary, luckily nothing bad happened. "I see." Expressing relief, Nina's shoulder relaxed. Momen flipped the goblin who fell and retrieved the short sword that was still piercing the body. Blood poured out from the wound, dyeing the grass in red. The white of its eyes was already showing, however, the soft body retained some residual warmth. That was the moment where the life was slowly draining out, leaving a vacant expression that was Momen's second most favorite expression. Momen retained this fond memory. "Thank you for the meal." Momen whispered, a voice of gratitude directed to the goblin that even Nina could not hear. Nina approached the body of the goblin that was stabbed by Momen's short sword. He proceeded to use his dagger to slice off an ear. If he were to pass this to the guild, a bounty would be given. Of course, it was not necessary for it to be ears only, as long as it was a part of the monster that was suited to verify its identity. It was just that the ear was commonly used to identify goblin and ogres. Nina handled the body proficiently as he was quite experienced. However, he found something interesting. This was driven by his sense of curiosity. Nina rolled up his sleeves and began to move his hands towards the goblin's wound. Fresh blood is still pouring out. His arms did not stop moving as he felt the blood that was still warm to the touch. He inserted his arm into the goblin through the wound. A metallic smell wafted out as more blood gushed out. Nina stopping moving his arms deeper as he moved it inside the body. There was a lively sound that was hard to describe. Then! Exclamation mark. Nina immediately removed his arm and looked towards Momen. At that moment their gazes locked. Before that, Momen was staring towards a different direction. As if waiting for that right moment, he looked at Nina expressionlessly. That was the usual expression when Momen looked at others. The eyes were like glass ornaments. Nina developed the impression for the first time that the eyes he looked at several times before were like luxurious treasures. Nina replied with a smile. It was an act that he was used to. However, it felt heavy this time and his face started to froze up. "Momen-san, the ear, I have cut it off." "Thank you very much." Momen bowed his head hurriedly to express his gratitude. As if losing interest, he moved his gaze away from Nina, towards Peter and the others whom were working nearby. "I must have been placed under suspicion." Nina's heartbeat quickened. He forcefully tried to stop his own panicked breaths. There was a large hole in the goblin's abdomen. Other than the skin and flesh, the rib cage and the shoulder bone, and even the leather armor was cut open. Indeed, there were rumors of people with the ability to cut everything in half with just a swing of the sword. But for a person lying in a position that was hard to exert any strength, to stand up suddenly and pierce the enemy while creating a wound like this. Was it possible? Although the possibility was not entirely impossible, it was also likely that the short sword might have used the goblin's momentum to pierce the goblin's body. Even the goblin should not have made such an obvious mistake. This was also a place where it is hard to run very fast. It was hard to imagine any tremendous strength from his outer appearance. Nina maintained his fake smile as he thought. At the same moment, his body shook as if it had been exposed to cold air. It was a sense of instinctive fear of the body when facing off against an unknown monster. Impossible. It was unachievable just by solely relying on the arm strength. If it was some high-tier weaponry like magical swords, it would be plausible. Considering this possibility, who was Momen exactly? To unravel this, a deeper investigation might be needed. Curiosity, even killed the cat. Nina muttered to himself. He smiled again towards Momen who was staring at him again. Overlord First Half Chapter 23, First Request Part 5. Night began to set in when they reached the streets. Magical light began to illuminate the main street, releasing their white radiance in the surroundings. The composition of those walking in the main street began to change. The number of young ladies and children began to dip while the number of men who just completed their jobs began to increase. Sounds of merrymaking drifted out from the shops lining both sides of the street. Among the street was a luxurious coach pulled by 4 horses that moved past Moment and the others. There was still a coach moving towards the main gate at this hour. Many people were surprised by it. However, they soon forgot about the scene and continued towards their respective destinations. The passing of the stagecoach was like a cue for Moment and the rest to stop moving. Several people walking behind them displayed looks of displeasure. However, they were not that brave to voice their complaints towards adventurers. "Good work. Good work." Matching Peter, Moment bowed his head. "In short, the task request will end here. You must be tired as well. We'll go our separate ways here. We will deal with matters related to the guild." "Really? Then thank you very much. But about the reward?" A gold coin was placed in Moment's hand. Moment looked at it with suspicion. It was completely different from what was agreed upon. "Isn't this a lot?" The bounty for Moment for defeating the goblins was 1 silver per goblin. The reward for transporting the goods was 6 silvers in total. An additional bonus was added to congratulate you on your first successful mission. Moment developed a brief apprehension towards this, but pocketed the gold piece into his coin pouch. "I understand. If that is the case, then I will accept it." Moment returned the luggage rack to Peter while taking the gold coin. He gave a brief glance towards Nina. "Then, I will make a move." Bowing his head, Moment began to walk away. The axe of Cyclone watched as the back of the figure receded and without a sound. When he had mostly disappeared from sight, the first one to talk was Peter. "So that was a bit unexpected." "Completely. I can't think of him as a villager who just started his adventure." Responding, Dine nodded his head. That was simply a compliment to an outstanding adventurer. Lucky was about to mention Nina making a slightly displeasant face, but words did not leave his mouth. However, a different topic was said. Did anyone forget anything they wanted to give to him? Peter and Dine shrugged their shoulders in a weird way. Reading the intention, Nina shook his head. "No one forgot. And I think it would be best to stop." "Really? How should I put it? There were no cracks in his figure from behind, right?" Peter and Dine just managed to understand the conversation and wore bitter smiles. There were people with pasts that they did not want to touch among the adventurers. There was no need to stir up a nest of hornets. "Let's stop. And he might have received some training?" "Peter, think a bit more about other stuff." "Other stuff, right? While he might have received some training, I think that there are some obvious stuff we don't, do you know? Cracks, what about him being a villager with search skills like a ranger or thief?" "Ah, it's possible, but..." Scratching his face, Lucky let out an uncomprehending voice. There was something he was thinking about as the same ranger. Because Peter thought so, he paid more for the reward, right? "Well, he seems excellent, and if possible I want a good relationship with him." "And so really? Should we investigate? If we use our connections we should be able to gain some information." "It would be best to stop." Nina completely sliced apart Lucky suggestion. He was about to tell them about the suspicions he felt, but he swallowed his words. There were many times Nina's knowledge saved them. Everybody recognized that expression on Nina's face. It implied that Nina knew something that the group did not. "That's true, we should really stop." Nina's muttering was barely audible, but the weight of his warning settled heavily on the group. His faint trembling sent chills down the back of their spines. Moment was not heading to his inn. Entering an alley, he walked to the end and slipped into yet another alley, his surroundings getting darker and quieter with each turn. It was the slums. The slums was a maze of alleyways, a mess of bedraggled tenements and tumble-down shacks pressed into the already narrow paths. The pathways, littered here and there with potholes and stagnant pools of water, were in a state of disrepair. One couldn't really call these hovels a proper home. They were merely wooden frames roughly put together. Some time ago, someone probably wrapped cloth around the frame and called it home. But at this moment, it was merely a clothless skeleton of one. In the midst of a smell that was like a dog kennel that was long overdue for a cleaning, Moment continued. The light was not strong. However, there were people that had campfires a distance away, but it was just enough to see. In the mostly dark and narrow street, Moment was not lost nor had any hesitation in his step. There was starlight on the plains, but being hidden by the occasional tall building, it did not reach the ground. Far behind, The distant din of the main street could still be heard in sharp contrast to the dead silence of the immediate surroundings. Momin walked wordlessly. On the nth time he turned, Momin had a disordered pace and he slowed down. That was as the alley was releasing a light. A red flickering light. That was not magic, but a normal campfire or a torch. The path curved into an alley, and Momin peeked inside. It was yet another narrow and filthy alley with low-rise buildings and a smell of rotten food in the air. A fire was set in a corner away from the path, its flickering light partially illuminating the area around it in a mix of darkness and light. A log was thrown into the fire, and sparks danced upwards. He could not see the figures in the surroundings. So, peering at the surroundings, Momin coldly laughed. There were no figures of people. Yes, they did not enter his vision. But, there were signs. And Momin's magic reacted. 1, 2, there were 4 in total. It was like they were ambushing him. No, it was an ambush. Then, who was the one that thought it up? Momin had considered the possibility that his attackers were his employers, but dismissed that as he had not done anything to give his true identity away. There was too little information. An impulsive decision was bad. In conclusion, there is a need to leave someone alive to talk. Brows furrowing slightly as he gathered his thoughts, Momin paused for an instant. And almost immediately, he sauntered forward once more with an unhurried and casual pace. Continuing along the alley, Momin approached the fire. As he got very close, the figures hidden in the shadows started to move, a net spreading out as it descended on Momin. If one was caught by the net, one would certainly be unable to move. At the same time, men with clubs moved out from the shadows, as if springing forth from the flames. There were 3 of them. Basically throwing a casting net at him to stop his movements, and after mocking him, steal his belongings. Momin understood, and laughed. Momin had been worried about acting without sufficient information. But this turned out to be a very simple situation. At least one of them should be captured alive for interrogation. Piece of cake. The net spread out and over Momin's body, trapping him inside. That was what should have happened, but it did not. The net slipped through Momin's body and fell into a pile on the floor. Too bad. On top of the gauntlet, Momin held on to a ring he was wearing. Ring of Freedom. A ring that could negate all binding, paralyzing and any other movement obstructing effects. Ainz had been most worried about Momin being captured. He had given her this ring just in case. As such, the net had absolutely no effect on Momin. The 3 men were surprised at the fact that the net did not work. It was natural. A situation that was outside of their little common sense to think about was happening in front of them. The shock of seeing something totally unexpected stunned them, and they were no longer capable of continuing with their plan. In any case, no matter what they did, it was game over for them. It could be said that the moment they had decided to attack Momin, it was all over. Mass targeting. Maximize magic, magic arrow. As Momin activated the spell, 6 missiles of light flew from his hands, dancing in the air. 2 headed for the roof of the house from which the net had been dropped. There was a heavy thud of the missiles striking skulls, noise as the bodies fell, followed shortly by a dull splat. The remaining 4 split off and struck 2 shadows hidden deeper in the alley. With a dry snap, the 2 figures clutched their stomachs as they crumpled slowly onto the ground. Stunned by the suddenness of the attack, the sole survivor turned around and ran for his life. It seemed that he had finally understood his situation. Ha! Momin let out a sigh to the pitiful man. Running was useless, there was no way he was going to get away. Momin sighed at the silly waste of energy. Extend magic, charm person. Momin released a strength and magic hit the man. And then he spoke. Wait, my friend. The feet of the man desperately escaping, came to a stop. And he looked back at Momin with a frightened look. Please wait, my friend. Momin repeated his call as he walked casually towards the man. The face that turned back to face Momin was one of ease, the ease of a man greeting a friend he had not seen for a long time. What, so it was you? Yes. The man's shoulders relaxed. Seeing that, Momin smiled and approached him casually. It might have been a smile of contempt or derision, but the man seemed not to notice. With a distance of having a friend that one trusts from the bottom of one's heart in front of him, the man stood. Momin walked casually towards the man. As he approached the charmed man, he walked past the 2 men that had been hiding in the shadows. They were sprawled on the ground, fresh blood pouring out of their mouths. Here and there you could see blood on their clothes too. At their sides, Ugly clubs lay where they had fallen. It was obvious the pair had suffered extremely, their faces frozen in a rictus of pain. There was, however, no signs of movement. The illusion school spell, Fox Sleep, could give a man the semblance of death, but in this case, there was no sign that such a spell had been used. The spell, Detect Life, showed no sign of life. In that case, the two men were truly dead. There was similarly no sign of life coming from the pair on the roof. The man moved closer and conveyed his dissatisfaction. "That's cruel, these guys all died." "Well, you attacked me first, did you not?" "Well, even so, killing everybody." Facing the sky, the man continued mumbling his complaints. "Well, it can't be helped, he's not going to accept what just happened. I'll just have to work with his dissatisfaction intact." The spell has caused the charmed man to see Momin as his best friend. And as his friend, Momin's words had a certain amount of effect on him. However, since this was only a low-level charm spell, it could not brainwash him. Having seen Momin commit murder, as a friend, he would probably try to persuade Momin to give himself up to the authorities. In summary, the man's response was that of someone just finding out their friend killed somebody. Although there was a sense of guilt, that feeling was not particularly strong. Momin observed his surroundings and decided not to remain here for long. Plus the bodies need to be cleared. There will be patrols from the local law enforcers. Although this was the slums, leaving the bodies here will bound to attract unwanted attention. While the current charm spell would last twice as long as its normal duration, it was not a permanent effect. He would need to clarify the reason behind the ambush while the charm spell was still active. "It is dangerous here. Please follow me, friend." "Ah, I know." The man followed Momin after responding to him. He kept chatting to Momin as they walked. But Momin ignored him mostly. The man did not mind no matter how cold Momin's response was. This was due to the effects of the enchantment. Less than 1 minute later, they reached their destination, which was a rundown house. The house was quite big. However, it looks as if it had not been attended to for a long period. The layer of paint on the wall had begun to fall off because of age. It was not be able to withstand the effects of weather. More than half the windowsills had rotted away. Same thing could be said about the roof. The wooden structure had started to decay and remnants of the decayed wood spread all over the floor. Of course, there was no source of lighting in the house other than the moonlight that seeped in. Nonetheless, it is still brighter than the alley. Momin entered through the large gaping hole in the wall. The interior of the house looked abandoned with weeds growing from the floor. Seeing that, Momin pondered. He would leave behind footprints if he stepped on it. The man behind walked into the house calmly, and left a trail of footprints behind. The rotted wooden flooring gave up on supporting Momin's weight and crumbled. From the damaged rooftop, a ray of starlight filtered in, illuminating Momin like a stage light. Momin closely observed the surroundings. The man following behind Momin entered cautiously. Hey, is this fine?" "No problem, friend. The place here is safe." "Is it? Ma, if you say so. Then, next will be?" Momin turned around. From the beginning, his magic has been activated to look for signs of life. There was. Other than the man, there were 3 people within the surrounding area. All 3 were inside the house. Momin used his heightened senses and was able to confirm the same number presences. "Then, you are given 1 minute to immediately bring the 3 bodies back here." The shadows around Momin suddenly moved towards the direction he was pointing towards. This was not a metaphor, but 2-dimensional shadows that really moved. Eek! The man released an incoherent scream, like a small animal, while looking at the shadows surrounding the place. Of course, no matter how he looked, he was not able to tell them apart. "Then, since we have time, let's begin my questioning." "Huh, what?" "Simple. Why did you attack me? Who ordered you to do so?" If it was a request from someone, then the matter would be rather complicated. After hearing the man's answer, Momin let out a sigh of relief. "No one did. We did it just for the money. Of course, if we knew it was you, we wouldn't do something like this. Trust me, I am someone who treats my friends gently." "Humph." Momin already heard what he needed to hear. Momin let out a smile. He moved in a way that would not leave any tracks in the overgrown weeds, heading closer towards the man. The distance between them was so close till both of them felt each other's breath. He took off his gauntlet and placed a finger on the man's chest before invoking his magic. "Drown." The man's eyes dilated, and he clasped his mouth. Water came out from the corners of his mouth. "Drown, was a magic that infused the lungs with water. It was a magic that progressed in a countdown. It was useless towards those that had the ability to breathe underwater. There was a long delay before it was able to cause the death of the target. In Yggdrasil, it was not a terrifying magic, as there were ways to counter it. Due to the attack, the man's enchantment was lifted. He was shocked by the magic's effect and his fear started kicking in when he was unable to breathe, and he started clutching his throat. At that moment, Momen spoke to him gently. "It's pointless. You won't be able to spit out the water. You may try to swallow it but it will still accumulate in your lungs." The man turned and fled after understanding Momen's words. Of course, Momen did not allow such an act. Momen casually slipped out a leg and tripped the man. He fell onto the wooden flooring of the rundown house with a loud crash. Momen placed his foot beneath the body of the man. With a quick motion, he flipped the man around. He then placed his foot on the man's stomach while increasing the pressure of his foot. Instinctively at some level, the man understood what was happening to himself. He tried to push Momen's foot aside, but it would not move. No matter how he twisted and writhed, it would not move an inch. As if he understood the extreme difference in their strength, the man clasped his hands in front of his chest with a pleading expression. Fear, appealing, pain. The man's expression continued to change. Momen silently watched as the man grabbed his foot with a panicked expression. The man pushed with desperate strength as his face turned bright red from being unable to breathe. He probably pushed harder than he had ever pushed. In times of great danger, people were capable of great feats of strength, like pushing aside pillars to escape from a burning building. But even strength born from desperation had its limits in front of Momen's overwhelming strength. The man's body flapped uselessly as Momen looked expressionlessly at the man's crimson face. The corners of Momen's mouth turned ever so slightly upward. Eventually, the man's eyeballs rolled upward and water poured from his mouth. His body flopped bonelessly to the ground unmoving. Humphrey. With a slight snort, Momen lifted his foot from the corpse, his expression faintly bored like a child that had gotten sick of a toy. Momen turned towards the returning presence. "Thank you for the good work." As if setting down some luggage, with a casual movement of a single hand, 3 bodies tumbled forth. The presence was shrouded in darkness, its shape and figure indiscernible. However, Momen's detect life spell had reacted to it. "Now, shadow demons, please show yourself." Shadows without thickness expanded from the darkness. It was as if something two-dimensional had gained a third dimension. Emaciated humanoid figures with bat wings attached to their backs, their fingers ending in sharp claws. The figures were pitch black, as if created from darkness itself. The only other color were the eyes, a sickly glowing shade of yellow. The name Shadow Demon certainly suited them. "We would request that you show us your true form as well." "We would like to confirm that you are whom that our great Lord has ordered us to serve." "Well, in that case, tell me the name of your master first." "Our master's name is Ainzulgon, the Supreme One." "Understood." Momen's form started to twist and shift. The form that Momen settled into was no different from the one she normally took in Nazarick. Her clothing, however, remained the same, making the chest stick out slightly. "Will this do? We cannot properly verify your identity. We repeat. Please show us your true form." "All right, it can't be helped." Scratching her head lightly in embarrassment, Momen hesitated. She finally nodded with an expressionless face worthy of a no mask, and the outline of her face twisted and melted. The form that her face settled into, was quite simply, not human. Her head was like a pink egg, its bald top gleaming with nary a strand of hair growing. There were no protrusions at all at the spot where the nose was supposed to be. The area was as flat as a field. The areas belonging to the eyes and mouth were simply empty holes. Eyeballs, lips, tongue and teeth were totally non-existent. The face was akin to the drawing of a child's doodle using a black pen. There were changes to the body as well. The well-endowed breast shrunk like a deflating balloon that was pierced by a needle. She dropped the hemp sack on the ground, and the 5 beautiful fingers on her hands were replaced by 4 weirdly long fingers. The fingers wiggled like stick insects, and on one of the fingers was a ring. Doppelganger. That was Momen's Gamma's true form. By raising the level of the race Doppelganger, it was possible to gain one more form, but Narbrel's Doppelganger level was stopped at 1, and 57 levels were focused into her magic. Thus she could not change into anything besides her made form, but it was possible to use illusion magic to change her appearance. This was why she was suitable for infiltrating the town as an adventurer. There were none but 2 NPCs from the human or demi-human races in the great underground tomb of Nezarec. The maids were homunculi, and Narbril and the others, the maids with combat abilities, were like that as well. A camouflaging beetle-like race, a predatory slime, a lycanthrope, Dilohan, and an automaton. The sound was like wind passing through a tunnel. The strange voice was a mix of both a male and female tone. "Have you confirmed it?" "We have confirmed that you are Narbril Gamut that has orders from Ein Sama. We will become your subordinates from here on out." Narbril, without a word, changed her body. The repulsive figure of a doppelganger disappeared, and the one standing there was a beautiful woman. It was like the earlier figure was a complete lie. She picked up the sack that fell on the ground, and again placed it on her back. "Reveal yourself, Shadow Demon." Resuming her usual tone of speaking, but within it was a feeling like an impending storm that was absent before. As if detecting the changes in her tone, from within the shadows, another 2 shadow demons joined the first and knelt in front of Narbril. Narbril moved towards the first shadow demon. "Nay, why must I show my real figure?" Lifting her leg, she kicked up the stomach of the shadow demon. If it was one of the members of the Axe of Cyclone, if it was done improperly, an impressive force would rupture their internal organs. Ripping sounds of kachi-kachi were heard. The shadow demon's body bent into a shape like the kanji for 9, unable to withstand the pain. Moans escaped its mouth. If it was for checking the ones born from the hands of the Supreme Ones, I can understand. But as my subordinates, why must you see my real figure? The figure of this woman was made by the Supreme Ones for me and is special. Maintaining her poker face, Narbril delivered several more kicks. She was not slacking off. Narbril was a magic type. As expected, it would take a while to kill a about level 30 shadow demon with pure physical ability. Was that understood, or was that not understood? Once again, she kicked. The other shadow demons made no indication of stopping her. Jet black fluid escaped the mouth of the shadow demon and its body started to convulse non-stop. Only then, did Narbril stop kicking. Futilda. I believe that this is the words of Ein Sama, and since you are the reinforcements from Ein Sama, I won't kill you. She lightly wiped off the sweat that accumulated on her brow. Now, dispose of the bodies and trash. There should be a place with zombies and skeletons we control. The order was directed towards the remaining one that was spared. At this moment, Narbril was staring a specific spot on the wall. A place beyond the point of the wall surfaced in her mind and she closed her mouth. She began to think. Although it was beneficial to have an increased number of minions, however there were cons as well. Her master sent minions from the servants serving him. This might cause some discomfort among the servants. This was as if saying that her strength was insufficient. An action that would cause Eins to frown will not be good. There were none, so dispose of them. Understood. A different shadow demon from the one who was scolded lowered his head deeply. Afterwards, I learned several things from the adventurers' party, so watch their movement. If you observe strong adventurers, you should learn useful information. Ha! The information obtained by joining a low-level adventurers' party was minimal. The information obtained mainly pertained to basic knowledge. Escape if you are discovered when monitoring them. You are allowed to kill them, but you are strictly forbidden from massacring every single one to the point of stopping the flow of information. This will be all. Begin your operation. Letting her gaze leave the bowing shadow demon, Narbril looked up. Even further above the barely remaining scaffold, the stars were sparkling. Fly. Narbril's body flew into the air. Completely negating gravity, it was like a balloon that floated upwards. Invisibility. After the invoked magic completely wrapped around Narbril's body, an invisible barrier was formed around her. Passing through the damaged roof, an invisible Narbril flew towards the sky. Before exiting the damaged house, she used magic to confirm that there were no observers nearby. She had climbed about 300 meters. The stars above her sparkled, and from there, she saw the countless lights illuminating the streets. Ha! Alone, and surrounded by fresh air, Narbril breathed deeply several times. The job that was given to Narbril was something worse than she had thought. Jobs to kill or to break were fun, but to her, smiling at lower existences was extremely tiring. However, if she did her job well, she understood that Eins would enjoy it, so she had to do her best. Ah! Ha! I want to kill them. Just like responding to the numbness of her shoulders, she stretched her neck. Narbril eliminated those thoughts from her mind. There will be chances in the future. For now, she had to endure. Ha! Sighing one last time, the effects of the flight ended, and she began to descend. A rumbling could be heard from the rushing of the air. Her side tail and clothes fluttered in the wind. There was a need to look for a different job tomorrow. Before that she had to inform the shadow demons looking for strong adventurers of various things. The things she had to do were like a mountain. I have to do my best. Overlord First Half Chapter 24, Butler. What the heck is this food? A shrill and hysterical voice was heard, followed by the sound of crashing utensils in the hall. The eyes of the several people in the dining hall faced the woman that was making a scene. The face of that girl, to be described by using the word beautiful would be an understatement. Her looks rivaled that of the kingdom's beloved royalty, whom the people called the Golden Princess. Although her face was twisted with fury, the appearance remained beautiful. The lady was showing her displeasure towards the dishes displayed in front of her. She flipped her long hair, and annoyingly stroked the ribbon tying her hair. Although her cuteness was enhanced by the slightly droopy eyes, her displeasure was obvious at a glance. The table was fully occupied by dishes of food. Fresh bread from the oven were lined up nicely on the bread basket. The smell of well-seasoned meat stimulated the appetite. A salad was made from fresh vegetables that retained its crunchy texture, while the salad dressing on top emitted a sweet and sour smell. Fortress City Rental's most luxurious inn, the Golden Pavilion, where the cooking was made by ingredients enchanted by the magic, preservation. The dishes could only be tasted by royalty and rich merchants. Anyone would be satisfied by it, except for the girl who was highly displeased. While most people were shocked, many were also curious about the dishes that she ate usually. It is not delicious at all. Hearing this voice, anyone would have a shocked appearance. Only the butler standing behind her did not display any emotions. Hearing such words in a shop that served the most luxurious dishes, made from the highest class cooks, several were shaking their heads left and right as if doubting what they heard. Ah, I do not want to stay in this town any longer, immediately prepare for us to leave. However, Oju-sama. It is already ni. Keep quiet. I have said that we are to leave, so we will leave. Understood? Humph. Get to work, say boss. The girl threw the fork from her hand which let out a soft clink. She stood up from her table, while maintaining her displeasure. She left the dining hall in footsteps that hinted her anger had not fully subsided. Quiet returned to the dining hall just like the calm after the storm. I deeply apologize, everyone. He returned the chair that fell after the lady stood up, back to its original position. The butler slowly bowed his head to everyone in the dining hall. The well-mannered apology attracted many sympathetic looks. Dear proprietor. Yes. I truly apologize for Oju-sama's behavior. And so as an apology, I would like to pay for the meals of everyone here in this dining hall. Hearing this, several people were not able to suppress their smiles. People would spend quite a sum to dine in this top-class inn. To have their meals paid, many chose to forgive the racket earlier. On the other hand, the proprietor was not surprised at all. He was used to the same scene unfolding daily since the arrival of this lady and butler pair. Seiba-san is in quite a pinch. A middle-aged man in the middle of his meal spoke to Seiba. As a response, Seiba could only give a brief smile. Then, Seiba's sight moved towards a corner of the dining hall, where a man was wolfing down his food. Noticing the gaze, the man with a poor appearance stood up and walked quickly towards Seiba. Comparing the man and the patrons of this establishment, his appearance did not match the atmosphere. Firstly, his looks did not give the impression that he was someone that could be trusted. He was like an oddity that stood out in this environment. The only saving grace was that his uniform matched the clothing of the other patrons. However, he gave out the air of a clown wearing a well-made suit. Mr. Seiba. What is it, Zack-san? The man known as Zack spoke with a false sense of servitude. Hearing this, several other patrons could not help but frown. The speaker was unmistakably trying to curry favor. However, Seiba's expression did not change. While I have been hired, wouldn't it be good to rethink leaving now? It is because it is difficult to control the carriage at night. Well, there's that, and I can't make preparations as well. He scratched his head. It was washed cleanly, but something seemed to fly into the surroundings. Did the people on which it landed on realize it, or did they not? The scratching speed gradually increased. I see. However, Oju-sama's words take precedence, and I do not believe that she will take an interest in my suggestion of leaving in the morning. Sabas' steel will could be seen to have a chink in it, and he showed a strong smile. "And so, I truly apologize, but we have to make our departure." "However, yup." Zack's eyes moved left and right, unable to think of what to say next. His face began to twist with frustration. "Of course, it is not immediately. Time is necessary for some level of preparations, and I believe you need it as well?" Sabas ignored the cunning gleam in Zack's eyes. The seedy-looking man's resistance appeared to be merely a front. A front to cover the fact that the departure fitted neatly into his plans. "Then when should we leave?" "That is true. Shall we place it roughly in 2 hours' time? Any more in the town would be hidden in darkness. I believe that is our limit." Once again, the man's eyes were hinting his terrible thoughts about his scheme. Sabas tried hard to ignore it. After using his tongue to lick his lips, Zack once again opened his mouth. Then there might be no problem." "That is fine. Then shall we begin the preparations?" Understood. I will immediately prepare, so please wait a bit." After seeing Zack leave the spot, Sabas performed a brief gesture as if to discard the air surrounding his skin. This was because he felt the lingering sticky sensation from a filthy presence. While keeping his unchanging smile on his face, he repressed the desire to sigh. Honestly, he could not like lower existences. The type of people like the Guardians Demiurge and Shaltir could enjoy turning such people into toys, but Sabas desired no such thing. Although he disapproved of this particular hobby of Demiurge, he did not particularly pick on it to preserve Nazarik's unity. Anything that did not belong to Nazarik was a lesser being. That was the consensus of those that dwelled there. Sabas had his own opinion on this matter, but seeing a wretched creature like Zack, he could not help but agree with that way of thinking. Of course, it would be foolish to generalize everything. Furthermore, there were no interactions that were able to get Sabas to develop a sense of respect so far. Really. Sabas used one of his hands to stroke his neatly trimmed goatee. His thoughts moved on to the next event that was to come. The plan was proceeding well. Still, there was a need to confirm the progress. That's quite the pinch. When Sabas was in his thoughts, a single well-dressed man talked to him. His age was estimated to be around the late 40s. His beard was trimmed neatly. His hair remained black, although there were a few strands of white hair mixed in. His belly bore unmistakable the cumulative signs of age and prosperity. His polite manners and luxurious clothes gave the impression that he was a noble. "This is Bardo-sama." Sabas lowered his head slightly. The man Bardo quickly stopped him. "Ah, no. There is no need to be that humble. Bardo Louvre." He was the merchant that controlled most of the food trade in this particular region. In this walled city that served as a rallying point during times of war, he was someone that held a strong influence among all the numerous food traders within the city. When the number of soldiers reached 10 of thousands, a large amount of time must be spent on replenishing the food supply of the soldiers and also the complicated bureaucratic procedures. Hence it was a simple strategy for the kingdom's soldiers to bring minimal supplies during their marches, as they were able to replenish their food when they reached the city. Henceforth, unlike the other regions in the kingdom, food and weapons merchants held considerable influence here. For someone like this, it was unlikely that he started the conversation for the reason of being in the same restaurant. In this highly unusual circumstance, it was likely that there was a reason to it. Sabas thought that such an interaction did not stem from that person's altruistic belief, since they never met before, but instead from their piqued interest towards an unknown rich traveler. Another reason for this could be the attractiveness of the lady under his care. "Sabas-san, that is not good." "That is?" For the first time, Sabas changed his expression to a smile. He replied calmly with a tone that understood the meaning that was conveyed. "That person is not someone that one can trust. Why did Sabas-san hire someone like him? I cannot understand." Sabas' brain worked at fast speeds. He was trying to find the most suitable answer. There was no way he could say the reason for hiring him. However, if he said that he did not know why, he would look bad in Bardo's eyes and his evaluation of Sabas would drop. While it was confirmed that they were leaving this city, he wanted to avoid such a thing if possible. He might have some use in the future. That may be so. However, there were no others selling himself like he was. His evaluation may be devalued to many people, but Oju-sama evaluated him and liked his earnest personality. The merchant smiled bitterly. His evaluation of her probably dropped even further. Well, he came here because of personal concern regarding the situation, A sense of helplessness developed on the merchant's side. This may be disrespectful and overstepping my bounds, but would it not be best to remonstrate, your master? It may be as you say. However, when I think of my gratitude to my master, I believe that loyalty is important. The merchant mumbled, and prevaricated his previous words. If so, then I can lend you some trustworthy people from my side? We cannot accept that. Behind those gentle words was a strong will of rejection. As if understanding the will behind those words, Bardo put on another suggestion from a different angle. Really? But I think that it's better to have recognized bodyguards. It's quite a distance from the capital, and the public safety is nowhere near good. However, I can also give you some guards with a certain level of trust. The administration of highway patrols fell under the jurisdiction of the nobles, who controlled the land wherever the highway passed through. They had the right to collect road tax on those highways under their control. In reality, they were in it for the money only, as security in many stretches of those roads remained lax. And so there were often cases of mercenaries becoming bandits or thieves, attacking travelers on the highway. To solve this problem, the Golden Princess proposed to set up highway patrols at the lands directly under the king's control. However, their numbers were too few and yielded little results. This was mainly due to the interference of those nobles who feared that their interest might be severely affected. There were no lack of guards that could be hired in the cities. Only a small number were genuine adventurers, while a large portion were bandits masquerading as bodyguards, which led to the occurrence of bodyguards turning on their employers. These incidences were not uncommon. Hence many traveling merchants hired adventurers or trustable mercenaries to serve as their guards. Among these merchants, like Bardo, who held significant influence, would know experienced and reliable mercenary groups. Unfortunately, his goodwill had to be turned down. Possibly. However, Ojo-sama does not like to be surrounded by people. I cannot do anything that would gain her displeasure. Really? Bardo's face frowned with concern. The look of a worry on his face was akin to the expression of an adult that was unable to handle the tantrum of a child anymore. I apologize for rejecting your kind offer. Please don't mind. To tell you the truth, I want to buy favor. Well, if I can't go that far, I want to at least sell my face. Bardo laughed cheerily. Sebas responded with a smile. No, I will definitely convey your kindness to my master. A weak sparkle appeared in Bardo's pupils, but was hidden immediately, and normal people would not be able to detect the minute changes. However, it was more than enough for Sebas. Then, I apologize, but Ojo-sama is waiting, and so I will make my move. Aiming for the moment when Bardo opened his mouth, Sebas moved first. The empty Bardo looked at Sebas' face like he was investigating him. He opened his mouth that was mixed with a sigh. Humph. Then there's no helping it. Sebas-san, if you come to this town again, come meet me. I'll welcome you. Yes. Then I'm looking forward to you at that time. Knocking several times, Sebas entered the room, bowing his head and saying, "Excuse me." Sebas-sama. Meeting Sebas, who had closed the door and entered, was a woman with her head deeply bowed. If there were people from the dining room here, they would be wonderstruck. The woman who was bowing and welcoming him was the woman making a ruckus. An expression that would make one think if the earlier hysteric display was a lie, and that behavior that would be suitable for meeting one's superior. However, the strange thing was that one eye, her left eye, was closed. When she was in the dining hall, it was not closed at all. Humph. There is no need to lower your head, it was a result of work after all. Sebas looked at the extravagant and wide room. The best rooms of this inn were separated into three. This room was made for bodyguards and was made with simple materials. Naturally, it was a room for large nobles to stay in. It was a room that normal people would not see and was extravagantly made. In the corners of the room were several luggages that were already lined up, and waiting for their departure. Sebas did not do it, and so the one who collected it could only be one person. Even though I was about to do it. What are you saying? Letting Sebas-sama work any more than this? The woman who raised her head solution epsilon tilted her head. Is that so? Although, I have become your butler. Sebas' face warped greatly. On Sebas' wrinkled old man face, a childish smile could be seen. The fact that the smile until now, compared with this, was a smile of arrogance could be understood. Accepting the smile Sebas gave from the bottom of his heart, solution broke the expression of a troubled smile she had from the start. That is true. Sebas-sama is my butler. However, I am Boss-sama's subordinate. That is also true. Now, your job is over. As after this is my job, please rest here. Yes. Thank you very much. Now, I will also convey it to Shaltir-sama. Boss lifted up the largest of the assembled luggage lightly. By the way, is he working well? Yes. He really is working quite well. Solution pushed down onto her closed eyelids. What is the situation now? Yesha is meeting a man with a filthy appearance. That is excellent. Will you be hearing what they are saying? No, there is no need. I will be transporting the luggage. Please listen in my place. It will be sufficient for you to tell me the important points later. Understood. Yes. Can you contact Narbril? Boss spoke to the surprised Solution in an admonishing tone. While it is an undercover operation, it should be difficult to converse, but with your Rakanus magic I believe there will be no problem to collect information. Na-chan, my apologies. Solution's cheeks reddened slightly and she hid her mouth with her hands. It is fine to not mind. I do not mind if you call her what you usually call her. Yes. Just that Na-chan is carrying out Ain-sama's orders. And so I do not want to do something like distract her. Is that so? Within the 41 Supreme Beings, Nishiki Arai-sama who made Na-chan has been in hiding for a long time. And so I believe her loyalty is also towards Ain-sama. And since she received a direct order from Ain-sama. Boss nodded. That was truly amazing. However, the figure of Narbril as an existence of Nazarick was extremely proper. When Boss himself was ordered he did not make any expression but he felt the same joy and pressure. What about Solution? You do not seem to be feeling the same pressure that Narbril is feeling. I am Boss-sama's support and I am excited. Of course, I will do my best to carry out Ain-sama's orders. Solution spoke with a clear and strong will. The 41 Supreme Beings, did they go into hiding? The existences known as gods in Nazarick, the existences that controlled everything in Nazarick. The 41 Supreme Beings. There were currently none but one, but the remaining personines received the loyalty of the same standard as all 41 of them. It was already a regime of worship and admiration. Boss-sama, they are people who will one day return. That is true. I have made a mistake. Suddenly, Solution's face warped slightly. Anyway, Boss-sama, I will change the subject. A killing intent that seemed it would freeze even the atmosphere could be felt. That sort of stiff voice leaked out of Solution's mouth. What is it, Solution? Once you are finished with that man, would it be possible for me to handle him? Boss placed his empty hand on his beard, and pondered while touching it. That is true. If Shaltir-sama does not mind, I do not mind if you do as you like. In a comforting manner, Boss spoke to Solution whose eyebrows knitted together in disappointment. It will be fine. If it is at the level of one person. Really, understood. Please tell that to Shaltir-sama. Solution had a satisfied smile on her face. Her earlier expression was nowhere to be seen. It was a smile that was bound to enchant anyone that saw it. Understood. By the way, what did you say? I am extremely looking forward to it. And so at least I will enjoy it. Solution's smile became even stronger. Looking forward to what would happen later, a childish innocence could be found. Overlord First Half Chapter 25, Orders. Boss descended the steps. He had to stuff the luggage he was carrying into the carriage parked on the street. Boss looked down at the huge piece of luggage he was carrying with both hands. It appeared to be 20 maybe 30 kilograms. Boss could have lifted that weight easily with just his little finger, but one never knew who was watching. His unnaturally sharp senses did not detect any signs of detection magic, but Boss knew that his senses could be fooled. Being wary of prying eyes, he pretended to be encumbered by the luggage like any ordinary human would be and walked quietly through the inn. As he quietly walked, Boss walked quietly through the 9th floor of the dungeons of Nazarick. Behind him followed his direct subordinates, the battle-maids Nabril Gamma and Solution Epsilon. The wide passage of the dungeon was clean and beautiful and very well kept. Here and there along the path, the elite soldiers of Kokida stood guard. These were the bodyguards known as Guardian Knight. With forms resembling horned beetles, the Guardian Knights wore their uniform crimson surcoat and held in each appendage a crimson spear that gave off a pulsating aura. In addition, in place of armor, each knight possessed an incredibly tough exoskeleton. These were the sturdy soldiers that patrolled the level with vigilance and in perfect formation. Sebas admired the neat formations of the guards from the corner of his eyes as he twisted and turned along the countless passageways of the dungeon until he reached his master's quarters. On either side of the door, two anthropomorphic Hercules beetles stood at attention. They were nearly 2 meters tall and possessed solidly built bodies. Each beetle wore a loose-fitting surcoat of platinum. These were the Royal Knight. Even though the Knight's levels were only in their 70s, their defensive capabilities were unparalleled. Taking into account their endurance, magic resistance and weapons damage resistance, even level 100 players would find these Knights troublesome. The Royal Knights held a gigantic glaive in each appendage with a beautifully embellished long sword the size of a great sword hanging from their waists. Each glaive gave off a platinum aura of high-class enchantments. These guards stood as still and silent as a rock. As beetles, they possessed compound eyes and had a wider field of vision than humans. They probably tracked Sebas' every movement. And in fact, Sebas could feel the guards' questioning eyes on him. He could tell they were uncomfortable. Of course, a good part of their discomfort stood from being aware of a potential intruder, but there was also an element of discomfort stemming from having to treat Sebas specifically as a potential intruder. Such was the high position that Sebas held as the Land Steward of Nazarick. Sebas was the civilian equivalent of the highest military leader in Nazarick. Even highly ranked subordinates of Cocytus felt uncomfortable having to challenge him. Sebas accepted the guard's challenge as a matter of course. Anybody who acted suspiciously would be attacked no matter who that person might be. Even if that person is Sebas. Sebas acknowledged the guard's right and duty to challenge him. Sebas stood before the pair with a faint smile. Then he straightened and knocked on the intricately decorated door 3 times. Moments later, the door opened slowly and a maid appeared. It wasn't one of Sebas' battle maids, but a homunculus maid without combat abilities. "I wish to have an audience with Ainsama." "I understand. Please wait for a moment." The maid closed the door in a slow respectful silence, her presence fading as she moved away from the door. The maid had gone to inform the owner of the room of his request. Slowly, of course. For the owner of the room is the Supreme Master, the person with the highest authority in Nazarick. One should certainly be expected to wait. After another few moments of waiting, the door opened once more and the same maid appeared. "An audience is possible, please come this way." The maid stepped away from the door and allowed Sebas to enter. "Please excuse us." The trio bowed their heads before entering the room. The scene in the room was one which he was familiar with. All rooms of the Supreme 41 shared identical layouts. Even their leader's room was unchanged. Sebas stepped into the room and onto a carpeted flooring so thick and soft he could swear that he sank slightly into the carpet with every step. On the right side of the room was a king-sized canopied bed with a closet door next to it. On the left, a gigantic ironwood executive desk dominated that side of the room. On one side of the wall a bookshelf that reached to the ceiling was packed with books. In the center of the room was a circular table with a few books from the bookshelf stacked neatly one on top of the other. The room was set up in such a way that depending on how one viewed the room, one could say that it was a simply furnished room or crammed with treasures. However, each and every furnishing was a treasure in of itself of peerless value. Each work of art was protected with preservative magic to prevent deterioration. And of course, works of art gain value with time, so one could say that the value of the items in the room was even higher than the face value. Sebas was unable to see Ainz from where he was standing. Nonetheless, Sebas was still aware of Ainz's location in the room. In the middle of the room, there were 2 maids standing, one to the left and the other to the right side of a circular table. The maid whom welcomed them at the entrance, stood with an elegant posture. In other words, within the room, there were only 3 maids. From his current position, Sebas deduced that Ainz would be sitting on the chair, flanked by 2 of the maids. His figure was hidden behind a pile of books. Nonetheless, a puzzling thought came into Sebas's mind. Was the number of maids too little? This was Sebas' thought. The place belonged to the Supreme Beings, hence it was required that they maintained a proper level of cleanliness that befit its status. To have only 3 maids present in the room of the Supreme of the Underground Tomb of Nazarick, was highly inappropriate. It seems that there is a need to discuss this matter further with the head maid. Sebas kept a reminder in his heart. "Good, you all have arrived." The pile of books moved slightly. Ainz's figure was discernible among it. Sebas and the rest put a step forward on the carpet and bowed towards Ainz. At the same time, His gaze was directed towards the ceiling. There were several presences detected on the ceiling. Although his gaze was directed there, he was not able to determine the exact identity of those mysterious beings. He was slightly disturbed by their presences. This might have been the work of magic or special skills similar to that of invisibility. Sebas did not have the ability to see through invisibility, but his sense of detection was exceptional. He sensed a total of 7 figures with no hostile intentions, but instead were observing the situation here carefully. To be able to enter this room, their level must be considerably high. Don't mind them, Sebas. Ainz spoke to Sebas, who was observing the ceiling with his hawk-like gaze. Above the ceiling are Cocytus's underlings, placed there to be on alert for potential assassins, the 8-legged assassins? I believe. Although their presence is slightly distracting, you do not have to pay them much heed, but still, I still think that there is no need to place 15 of them here, which equal to half the population of his underlings. Their presence is a bit restrictive. To Ainz, who had the ability to see through invisibility, it was depressing to see the numerous presence of those posted here appearing and disappearing at will, to the point that he had to speak sublimely. He resigned to tolerate it as their presence were for his own safety. The master was having a hard time. Sebas murmured to himself, then redirected his focus from the ceiling towards Ainz, who was sitting at the round table. I have kept you waiting, Ainz-sama. No, don't mind it, have a seat. Ainz gestured briefly, for the 3 of them to take a seat. The action was not deliberate but more of an subconscious gesture, but it caused Sebas and the rest to develop a sense of worry. Narbril and the others tried hard to hide their stunned expression while suppressing scream that tried to escape their mouths. Undoubtedly, there were several chairs beside the table, and there were no indications that those spots were exclusive to the masters. To them, sitting in equal position to their master was something that was not allowed. However, obeying the master's order was absolute. Sebas himself was unsure of what to do next. Seeing the strange action of the 3, Ainz's expression stiffened. If it's like this, it shouldn't be a problem over there. Ainz raised himself while silently berated his own error. The maids that were stationed here followed from behind. They were headed towards the heavy set of office desk. As Ainz sat on the soft leather chair, a sound was heard. Now, come. Yes. With Sebas leading Narbril in solution, they assembled in front of the desk in a triangle. I thought to inform you of the details of the order I gave you in the throne room. Ainz looked at their 3 faces, confirming that they had nothing to say, continued. Firstly, as Narbril, you will infiltrate the town as an adventurer. As for the reason why I selected you for your illusion magic, is because I do not want you to stand out. I would like you to stealthily gather information. Firstly, I will explain why I want you to collect information related to adventurers. Yes. I understand that the current kingdom's warrior captain war potential is not high. However, there is a chance that there is a person that holds high abilities but is not affiliated with the kingdom. And the highest possibility of that is found within the adventurers. While it was unclear how the system of adventurers worked, if one infiltrated, lots of information could be gained. At worst, one could gain an understanding of the abilities of the general adventurer. Next is the reason why I want you to not stand out. Ainz stared at Narbril's face while continuing. We know too little about the Adventurers Guild, about its combat effectiveness, its organization. If the guild becomes aware of our spying activities or capture our spy, they may use that as a bargaining chip during negotiations in the event we come to hostilities. In addition, we do not know how close a relationship the guild has with the kingdom. And this simple matter. With a strange magic caster known as Ainz appearing nearby, and a curious adventurer arriving, would it not be strange of people to see a relationship? If so, then there is a chance we would be suspected. I've said this before countless times and I'll say it again. At this point of time we have no clear knowledge of our opponent's power. As such, without a good reason, we must not become involved with the kingdom's affairs. Is that clear? Yes. Narbril Gamma will carry out her mission even if it costs her life. Ah, there's no need to get so dramatic. Ignoring Nabril's blushing face, Ainz gestured at Sebas with a sweep of his hand. Having read his master's intentions, Sebas reassured the maid with a tilt of his chin. That's right, Nabril. Nothing good will come out of such dramatic gestures. Don't talk about things which are impossible. If you carry out the mission with a cool head, there will be no problems. I understand. Already unsettled by the importance of the mission entrusted to her, Ainz and Sebas's words caused Narbril's shoulders to stiffen with tension. Seeing his plan to calm Nabril backfire caused Ainz to become a little flustered himself. "Relax. It will be okay, Nabril. You can do it." Ainz stood up slowly and rounded the desk to stand in front Nabril, gently placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I have faith in you. You are the creation of my friend Nishikienrai." As a half-golem, he had incredible strength. Among the 41, the damage caused by a single sweep of his great sword was without peer. For a moment, Ainz's gaze drifted off into the distance, lost in the fond memories of an old comrade, his mind seeing what no others can see. Then he turned towards Nabril, his eyes fixed onto hers with burning intensity. "If I cannot trust his creation, then who can I trust? Well, avoid using magic, don't do anything to stand out and you'll be fine. You can do it." Nodding his head, Ainz chuckled reassuringly. Nabril's gaze steadied, reflecting the strength of her master's faith in her. "Without fail. I will live up to Ainz-sama's expectations. I'll depend on you, Nabril. One last thing, we have no information on the kind of powers the adventurers possess. It is possible that someone could be strong enough to see past the illusion. In that event, make something up to obscure your true identity as an agent of Nazarick. If necessary, you are authorized to use some of your power. Do as you see fit. What should I do if my true form becomes exposed?" Right, you are a doppelganger, are you not? "Yes. It could be troublesome if they get that far. In that event, you have permission to retreat. If things get difficult, retreat. It's better to be safe than be sorry. However, if you feel you can handle the situation properly, use your judgment." "Understood. All right. Now Sabas, tell me why you have brought Solution along." Ainz walked away from Nabril and returned to his seat. He leant back into his chair. "Nabril will investigate their individual combat capabilities. Sabas, your task will be collecting information from the matters we discussed about earlier, all the weapons of a country, and their related information. The strength of man as a living being is not high, but this is compensated by the relevant techniques they possessed. In this world, there are multiple races existing, henceforth, it would not be surprising that different countries have their unique techniques. The difference in their techniques and ours, that is what I would like to find out." Man's body was fragile, but still possessed weapons which were much more terrifying than other creatures, that was man-made tools. Although their core strength revolves around magic. Weapons with strength that rivaled nuclear weapons, or missiles that can penetrate underground, weapons like this cannot be missed out. When it comes to scientific knowledge, it would be easy to estimate their combat abilities. Whereas, magic contained many unfamiliar aspects to Ainz, and he had to pay more attention to it. In contrast, a completely different idea popped out in Ainz's head, which was the conclusion he obtained after meeting the warrior captain in Carney village. Nonetheless, to maintain the guild's undefeated status, it was vital to do things step by step, and tread carefully as if on thin ice. What is their level of scientific and magical knowledge? Where is the limit of their strength? Prioritize the usage of information-gathering skills. Act and respond accordingly to the different scenarios. "I see, understood. If such, why is she summoned along with me?" Ainz nodded. His unrestricted gaze moved towards inspecting Solution. As if confirming his thoughts were not wrong, he nodded a few times. "Solution will masquerade as a rich merchant's daughter. Sabas, you will act as her butler. This is the plan." Solution displayed a puzzled expression. To this Ainz gave out an apologetic laugh. "If Sabas is alone, it will be weird for him to masquerade as a villager, not to mention, as an adventurer too. These disguises will not work. Hence, being the butler is the most suited choice." As Ainz spoke, he observed the changes in expression of both Sabas and Solution. "Solution shall infiltrate the royal capital as a rich merchant's daughter. As the young lady, you will not invite any suspicion if you acted as a tad too generous with the money. The best disguise is that of a noble, but it is unlikely to work. Use the disguise well, your work will be using money to obtain the necessary information. It will not be a problem to gather some attention. I'll look forward to your performance in the future." "Shall we head directly to the capital?" "No, there is another task waiting before this." Ainz shifted his gaze and crossed his hands on the table. "Solution will act as a spoiled young lady, to attempt to reel in some prey, hook, line and sinker." "What would the prey be?" "Prey that will not be missed, especially those that possess knowledge about the world and military affairs. In other words, bandits. There will not be a lack of such people near the fortress city. During the Empire's war, only the knights were professional soldiers, The kingdom hired a large number of mercenaries to fight against the empire. Once they disband, most would revert back to being bandits. In reality, the area around the border fortress city El Rental was not what you could call safe. More than half of the merchants that travel the roads take some kind of security precaution. Incidentally, the reason why the villages around E Rental were never attacked was because food was plentiful in the region. Most of the bandits in the area were looking for money, not food, and thus ignored the villages. Food wasn't worth much, especially once you split it up. In addition, the villages around El Rental were important food suppliers to the city. If one was unlucky, an attack on the villages might provoke the formation of an anti-bandit force led by the local merchants. In addition, many of the mercenaries guarding the villages may have themselves been bandits. In order to avoid a fight among former comrades, you could say that there was an unwritten understanding to avoid the villages. And of course, even in the kingdom, slavery as an institution never really existed. So raiding a village for slaves was not profitable, as one could not resell the slaves around the kingdom. Bandits? Yes, they must surely have some information on the military situation in the area. And maybe some information on E Rental's underworld of organized crime. Either types of information would be good. What's more important is that the disappearance of some bandits would not provoke a hostile response from the kingdom. Surely nobody in the kingdom would be curious enough to investigate the reason behind the disappearance of bandits? In that case, would it not be better to look for information outside the city? The bandits would come running to you if you acted like a rich fool on the streets. I see. Having accepted the explanation, Sebas's brows furrowed as he considered the situation. Even if one was talking about bandits, Sebas didn't like randomly attacking people. In that case, they should watch the streets to hunt bandits. There was a high possibility that some kind of intelligence network was present. Act as bait by playing the fool and wait for the network to bite was what Ains was basically saying. Now what should be done then? I'll leave it up to you. Now, I'll give you some healing potions. We'll also have to think about preparations to handle diseases and poisons. Then precautionary measures against binding effects and psychic attacks. Then other little details. The memories poured out. As he returned to his current thoughts, he had already arrived at the inn's entrance. Sebas let out a wry smile, before pushing the door open while carrying the luggage. The reddish evening sky began to dim. If it got darker, the bright magical light installed around the compound of the inn will light up. Hence, it will not be an issue even to walk around at night. Sebas was heading towards the stables that was within the confines of the inn. His destination was a horse-drawn carriage. He stopped near the carriage, or the coach as it was called, as a magnificently crafted carriage. Sounds of clothing rubbing on each other was heard from the carriage. Sebas's sensitive hearing caught the stirring sound of a viscous fluid, mixed with feminine passionated breathing and moaning. The sound was able to escape the layers of wooden and metal plates. Sebas let out a single breath of sigh. He took several loud deliberate steps forward as if to announce his presence. As he neared the door, he tapped a few times on the door gently but in a crisp and clear fashion, before announcing his presence. Shaltir-sama, please conduct yourself with dignity while outside your quarters. The sound of tongue clicking was heard. The figure was slowly readjusting her disheveled robes. An unknown amount of time passed. It was unsure whether such a duration could be considered long or short to average females. The door then slowly opened, revealing a stunning figure. The skin was white as wax and looked bloodless. The wet deep red irises showed lustful expression. A pair of fangs were part revealed from the side red moist lips. Their white ceremonial gowns was of a brave design, that showcased their well-endowed breast. Those two were Shaltir's subordinate vampires. Both of them radiated a unique stink as they stepped out. Following them at the back, was the figure of a true vampire. The light from the magical illumination was reflected by the silvery hair. Wearing a pitch-black blouse with matching cardigan shawl and long-sleeve glove of the same color. Almost no skin was shown at all. About 14 years of age, the figure possessed a perfect blend of innocent and mature-like attractiveness. As if this was the crystallization of the most beautiful being in existence. In front of such a beauty, the brightness of the precious stone that decorated her fingers and chest paled in comparison. Thou art late. A pair of slender beautiful eyes looked upon Sebas. As if intentional, the lips parted, a bright red tongue came out from the honey jar-like mouth. The tongue moved like leeches across the lip. It was a figure possessing a sensual beauty that did not match her age, one of the guardians of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Shaltir Bloodfallen. Overlord first half chapter 26, Carriage. Such a distasteful existence. Those were the thoughts of Zack as he jogged through the alleyways. Life was meaningless. Within the kingdom's villages, the residents lived a life that was far from being called happiness. They worked hard, farming their lands, but the fruits of their labor would then be taken away by their master. If 60% were collected, they would still manage. They could still survive on the remaining 40%, although they may starve, but they will find a way to survive. The problem came when up to 80% of the crops were taken. To survive on 40% of the crops was the lower limit, and it was not an easy life. Needless to say, to survive just on 20% would be impossible. The outcome would be harsh. One day, Zack returned home after working at the fields. His sister, who made his weariness disappear, had gone missing. Back then, he was still young, he did not understand what happened. His cute little sister was gone and his parents did not even lift a finger. Now he understood what had transpired. She was sold. Although the Golden Princess had prohibited it, back then the buying and selling of slaves were common. Hence during the times when he went whoring, every time he passed by them, he would look for her. It would be unlikely that he could find her again, but he did not stop. Besides living in harsh and poor conditions, he was further burdened by the conscription. To counter the Empire's consistent military campaign, the kingdom gathered all the village's able-bodied young men and ordered them to head towards the battlefield. Losing 1 month worth of labor strength from the young men, drastically altered fortunes of the village. However, there are also those who viewed this development in a positive way. A drop in the number of people meant that individual household food consumption would be reduced. There were also those who led a good life after becoming soldiers. In the fight for their lives, there were those who were rewarded for their outstanding performance. No, some had achieved similar results but were not rewarded. Only those who were selected could receive the accolades. After he returned to the village, due to the stalled work from the lack of hands, the yearly harvest plummeted despairingly. Zack was drafted twice. During his third tour, the battle ended as usual. Once again Zack survived due to his luck. He stopped during his journey back to the village. A sudden thought came to him as he looked at the weapon on his hand. Instead of going back to the village, why should he not start a new life? However, as a simple villager with only the bare minimum of military training, Zack did not have much of a future in front of him. Even his weapons and armor were temporarily loaned to him by the kingdom. And of course, he did not have any special powers. His knowledge was limited to what anybody who worked the earth for a living knew, like what kind of seed to plant during which season. What Zack did was to desert, carrying with him his only advantage, his weapon. Of course it was not that easy to desert the kingdom. You could say that he was lucky enough to meet people who could help him as fled. Mercenary group. Of course, as an ordinary villager, Zack did not have much value as a mercenary. It was just that this particular group had suffered heavy losses due to wars and was simply looking for bodies to fill its depleted ranks. During times of war, they were mercenaries, at other times, bandits. Zack's life in the band was not much to talk to about. It was certainly better than nothing though. He would steal to avoid being stolen from. He avoided the life of tears by forcing those tears on others. That was the kind of life Zack led. He never considered what he did as wrong. He certainly had no regrets. And that was because he believed that his victims weren't innocent either. Zack walked hurriedly into the corner shack of a row of similar small shacks near the slums. The evening sun bathed the surroundings in blaze of fiery red, and was slowly replaced by a creeping darkness that stained everything black. The danger level in the slums always spiked up at dusk, just before the sun set. However, for those who were used to its dangers, getting around was not much of a problem. Generally, as long as you had got a knife up your sleeve to handle any trouble, you would be fine. Zack looked quickly around him to make sure he was not being followed. Although he had checked countless number of times on his way here, he made one last pass. He held his breath in front of the door, and knocked several times. Leaving a gap of a few seconds, he knocked again. It was the proper way to do things. There was a creaking of wood as the peep slot on the door opened. A pair of eyes belonging to a man stared out at Zack and recognized him. "You huh? Oh, wait fair a little." "Yup." The board that had covered the peep slot moved back in position. There was a heavy clink of keys being retrieved and the door opened up slightly. "Get in." The fetid sour reek that wafted from inside the room promised an environment very different from the hotel that Zack had come from. Hoping that his nose would soon get used to the smell, he slipped into the house. The small room was dim and narrow. The door he had entered opened directly into a dining room-cum kitchen with single table. A lone candle stood on the table. The man who opened the door lit the single candle. Its weak radiance soon filled the room. The man looked back at Zack. The man gave off the menacing aura of a man that made his living from violence. He wore clothes that fitted snugly around his form, designed for easy movement in combat. Here and there you could see knife scars on his arms and face. The man pulled out a chair and sat down. "Oh, Zack. What's wrong?" "Something happened. The situation changed, the prey is about to move." "Ha. Now?" "Yup." "What, at this time?" "Impossible," mumbled the man as he brushed his hands through his unkempt hair. "Can't you do shit about it?" "That is difficult. It's her idea?" Having heard Zack complain many times before about the woman, the man's face twisted in resignation. "The idiot's a problem. How about sabotaging the wheels of the carriage?" "It is impossible. There are too many people moving luggage and doing preparation work around the carriage to do anything to it." "Then all you need to do is to wait until just before setting off to strike." "If it were that easy I would have just gone ahead and sabotaged the wheel even before the preparations have started, don't you think?" "Well, yeah." The man stared off into the air deep in thought. It was not easy to gather the men, but if they were to contact them immediately, perhaps they could still be in time to carry out the attack. "When are they moving?" "About 2 hours' time." "You gotta be kidding me, so little time. What to do?" The man fell deep in thought, calculating the time needed to carry out each phase of the attack with his fingers. Silently looking on as the man made his calculations, Zack looked down at his own fingers. Those rich people really piss me off. Those beautiful hands. They reminded him of the hands of the overseers in the fields. Hands which only those people who have never seen manual labor had. While people who worked the fields had their hands cracked and split by cold water, developed calluses swinging their hoes and even suffered from misshapen fingernails. He had always known that the world was unfair, but... Zack's lips twisted as he bared his teeth in resentment. "That woman, let me have some fun with her too." "You can. But I'll be first." A lecherous grin appeared on the man's face. As if driven by lust, the man stood up. "Contact the boss." "Got it. About 10 men will be waiting at the usual place. We will move into action as soon as you arrive in 4 hours. If you aren't there in 4 hours, we'll come to you. In meantime, lull our prey into a false sense of security." The border fortress receded as a lone carriage sped away under the pale moonlight. It was a large carriage. One large enough to fit 6 people and then some. The carriage was drawn by 4 horses of such quality that one could mistake them for being military horses. A large full moon hung low in the night sky, casting beams of pale white onto the ground, illuminating the surroundings with surprising effectiveness. However bright the moonlight may have been, traveling in the open countryside in a carriage in the dead of the night was rather stupid if you were human. Assuming that you wanted to survive the night, of course. If one was forced to spend a night in the open, the correct precautions to take were to strike up a camp, set up a large fire and post guards. Humans did not have any influence over the world at night. No, perhaps it would be more accurate say that the world of humans ended where light ended. Because the risk of being attacked by nocturnal beasts and demi-humans with their superior night vision was extremely high in the darkness. And no matter how the map was drawn, the human kingdoms really only exerted control over large cities, the villages and smaller settlements around the cities and the highways which bound the cities together. Monsters populated the enormous gaps in between, albeit in small groups. As soon as groups of monsters got large enough to be visible, they would be hunted down and driven off. However, in the deep forests and valleys where humans would not go, the monsters built large tribes. In any reasonably large forest, a lone human could wander randomly in any direction for 20 minutes and expect to encounter something. It could be squirrels or foxes, it could just as well be wolves, other large beasts or demi-humans like ogres or goblins. That was how dangerous a place the forest is. And that was why adventurers could always find gainful employment. And so it was on a night full of dangers previously described, the carriage sped along the highway. Despite its speed, the occupants of the carriage barely experienced any rocking. The stability of the carriage wasn't due so much to the quality of the spring suspension in the carriage as much as the paved roads over which it ran. There were, of course, both paved and unpaved roads in the kingdom, but this close to a city directly administered by the crown, the roads were properly paved with cobblestones. The paving of the roads had originally been proposed by Princess Renner, but at this point in time, Only a portion of the highways connecting Crown-administered cities and the lands held by Marquis Raven had been paved. The other nobles have hindered the project by claiming that making the roads easier to travel only made invading the kingdom easier. In addition, the cost of the project also complicated matters. Renner had proposed to have the merchants defray some of the costs, but the nobles objected, fearing the loss of their road privileges. And with that you have the explanation for the current wretched state of the kingdom's roads. Suddenly, the carriage started to clatter as it ran along, shaking the occupants inside. The shaking brought to an end a conversation that was going on inside the carriage. Shaltir sat on one side flanked by her vampire servants. On the other side sat Sabas, and beside him, Solution. Zack was, of course, driving the carriage. Silence descended on the carriage for a moment before Sabas opened his mouth. "I have always wanted to ask you something." Me? What? You don't seem to get along with Aura-sama. Actually I doth not bethink mine own relationship with Aura is lacking valor. Actually I do not think my relationship with Aura is that bad. Replied Shaltir in a soft whisper, as she idly inspected her pinky fingernail. Shaltir's pearly white fingernails were 2 centimeters in length. She held a nail file in one hand, but it did not seem to be of any use as her nails were already perfectly manicured. Shaltir probably felt the same way as she passed the file to a vampire servant. And with both hands free, she started to reach out with each hand towards the bosom of the vampire servant seated next to her, but thought better of it as she noticed the awkward expression of the people seated in front of her. "Doth thee not bethink so? Do you not think so?" Shaltir's face twisted in a grimace as if she had bitten into something bitter. "Is this something yon the land steward has to worry about?" A moment's pause. "Mine own creator Peroncino-sama matteth me this way. Mine own bickering with Aura. Perhaps Aura hadst been did createth by Buku Chagama-sama to doth the same. Is this something the land steward has to worry about? My creator Peroncino-sama made me this way. My arguments with Aura. Maybe Aura was made by Buku Chagama-sama to do the same." Shaltir fluttered her hands in the air with a bored gesture as she directed her gaze at Sabas. For the first time, she locked eyes with Sabas. "Well, mine own creator Peroncino-sama and Aura's creator Buku Chagama-sama are siblings. In a way, Aura and I are siblings." "Well, my creator Peroncino-sama and Aura's creator Buku Chagama-sama are siblings. In a way, Aura and I are like siblings." "Siblings, so it seems." "Long ago, I overheard a conversation between Peroncino-sama and 2 other members of the 41 Supreme Beings, Lucifer-sama and Nishikienrai-sama, at which hour those gents visited mine own leveleth of the dungeon." "Long ago, I overheard a conversation between Peroncino-sama and 2 other members of the 41 Supreme Beings, Lucifer-sama and Nishikienrai-sama, when they visited my level of the dungeon." Shaltir's eyes misted over with wistful longing as the memories of her escorting the Great Ones in the walk through the dungeon floated in front of her. "T appears yon Buku Chagama-sama hadst an occupation hath called Seiyuu, voice actress. The lady was so popular yon her voice appears in many games. Peroncino-sama hadst been very depressed because of this. That gent couldst not enjoyeth his did desire games because his sister's visage hath appeared in his imagination every timeth that gent hath heard her voice. It seems that Buku Chagama-sama had an occupation known as a Seiyuu, voice actress. She was so popular that she appeared in many games. Peroncino-sama has been depressed because of this. He could not enjoy his much-desired games as his sister's face appeared in his mind every time he heard her voice." Shaltir continued recalling the conversation even though she had no idea what it was about. Sabas also cocked his head quizzically at Shaltir, a mystified expression on his face. "A Seiyuu, I do not possess any knowledge of such a thing." They looked at each other and silently agreed that this Seiyuu was probably some word of power that nobody except the Supreme Ones understood. "Who is the one guarding the 8th floor?" Sabas blinked in surprise at the sudden change in topic but regained his composure almost immediately. "As I recall, at which hour those yon crossed the Supreme Ones invaded in force, the 8th floor was the lasteth line of defense was not? In yond case, the 8th floor shouldst be very well did guard. As I remember, when those people angered the Supreme Ones and invaded in force, the 8th floor was the last line of defense. In that case, the 8th floor should be well guarded. Haply one of Ainsama's creations? Maybe one of Ainsama's creations? Among the denizens of Nazarick, one's place in the pecking order of the hierarchy was determined by whether or not one was created by the 41 Supreme Beings. This was so, whether be it ordinary homunculus maids directly created by the 41 Supreme Beings, Kyuuku, the Chief Librarian or the Head Chef. And of course even the Guardians created by the 41 Supreme Beings. Sabas's creator was Touch Me, Demiurge's was Albert Alanodal, Cocytus's was Blue Planet, and so on. However, Shaltir had no clue as to the identities of Ainz's creations. It was hard to believe that there were none. Since the 8th floor was unknown to Shaltir, it was therefore logical to guess that Ainz's creation resided on the 8th floor. No, that probably not the case. I've only heard a little about this, but Ainz-sama's creation is named Pandora's actor. He is as powerful as I am or any of the guardians and guards the deepest part of the treasury. There was yon sort of person? There was that sort of person? Shaltir's brows furrowed at the unfamiliar name. Even though the treasury could not be reached without the ring of Ainz-Ulgon, it would be strange for such a place to be unguarded. The deepest part of the treasury. The treasury was where Ainz-Ulgon's most powerful of magic items were enshrined. It was ground so sacred that even the guardians were not allowed entry. Of course, Shaltir had no idea what kind of magic items would reside in such a place, but the treasury held the highest class of magic items, also known as artifacts. And beyond the artifacts, it was rumored that there were also a few of the unique world-class items. There were only a grand total of 200 of these one-of-a-kind items in this world. This included the many taken by the large army that had, in the past, invaded Nazarick, as well as the ones currently still in the treasury. In that case, probably only the creation of Ainz, the head of the 41 Supreme Beings, would be worthy enough to guard this place. Shaltir's heart could not help but to be a little hurt at not being able to guard that holiest of places. However, being the guardian of the 3 levels that would face Nazarick's enemies first was a responsibility of the highest order. Do you happen to have an idea about what Ainz-sama is doing right now? Of course. That gent is currently in the treasury experimenting with magic items as well as performing tests on various magics and spells. My subordinates accompany Ainz-sama when he retrieves the magic items from the treasury. Having lost interest in the conversation, Shaltir gave little more than a non-committal grunt of acknowledgement. Sabas, however, did not seem to mind. In conclusion, the 8th floor remains a mystery. Yes. We do not have permission to enter, so there is probably something there. What doth thee mean by something? What do you mean by something? Perhaps something that will attack even us? Nay. Yond is not lacking valor, but what about death traps that doth not differentiate? No. That is not bad, but what about death traps that do not differentiate? Well, I doubt anybody powerful enough to penetrate the other floors of Nazarick would be defeated by traps. Shalt we take a peek? Shall we take a look? Shaltir grinned impishly like a child with a prank on her mind. In contrast, Sabas's smile was his usual. An enigmatic smile that seemed to have some kind of deeper meaning behind it. Do you plan to disobey Ainz-sama? Lies, lies. Simply a jest. Prithee don't make it such a terrifying visage. Lies, lies. Simply a joke. Please don't make such a terrifying face. Shaltir-sama, remember that curiosity killed the cat. If Ainz-sama had meant for us to know what resided on the 8th floor, he would have told us. Until then, we will just have to be patient. I suppose it's so. I wonder if it be true that prey has taken the bait? Again Sabas adapted to the sudden change in topic with nary a word of protest. Yes. Hook, line and sinker. Now all we need to do is pull the fish out of the water and it's ours. Yes. Shaltir licked her lips. Her red eyes had a crimson light flash in them. I have something to request Shaltir-sama about. What is it? Shaltir raised an unsatisfied voice when her enjoyment was interrupted. Sabas continued in a soothing manner. Currently, the man driving the carriage, could you possibly give it to this girl? An underling? Yes, little more than a messenger, I think. Shaltir closed her eyes as if deep in thought, considering all possible implications of granting the request. Well, 'tis fine. I don't bethink your fellow woods taste very well, be it. It's fine. I don't he would taste very good. Our heartfelt thanks for Shaltir-sama's generosity of spirit. Our deepest gratitude, Shaltir-sama. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Shaltir gave Solution a smile of such friendliness that would make one doubt its possibility. From there she sent only her gaze to Sabas. I am sorry about mine own jest earlier. Desire this make it thus go equal. I apologize for my joke earlier, I hope this makes a sequel. Understood. In any case, I never believed from the beginning that Shaltir-sama would ever seriously consider doing such a foolish thing. I understood your words were meant in jest. The thought of thee taking mine own jest the wrong way never did cross mine own mind either. Shaltir laughed. I suppose if thee be true thee didst misunderstand, thee wouldst keep at the gaze on me quietly. At the first signeth of betrayal thee wouldst cutteth off mine own arms and legs and bringeth me backeth to Ein-sama. Yes, the thought of taking my joke the wrong way never crossed my mind. I suppose if you did misunderstand, you would keep an eye on me. At the first sign of betrayal you would cut off my arms and legs and bring me back to Ein-sama. I would never do such a thing, Shaltir-sama. Thee wouldn't? Wouldn't refusing cast doubteth on thy loyalty? Surely thee wouldst doth tea? You wouldn't? Wouldn't refusing cast doubt on your loyalty? Surely you would do it? Shaltir and Sabas laughed. A shared laughter that came from the bottom of their hearts. Well, I didst hast a thing for cute girls. After Ein-sama wast done, perhaps the gent couldst giveth me solution. Yon wouldst be fun. Well, I do have this thing for cute girls. After Ein-sama is done, maybe he could give me solution. That would be fun. What kind of orders did Ein-sama give you? Sebastian tried to change the topic to refrain from furthering the discussing. Before setting off, Sabas had received a magic message from Ain stating that Shaltir would be joining him in the bandit hunt. Sabas had a vague understanding that Shaltir was specifically chosen for this mission. But he had no idea as to the deeper motivation behind her selection. If t be true there art people yon can useth weapons or magic, Ein-sama shall not mind if t I biteth those folk and maketh those folk mine own slaves, but I must capture those folk. If t be true there art people yon understand the state of the world or can square, those gents wilt not escapeth. Those aren't the main points. Well, though there is the option of investigating one-on-one, I wouldst nevertheless biteth all of those folk. If there are people that can use weapons or magic, Ein-sama will not mind if I bite them and make them my slaves, but they must be captured. If there are people that understand the state of the world or can fight, they will not escape. Those are the main points. Well, there is the option of investigating one-on-one, but I would just bite all of them. Sabas nodded his head in understanding. From my personal point of view, Demiurge-sama would be a better choice. Similar to Ora-sama's breath, he can control the will of others freely. Sebastian muttered meekly. Demiurge had the Domination Curse special skill, which was a powerful mind control technique that is able to control a target's action. For a mission that required the capture of the target like the current one, it would be exceptionally effective. Huh? Shaltir suddenly made an unbelievably low-pitched sound. The air in Carriage became heavy, a air so cold that could pierce the skin started to descend inside the carriage. Even the horses that was pulling the carriage felt it, causing the carriage to shake violently. The vampires seated on both sides of Shaltir turned even paler while Solution, who was beside Sabas, was shivering. Even Sabas, who was on the same level as Shaltir, felt goosebumps. A wave of crimson spread out from Shaltir's red pupils, dyeing her eyes completely in red. Sabas, wouldst thee liketh to sayeth again one more Timoth? Or wouldst thee liketh to turneth into thy dragonic form? The crimson pupils stirred. And square to the death. Sabas, would you like to say that one more time? Or would you like to turn into your dragonic form? And fight to the death? I have greatly misspoken. Please forgive me. The only reply towards Sabas' apology from Shaltir was silence. A few seconds passed, before Shaltir took several deep breaths. The atmosphere of the carriage started to warm. At the last heavy breath, Shaltir's pupils reverted to her usual look that oozed a sensual hunger. In short, those gents shall be turned into slaves after we sucketh their blood, so yon wouldst be much simpler. There is nae need to bringeth those folk backeth alive, Ein-sama hath brought up this issue before. Basically, they shall be turned into slaves after we suck their blood, so that would be much simpler. There is no need to bring them back alive, Ein-sama has brought this up before. Certainly it was true, please forgive me for my shallow understanding. Vampires could turn their target into a low-tier undead with absolutely obedience by completely sucking all their blood. Vampires were only able to create lesser vampires with intelligence far below their own. As for Shaltir, she could create vampires with an intelligence on the level of a human. Since the status of the prey, being dead or alive did not matter, Shaltir could still be considered an excellent hunter for this job, although there was a limit to how many vampires she could create. Then, there was a strong shake on the horse carriage. followed by the neighing of the horses that pulled the carriage. Looks like the carriage had ceased. Looks like the carriage has stopped. That's right. Shaltir smiled like a little girl bent on mischief. Sebastian gave out a light smile while stroking his beard. Overlord First Half Chapter 27, True Ancestor Part 1. The 10 men that stepped out of the nearby forest surrounded the lone carriage in a half-circle. The men wore a wide variety of different equipment. Their equipment may not have been top quality, but it was certainly not trash. It even seemed like they had put in some effort towards maintaining their weapons. The men's weapons glimmered under the moonlight. They were nearly all equipped with light armor called chain shirts. At that moment, the men were having a discussion on things like what to do with their prey or their position in the queue. They seemed utterly relaxed, and this was not because they were careless, but because they were highly experienced. Having robbed so many carriages, it would certainly be stranger if they were showing signs of nervousness. Zack leapt from the driver's seat and jogged towards the men. Naturally, to forestall any attempts of escape, he cut the reins attached to the horses and bound shut the door of the carriage on the side facing away from the men. Believing that the people in the carriage could see them, the men flashed their weapons in a silent warning, "If you don't come out quickly, things could get bad for you." The carriage doors slowly opened. A beauty appeared under the moonlight. The vulgar laughs and lust-filled eyes of the gathered mercenaries and bandits were drawn towards the girl, their delight at what they expect to happen next written clearly on their faces. There was only one man among them that was shocked. Zack. To describe his shock in one sentence, it would be who is she? That mysterious person. He did not recall seeing her in the carriage. In his moment of confusion, Zack was not capable of saying anything else. After seeing another similarly dressed girl appearing, the others began to display a shocked expression. According to their information, their prey was a naive merchant's daughter and her old butler. Their thoughts were soon wiped away by the appearance of a young girl. Her silver hair shined under the moonlight, her crimson pupils sparkled like fireworks. The bandits could not even utter a single word of alarm under the presence of such a beauty. Instead, they let out a relaxed sigh of praise to such a beauty. Shaltir smiled lustily as she walked towards the group of men. "Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for gathering here. Now then, I would like to find out who is the strongest amongst you. Let's negotiate." The bandits were all then directed at one person. Shaltir deemed that she had all the information she needed. Other than the target, the other humans were not required. What are we negotiating for?" As if his wits had returned from the shock of Shaltir's beauty, a person that looked like the leader of the band came forward. My apologies. The part about negotiating was just a joke to obtain the information I need. My sincerest regrets. You all are. Shaltir turned towards Zack, who was mumbling to himself. You must be the one called Zack. You'll be given to solution as agreed. Can you step further away? A few of the bandits looked at each other to grasp the situation. At that moment. For a little brat, you seem to have some nice goods. One of the bandits who coincidentally stood in front of Shaltir, reached out a hand towards Shaltir's bust, larger than those belonging to girls who is of her age. Then, the hand dropped to the ground. Do not touch me with your dirty hands. The man was in a daze as he was looking at his missing arm. There was a delay before he started screaming. My hand ish. You do not have to scream so loudly with losing a mere hand. Do you consider yourself a man? Shaltir spoke softly before waving her hand once. With that simple gesture, the man's head dropped and rolled on the ground. The bandits started to a panic after seeing the delicate beautiful hand performing such a monstrous feat, not to mention, that person was not holding any blade. The mental shock fogged up their minds. But they soon regained their wits after witnessing the terrifying scene that came next. Blood gushed out from the open wound of the corpse, as if guided by an external will, gathered above the head of Shaltir, like a spherical ball. The skill was unhuman-like. Those were the thoughts of the ignorant on this situation. Spellcaster. Spellcaster, it was a general title to anyone who used magical abilities. They comprised of a wide range of existences. The clerics and priests that performed the miracles of the gods, wizards and arcaners that bent the rules of the world, and the druids that were able to harness nature's power were all spellcasters. The type of magic used differed between job classes and the outcomes would be vastly different as well. If there was someone more knowledgeable among the group, the warning would be more specific. With such a general outcry, It was obvious that these group of people had a negligible level of magical knowledge. Shaltir, who recognized the situation as such, boringly looked upon the bandits, who were unsheathing their weapons in haste. "This is pointless. Clean them up, excluding that man and Zack, understood?" "Yes, Shaltir-sama." The vampire servants behind Shaltir advanced as she casually lashed out at the bandit who had presumed to swing his sword at her. The man spun in the air as he burst like a balloon, blood and innards alike spilling outwards in a fantastic explosion of crimson. The gory display signaled the start of the festival of pain and suffering that would soon bring Shaltir such joy. Zack looked on at the slaughter before him, his face a contorted mask of fear, his lips stretched taut over his face in a rictus grin. It was a hideous sight to behold. The scenes of cruel slaughter and the thick scent of blood in the air was enough to send any man retching. Limbs flew about in the air like so much confetti, a head was caught between two hands and exploded like an overripe pomegranate. One unfortunate bandit was caught in an embrace by a pair of arms. He struggled desperately as the arm squeezed his torso with explosive force, sending his guts flying out his mouth like a tube of toothpaste. And yet, somehow he remained alive. An unfortunate reminder of the remarkable resilience of humans. A man rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt at escape, white bones peeking out of the mangled mess of flesh and skin that used to be his legs. Even in his current condition, his hands worked furiously, grasping the earth to move himself away from the horror, to survive. A maiden of unearthly beauty looked down at the man prostrated at her feet begging for his life. She began to laugh. It was off-pitch with an oddly discordant, almost ear-wrecking quality. How did it come to this? Zack thought furiously. He was not going to just tamely accept his hideous fate. No way in hell was he going to accept being slaughtered so cruelly. But what could he do? By luck it seemed that nobody had attacked him, but if he was going to make a run for it, he had better make sure his escape plan was a good. There would be no second chance. Zack put his hand to his chest and felt the shape of the dagger hidden under his clothes. Why the hell was it so small? You couldn't even cut off a man's arm with this. Zack did not think about what he was doing. He didn't think about what he was going to do about that monster. Zack tried to hide as best as he could. He shrunk into himself, his arms hugged tightly around his body, his teeth chattering away loudly and rhythmically in fear. As if drawn by the chattering of his teeth, that monster started walking in his direction. Zack tried desperately to calm himself, but the chattering defied his best efforts. He had no idea what those monsters were. As he was thinking, "Zack-san, please come here." Suddenly, a bright cheery voice, which seemed oddly out of place in this hideous scene of slaughter, called out from behind him. Zack looked back fearfully. It was his employer. The expression on her face was nothing like the normally arrogant and haughty master he was used to. If he had been rational, his danger sense would have warned him something was wrong. But in this bizarre world filled with the smell of blood, Zack could not sense it at all. "What are those things?" Zack shrieked in a high, off-pitched voice of panic. "If they were there, then say something about it." Shaltir glared at Zack's back as Solution passed over a map. Shaltir accepted the map with a grudging nod of acknowledgement. "Come on, say something. It's all your fault." Zack grabbed at the front of Solution's dress, as if trying to shake an answer out of her. "I understand. Please come here." Will I be spared?" "No. I will be entertaining you." "What?" "Say Boss-sama doesn't really like this, but I have permission to do this. Let's go over there away from him." Zack did not have a clue what she was saying, but being the only person to be led away from this slaughter might mean that he could possibly be spared. Hope appeared on Zack's face as he grasped at this last straw of a chance for survival. Solution's smile never changed. "Please don't be too rough," Solution whispered as she led Zack to the other side of the carriage. She reached backwards and started to unfasten her dress. Zack was stunned by this utterly bizarre turn in events. He wondered what the girl was trying to do as he stared at her in amazement like she was some kind of strange animal. What are you doing?" "What indeed?" Solution slowly let down the bustier around her chest. Like they were waiting for that instant, the twin peaks that were seemingly crushed bounced out. With a cone-like shape, the moonlight reflected off her white skin. Zack unconsciously gulped at that scene. "Go ahead." She thrust her bare chest outwards towards Zack. "What are?" Zack's thoughts were charmed. It was the most probably out of all of his thoughts. "Is it standing up?" Still exposing her chest to the air, Solution lied down. Beautiful. More beautiful than the body of any woman Zack had seen until now. The most beautiful of the woman he had embraced was the woman that was in the carriage they had once assaulted. When his turn had come, without moving, she just opened her legs like a frog. However, she did not lose her beauty. However, the woman in front of him was even more beautiful. There was no way that he would not react like back then. A flame of lust burned in Zack. His nether region became hot, and while trying to control his excited breathing, he also crawled down, until the coldness of the earth was comfortable. While breathing like a dog, he slid his hand across Solution's skin. A cloth made of silk. That sensation. Zack was unable to control himself, and squeezed Solution's chest. His hand sunk in. Was it so soft that my hand just sank in? Zack's first thought was probably that. However, he moved his gaze to his hand, took a sharp breath and instantly realized that his thoughts were wrong. His hand, just as it was said, was sinking into Solution's body. What is this? Facing a situation he could not understand, raising a scream, and attempting to retract his hand. However, it did not move. On the contrary, it was like it was pulling him in. Solution had multiple tentacles inside of her, and they grasped his hand, and pulled. Solution's expression did not change. She just watched Zack quietly. Hey, stop. Let go. Zack made a fist with his free hand, and hit Solution's face with all he had. Once, twice, thrice. Each heavier than the last. Even though she received blows that could shatter bones, she had a calm face. On the contrary, the blows Zack gave reverberated back to his spine. It was like hitting a bag filled with water. This was definitely not human. Forgetting his arousal, the scene of this hell flashed through his brain. Zack stifled his scream. He finally realized. The woman with her skin showing was a monster. Did you finally realize? Then shall we begin? What? Before he could respond, the feeling of several hundred needles piercing through his arm swallowed his arm. Ah! I am dissolving you. He heard those cold words in the midst of his pain. He could not understand them. This had diverged from the world that Zack knew far too much. The current information was overflowing from his brain. I like to watch things as they dissolve. Zack's unwanting to enter me, I thought it was perfect. Guy 5. Shitting monster. Die. Ignoring the pain, Zack spat out those words and drew the sword at his chest. He then fluidly stabbed it into Solution's face. Her body jumped. Die shit. Now, would stabbing a sword in a lake change anything? At most waves would be created. In conclusion, that was what happened. With the sword stuck in her face, Solution's eyes gazed at Zack and she quietly spoke. My apologies. I have a complete resistance to physical attacks, and so this cannot hurt me. Anyway, I will dissolve it. An irritating smell was made, and the blade of the sword was dissolved in a few seconds, and the remnants fell off her face. Underneath was, as she had announced, a completely unharmed beautiful face. What are you, bastard? The pain from his arm, and the fear born from death in front of him, Zack whimpered from his half-crying face. Solution replied calmly. A predator slime. There is not much time left, so I will swallow you up. Zack's arm was instantly swallowed in Solution's body. Crying, screaming, begging for his life. However, Solution's pull remained as strong. A strength that humans could not resist was pulling his arm and shoulder. Elena. In his final moments, he cried out that name, and was swallowed by Solution's body. Zack was swallowed like a snake eating its prey. In the short time of a few minutes, there was no movement there. However, the smell of blood irritated one's nose. Only the man whose head was stepped on by Shaltier and licking her shoe was left. I did not kill you. Just as promised. Shaltier sent a moved gaze to the figure of the groveling man whose face was filled with fear. He quickly bowed his head, and expressed his gratitude. To the dog-like man, Shaltier had the expression of an affectionate mother. She then snapped her fingers. Suck him. What did those words mean? The man finally understood. While watching the life of the man being extinguished with a sidelong glance, she talked to Solution who was walking from the carriage. Done already? Yes. Everything has been completed. Thank you very much. Solution hid the disorder of her chest. It's fine. After all, we are all companions in Nazarick. By the way, did Zack's son have his fun? He is in the middle of it. Would you like to see? Eh? Is it fine? Then please show me a little. Suddenly, an arm of a man came out of Solution's face. Matching it, An irritating smell filled the area. The source was that arm. It was inflamed like it was soaked in strong acid, and smoke rose out of it. It was like an arm reaching out of a lake, desperately trying to grab onto something. Every time it flailed, the fluids covering it flew into the surroundings. I apologize, to think that he would be this energetic. With a face that showed that she was in no pain from the arm sticking out of her face, she blushed slightly. She then casually pushed it back. Once the flailing arm was fully back inside of she smiled again. That is marvelous. Being able to completely swallow a person without affecting your own appearance. Thank you very much. The reason is because my body is hollow, and due to the effects of special racial magic. It may be too much to ask, but when will he die? That is true. I can instantly kill him by secreting a stronger acid, but since he wanted to enter me, I want him to enjoy it for a day or so. In addition, you cannot hear him scream. Yes. I am blocking his mouth and so no one but myself can hear him. Also, the stench is also blocked. Predatory slimes are amazing. Yes. Would you care to play with me? I do not mind, but what shall we do for toys? Solution let her gaze fall onto the vampires behind her with a smile. Shaltir noticed and playfully smiled. These girls are not bad, but I want to request them a vine sum as a reward for repelling intruders. Understood. At that time, please call me. It will be interesting to swallow them up to their chest and leave the rest hanging out. Fine. Doesn't your words fit those of the torturer? The arts of that person, unfortunately, does not fit me. Shaltira was about to open her mouth in reply, but a voice from behind stopped it. Solution. My preparations are done. We will soon make a move. Sabas had replaced the reins and spoke from the coachman's seat. Yes. I will immediately come over. Watching Solution enter the carriage, Sabas looked up from the coachman's seat. Then, this is where we will separate. I see. It seems that you have found the lair of those bandits. Yes. I will attack them and search for men who hold information Ainsama is looking for. It seemed that this was a failure. Is that so? It was a pleasure working together with you, Sheltir-sama. Thank you. Until we meet in Nazarick. Yes, then we will make a move. Sprinting through the forest were two shadows. They were Shaltir's subordinates, the concubine vampires. The vampire running in front was holding Shaltir with both hands like she was a treasure. The vampire behind was dragging a dried-up stick of a human. In the forest, there was no footpaths, and occasionally, thin branches blew across. However, in the darkness, their clothes were not dirtied, and they advanced with such a speed seemingly impossible for high heels. Suddenly, the vampire in front stopped like something had caught her leg. Matching her, the vampire behind stopped as well. Shaltir moved. She then gently landed on the ground. Her high heels touched the ground, and her dress soon followed, hiding her legs. She brushed her long silver hair in frustration and tilted her head. She then looked down upon the vampire that was following her. Exactly, what happened? She asked the reason why her subordinate had stopped. The reason that Shaltir did not run was simply because it was a hassle. That and she wanted to avoid her shoes getting dirty. And so she would not forgive someone who was bringing her and yet stopped without her signal. Normally it would be a severe scolding. That intent was placed into a question. Please forgive me. I have been caught in a bear trap. One could see that the vampire's thin leg was caught in a metal trap. It was not made for humans, but for animals, bears. Even with armor, it was at a level where it could snap a human's ankle. However, a vampire was different from a normal human. The teeth of the trap did not even pierce the skin. Without harming it, it was stopped by the skin. Vampires had resistances to physical attacks and they would not be harmed unless it was made of silver or special metals, hold a certain amount of mana, or was made specially for undead. With that, it was impossible to harm them with mere metal. However, the bear trap had another effect. It was doing its job of restraining movement well. It was connected by a thick chain to a nearby tree. Just from the fact that poison had not been applied to the trap clearly showed that the person who set the trap had not meant to kill his intended target. The trap was simply meant to hinder, a dead weight to restrict the movement of its target. With a resigned sigh, Shaltir shook her head. Get rid of it. I understand. In response to Shaltir's orders, the vampire extended her slender arms, gripped the jaws of the trap and pulled without any sign of effort. The trap, unable to withstand the overwhelming strength of her arms, released its prey. It was a surreal sight, A seemingly normal beautiful girl opening a bear trap. Of course, to those who know the true strength of a vampire, it was hardly surprising. It was easy enough for a vampire. Of course, Shaltier's strength as a true vampire was of a different level altogether. I'm surprised to see a trap here. Maybe we're still a little ways from our destination. I understand. Please wait for a moment. The vampire following Shaltier threw an object that resembled a withered branch on the ground. It wasn't a withered branch. It was a withered mummified corpse, totally devoid of moisture. The desiccated corpse fell to the ground and began to move. Razor-sharp claws extended from limbs resembling withered branches, a red glow shone from its empty eye sockets. The same glow that vampire possess. Sharp fang protruded from its slack half-opened mouth. Lesser vampire. That was the name of this monster. Those that were bitten by a vampire would turn into a monster. This was a remnant of the earlier bandit. I will ask. Are we close to your base? The lesser vampire nodded deeply to his master, and let out something like a scream. And so it seems, Shaltir-sama. Yes. Why are there not any more traps? They should have encountered more alarms and traps if they were close to the bandit's base. However, try as they might, they could not find any more traps. After a brief moment of consideration, Shaltir looked around her. There was no sign of anyone concealing themselves, then. Well, it's fine. There was no point banging one's head on this. They'll just have to accept the risk of encountering hidden traps. It was impossible for Shaltir, who had no skill in disarming traps, to locate any, and it was too troublesome to use magic for this purpose. It was probably easier to just accept the situation. It might have been better to borrow that girl. Shaltir recalled Solution, who had just departed. Solution was an assassin, and quite a powerful one. If it was her, she could discover traps. They could enjoy it together. She held back those words. They eventually arrived at the bandits' hideout. The trees in the forest gradually grew more and more sparse until it opened abruptly into a wide plain. The area appeared to be a land feature called karst topography. An opening could be seen at the bottom of a bowl-like depression. A faint light leaked out from the opening. Light escaping from the entrance could only mean that the path behind the opening was a relatively gentle slope. On each side of the opening, there was something that left no glimmer of a doubt that humans were present. That something was a barricade that reached up to a man's stomach. That being said, the barricades weren't much to look at. Just something roughly cobbled together with some logs. However, two guards stood on duty. One behind each barricade. The log barricade covered the lower half of the guards' bodies. If they were attacked by bows, they would probably take cover behind the barricade and sound the alarm. Even though any enemy who attacked had the advantage of height and arrows could fly further, it was still no mean feat to kill someone through the barricade with one shot. Covering one's head with a shield would most likely nullify the height advantage. In addition, there was a big bell hanging at roughly shoulder level to the guards. Even if one managed to silence the guards, there was a chance that the arrows could also hit the bell, thus raising the alarm. It seemed like a well-thought-out defense. If one were to attack normally, a surprise attack from this distance would allow enough time for reinforcements to appear. The stealthy approach was equally difficult since all possible covers such as large rocks had long been cleared away. However, in this world there was something that could achieve what physics dictated to be impossible. That was magic. If one thought of those methods, then there were several one could take. Killing someone after using silence. Infiltrate using invisibility. Charm person, to entice someone was fine as well. Or one could destroy the bell using item destroy. Which would be the most fun? Shaltir was enjoying herself until she realized that she was missing one piece of important information. Is there only one entrance? The lesser vampire nodded his head in reply. I see. Since we have come to this point, there is no longer any need to hide. Anyway, this stealthy business, I don't like it. Shaltir is a glamorous existence. Pointing out the obvious is not flattery. If you want to flatter me, put more thought into it. Ignoring the vampire bowing her head in apology, Shaltir reached out, and grabbed the lesser vampire. I give you the honor of being the first spear. Now go. She swung her arm, a sound of the atmosphere being broken could be heard as the lesser vampire was let go of towards one of the sentries. They smashed into each other, and were blown apart in an unbelievable fashion. The sentry's head was split apart, and blood painted his surroundings. The other man could not believe what he was seeing, and he had a shocked face upon watching his comrade's death. Strike. Amazing, Shaltir-sama. The two vampires were clapping their hands. Only one left. Shaltira's gaze flickered between the two vampires and they hurriedly gave Shaltira a fist-sized rock. Good. Shaltira was holding the slightly large piece of rock before throwing it at an unimaginable speed. The outcome was as expected. Shaltira cheered for the outcome. Strike two. Another round of applause. The sentries inside heard the chime of the warning bells and started to shout about intruders. The cave gradually came alive with commotion. Now go. Climb a nearby tree and make sure that no one escapes. There might be a hidden escape route that the small fry did not know about. Shaltira faced the remaining vampire. You will be the herald. However, if there are any strong ones, it will be my time to have fun. Be sure to tell me. Yes, Shaltira-sama. We'll depart from here. The vampire bride in front of Shaltira approached the cave entrance silently in a stride. And disappeared. The ground collapsed. No, it did not collapse. It was a pitfall. Shaltira would have been able to evade the trap before it was sprung. But for the vampire with their strength, they would not be able to get away when their footing was lost. Ah! Shaltira could not help but sigh in disappointment. She then smiled. It was not a gentle smile, nor was it filled with good intentions and shyness. If one thought about it carefully, it would be obvious that there would be traps in front of the entrance. The feeling of foolishness for not foreseeing it and anger for being tricked, rose up in Shaltira's mind. She expressed her emotions with a smiling face. I am going to kill you. Get up now. Making a large jump, the vampire appeared at the edge. Apart from her dirty clothes, she was not hurt in any way. Do not continue to disappoint me. I truly apologize. Fine, so move. Or should I toss you over? The vampire yelped and showed her understanding and dashed into the hole. Shaltira walked freely into the cave, following her. Overlord First Half Chapter 28, True Ancestor Part 2. The sounds of a commotion reached his ear. Sitting in his personal room, his hands that was maintaining his weapon stopped. He pricked his ear. From the source of disturbance, he caught the sounds of hurried footsteps mixed together with cries of pain. It was easy to conclude that there was an attack. But the number of enemies and their strength cannot be confirmed. In the usual drills, they would have shouted out these crucial informations. It was not that he could not hear anything. After all, the room was situated within a cave. The entrance to the room was just perpendicular to the main passageway with only a piece of cloth covering it, acting as the door. He passed through the thick-set cloth. The commotion was more audible. The mercenary group, Death Spreading Brigade, had roughly 70 members. Although none of them were as strong as him. But there were still a few strong veterans that survived several battles. It would be impossible for a few attackers to cause such confusion among such a group. To cause such a commotion, they should be quite a number of enemies. Unable to hear any sound from their attackers, he could not catch any hint as to their number. Adventurers, huh? If there was a strong fighting force that fight in small numbers, he understood that these would be the likeliest case. The man slowly stood up, fastened the weapon around his waist and put on a layer of chainmail. He did not need long to put it on. He placed several ceramic bottles around his leather belt and checked his buckle. He had equipped his necklace and rings enchanted with defensive magic prior. His preparation was all set. He lifted up the flaps of the curtain and proceeded towards the main tunnel entrance. Several pillaged magic light were placed within the cave, eternal light, at fixed intervals along the wall. The light they emit almost hide the fact that this was the inside of a cave. A mercenary that reached his side was already displaying a victorious smile. What happened? An enemy attack, Brainson. He grimaced before speaking again. That I know. How many are there? And who are these people? Yes. There are 2 enemies. Both women. Women? Some more, only 2 of them? Brain shook his head and sighed once and headed towards cave entrance where the sound's commotion was still continuing. He fully appreciated the thought that women should not be underestimated. The idea that women were weak stemmed from the thought of male supremacy. In truth, the kingdom's strongest adventurer team were formed by 5 females. Brain once encountered and suffered defeat under the hands of an old lady magic caster. Then, he also heard that the Empire's top assassin was a girl as well. Although a gap exists in their physical strength, the presence of magic could surmount it. Undoubtedly, someone with strong physical strength, possessing strong magical abilities would be unbeatable. Brain's body was bristling with excitement. He developed a sense of respect towards the small number of attackers. He was overcome by the hunger to fight with opponents, whom were as strong as him. Hey, no need to follow me. Just improve the defenses inside." Hearing this, the mercenary nodded and headed towards the deeper part of the complex. Him brain ungloss. Medium build. Underneath the chainmail was a body as solid as steel. His physique was the result of actual combat rather than muscle training. His black hair was cut out to a suited length roughly and simply grew in all directions. His sharp black pupils was directed towards the front. The side of his mouth curved into a cold smile. Many viewed him as a beast instead of a man. He was a man that gave the impression that he was a beast king. Originally, he was a simple farmer. But he was born with a God-given talent. As long as he held a weapon, he would never lose. On the field of battle, he never experienced any injury worse than a graze, a true fighting protégé. He would be undefeatable. That was everyone's thoughts and he never even doubted himself. What changed his mind was a tournament held in the kingdom. He joined initially not to seek victory, but to let the kingdom witness his strength. Instead he experienced something unimaginable. Defeat. Yes, since he was born, with a weapon at his side, he never tasted defeat. The opponent who defeated him was Kazef Stronov. The fight was legendary. Until then, the fights of them had been concluded in an instant. However, the lost time was given back in the last long deciding fight. Kazef had turned from a nobody to the warrior captain, and that fight narrated it. Victory glittered above Kazef, the friend of luck. Although a narrow defeat, the life that Brain had until then was completely shattered. He refused the invitations that several nobles gave him, he enclosed himself in his own world for a month, and began searching for strength. Seeking martial strength, he forged his body. Seeking magic, he raised his knowledge. A genius was working hard. Defeat raised Brain to a new level. Working for mercenaries was for earning money. He did not work for nobles as he did not want his arm to rot. To learn techniques, opponents were necessary. He did not learn for entertainment. It would be good for the work to have real battles. There were no other choices than a mercenary. Out of all the groups that called out to him, he chose this one, Death Spreading Brigade. There was no problem no matter the group. For Brain's choice of weapon, he could sneer at everything else. Magic weapons were expensive. However, what he wanted was not a simple magic weapon. The weapon Brain used was a weapon more than 60 centimeters known as a katana. A town far south of the kingdom. From there, is occasionally a sword with an exception ability. Even when not enchanted, it was far better than ordinary magic weapons. It was also extremely expensive, until a person's eyes would pop onto the ground. That was what he was looking for. Spending time and money, he finally got the katana with the property of godly sword. The current Brain was strong. He believed that he could easily beat Kazef in a fight. Also, he did not only work hard, he also fought beast kings that were looking for strength. Walking to the entrance of the cave, the smell of thick blood reached Brain's nose. Since there were no more screams, the other 15 people were killed. It was 2 or 3 minutes. The ones blocking the entrance were given orders to defend it, to buy time. But they were defeated too early. Basically they are as strong as me. Brain smiled. While walking lightly, he took out a potion from his belt and drank it. The bitter liquid flowed down his throat, and collected in his stomach. Along with another one. A heat spread out from his stomach, and reached the corners of his body. Responding to that heat, the sound of his muscles expanding could be heard. The reason for the sudden strengthening, was as the bottles contained magic medicine. The first magic medicine was, lesser strength, and improved one's muscles by about 20%. The next one was, lesser dexterity, and improved one's sensitivity and reaction speed by 20%. The effect would still activate even if he did not drink it and just spread it on his body. However, Brain felt that drinking it made it more effective. Of course, it might just be a placebo, but thoughts could bring unbelievable power. The next thing he did was to draw his katana and apply oil to it. The oil left a faint light on the blade, was absorbed and disappeared. The name of the oil was, Magic Weapon. It temporarily increased the magic inside the blade. Activate 1. Activate 2. Responding to the keywords, his ring and necklace released a faint magic around his body. Necklace of Eye. It was a necklace that protected the wearer's eyes when activated. Resistance to blindness, night vision, light filtering. There was no meaning to a warrior that could not hit his target. The basic tactics of adventurers was to hinder one's field of vision or making distance and hit from afar. Before he gained this necklace, he was done in by adventurers using those tactics. And the ring of magic bind, a low-class magic, was infused into the ring, and it could be activated at any time. The magic inside this ring was the lesser protection energy, which reduced elemental damage. Of course, once he used it, it would be a normal ring until magic was casted in it, but if there were few enemies attacking, the current preparations would be sufficient. If he activated it without an actual need, then there was no helping it. This was the end of Brain's preparations. He released the heat from his body in several breaths. The current Brain with his strength and body was probably at the peak of humanity. With absolute confidence in his body, something like a ferocity floated in his mind, he proceeded slowly. This is it. Let me enjoy this. Continuing forward, the smell of blood got stronger. There were 2 human figures. Hey! This seems fun. It is not that fun. No one is strong, and they are not gathering here. In contrast to Brain's sluggish figure, Shaltier responded without a trace of caution. That was probably because she had already noticed his presence. He had no intention of hiding either, so it was quite natural. Seeing the invaders, Brain shrugged his shoulders. He had heard that there were 2 women, but one was a kid. However, the instant he thought that, he noticed that above the peerless girl's head was a sphere of blood. A magic caster, dangerous. I am a priestess. I revere the first bloodline, God Cannibal. God Cannibaru? Never heard of him. An evil god or demonic god? Somewhere along those lines. Well, the supreme beings defeated him. It seems he was a small easy mini-boss. His gaze moved away from the girl who spoke softly earlier, like a highborn, and shifted towards the one that was following from behind. She was also a beauty. Her large bust radiated a sensual atmosphere. The gown was stained with traces of blood. Likely, she was the advance guard. Brain stiffened his shoulders, placing one hand on the blade on his waist. Well, it don't matter. I've finished my prep. If you all aren't ready yet, I will give you some time. How about it? The young girl had a shocked expression as she observed Brain. From the corners of her mouth, he detected the hint of a quiet smile. You seem brave. But can you handle us alone? I wouldn't mind if you call your friends along. HMMPH. Numbers wouldn't help much if they are all a bunch of weaklings. I alone is more than enough. It cannot be helped then, if you are unable to comprehend the distance of the stars. The wishful thinking of touching the stars with your own hands. Such a thought would be fine for kids like Aura. For a grown-up like you to act in such a way disgusts me. Brain pointed the tip of the blade towards his opponent's eyes. After receiving such a reply, the little girl's attention returned from staring at the ceiling from the loss of interest. Then, go. The little girl casually pointed with her chin, and her servant dashed out. The movement was like a gale. But, if it was the wind, Brain could still slash it. Che. Concentrating all the might in his body, he raised his katana high, and brought it in a downward cut. That single move could easily bisect a warrior, and a strong gust was formed from its wag. Goo. Che, too shallow. Brain attacked his enemy directly. The female leapt back while pressing onto her shoulders. A cut was clearly seen, from her left collarbone to her chest. Brain frowned, and locked his sights on the opponent. He was unable to kill her with a single attack. She was a strong opponent. It would not be a laughing matter to think that blood should have gushed out like fountain from such a wound. But not a single drop of blood could be seen from the slash wound. Magic? That idea came and but disappeared soon after. The wound that was being pressed upon healed slowly. Although, he heard of fast-healing magic before, but what he saw did not seem to be it. Then, there was only one answer. They were not humans but monsters. Although they may look the same as humans, but they were monsters with a regenerative ability, and with fangs showing. Their crimson pupils radiated a sense of animosity. Thinking that, Brain arrived at the monster's body. A vampire, huh? He clicked his tongue. Vampires were quite a high-ranked existence. C ranks and above could defeat lesser vampires, and B rank adventurers had a chance against vampires, for a confirmed victory in A rank or above was needed. It was a monster that could easily destroy a small town alone. However, it was an enemy he could defeat. A vampire's abilities: rapid regeneration, bewitching magical eyes, life drain, drinking blood to form lesser vampires, weapon resistance, resistance to cold. I feel like there's more. Well, fine. He would kill it anyway. Breathing deeply, he gripped his sword tightly. The woman's eyes opened widely. The crimson eyes grew larger. At that instant, Brain's head was filled with fog. A comfortable warm feeling. However, he shook his head and the fog easily cleared. Huh? Magic eyes? Think of turning me tender, huh? Brain drew his sword. His mind was as sharp as the blade he was wielding. The normal charm attack was easily dispelled. The vampire revealed her fangs to intimidate him. But underneath that facade was a weary opponent. If the enemy knew that she was stronger, she would not do anything else other than attacking. Since the vampire did not attack but remained cautious, it is likely that she viewed him as a strong opponent. Quite smart. Ma, the beast nearby had the same idea as well. Brain started to move forward, slowly getting closer to the vampire. In contrast, the vampire retreated slowly. HMMPH. Brain laughed at how boring it was. As if responding to his provocation, the vampire stopped moving backwards, and moved to the front slightly. The distance between them was approximately 3 meters. To the vampire, it was a distance that she could cover instantly. Shockwave. As the magic activated, the shockwave traveled towards Brain. On a direct hit, the magic could easily dent a full plate armor. To Brain, who was just wearing chainmail, the blow would be fatal. If he did not die, he would instead be severely injured. With this single hit, the battle could easily turn in her favor, owing to the differences in their physical capabilities. However, the vampire was shocked, and her eyes opened widely. If you want to laugh, do it while we are fighting, if you do not want to reveal your moves. No injuries. Easily dodging the invisible shockwave, a beast-like smile was etched on Brain's face. The vampire, shocked, took a large step back. The enemy should be a lower life form that she could trample easily. A peculiar expression dawned on her face. Whereas, Brain remained expressionless. He was considering the need to renew and improve his next attacks. The gesture that cast the spell was sudden. He never expected his opponent to have the ability to use magic. The result was a stalemate where both sides would not give in to each other. The girl watching was unhappy. Ha, switch. The girl snapped her fingers. The vampire's body trembled. Panicking, the monster looked at its master. It was an action that completely ignored Brain. Basically, it was an excellent chance for an attack, but Brain did not attack. He shifted his gaze from the vampire to observe the girl. A thin body. Clerics were well versed in melee, while priestesses were good at magic, and that was not a cleric's body. It fit a magic-casting bishop. However, since she was switching, she believed that she would be fine without a vanguard. Then Brain smiled lightly. What was he thinking? Monsters could not be judged on their appearances. The master of vampires being a human, anyone who heard it would laugh. It could be seen that the girl was of a higher rank than the vampire. Then maybe she was the legendary vampire lord. As it destroyed a country, it was known as the Country Destroyer. It was said that it was destroyed by the 13 heroes. Basically, it was not something he could be an opponent of. Brain put power into his hand. Brain ungloss? Question mark. The girl made a strange face. Brain asked the girl, who did not understand. Your name? The young girl tilted her head, and spoke words in a fun manner. Ah, yes. You wanted to hear my name. If it was Cocytus he would do it. I do not see much of those types of people, so I was late. My apologies. She picked her dress, and curtsied like she was being invited to a dance. Shaltir Bloodfallen. Allow me to enjoy this. Overlord First Half Chapter 29, True Ancestor Part 3. All appraisal magic item. Brain kept quiet, watching Shaltir release her magic. Letting a spellcaster cast a spell first was a suicidal action. It was the equivalent to letting a warrior draw his sword and take a swing. Interfering with the activation of magic was the proper thing to do. Especially a warrior such as Brain, the magic that Shaltir was activating was one that he had never seen before. He knew the famous magics, but not the one in front of him. However, due to several reasons he did not attempt to interfere. If it was a damage-dealing magic, the feeling of his skin-crawling hostility or such was not existent was one reason. He also had confidence in being able to dodge. Alongside with the feeling that his opponent was playing, she was not using a fatal magic. On the contrary, even if it was a damage-dealing magic, if it was not fatal, he would not mind receiving it. This was as if he received it, the opponent would become even more negligent. Shaltir slightly shrugged her shoulders, and opened her mouth like she was looking at something pitiful. Godly sword, holy attribute, low magic effect, 20% increase in physical slashing, physical damage 5% increase and 10% for a limited time, 30% damage on non-real entities, 5% critical chance increase. Evaluation, interesting. Hearing such foolish words about his beloved blade, Brain could felt the heat in his head rising. He swallowed his anger and let it rest deep within himself. This was not the time for him to erupt. However, please do not worry. As there is a holy attribute, I will receive instant damage. However, the following damage will not make it through as I will regenerate. Huh. I know about a vampire's regeneration. So, I won't give you any time. Then I am relieved. That lackadaisical attitude, you will regret it. Brain directed his sharp eyes at Shaltir, with a look would even scare veterans of countless battles. The pride of the strong. The one weakness of monster whom naturally physical abilities that surpassed humans became one of mankind's weapons. Brain used that weakness many times to kill off monsters which are stronger than him. Compared to these two, he would laugh after he struck them down. Won't you kindly use martial arts? Martial arts. When warriors trained, they will be able to perceive it, that special ability. Till now, they were not able to explain the exact conditions and situations for obtaining that power, also known as the weaponry magic. Brain possessed at least 7 martial arts that were above the run-of-the-mill martial arts used by other warriors. Facing a large enemy with difference in body size, Fortress could cancel off the shockwave from the attack of a large opponent, to the point that the user could stand toe-to-toe with such an enemy. If he infused his blade with chi, he could perform a strong strike, slash, that would defeat a strong opponent in a single blow. When facing an armored opponent, it would be best to use the martial art with bashing effect, heavy blow. Some martial arts like Boost allowed for the temporary increase in physical strength, vital for grasping victory when there was a gap in basic physical strength. It was vital for a warrior to be prepared with different types of martial arts when facing a myriad of the aforementioned conditions. Such a trait was further emphasized among adventurers who faced different forms of adversity. Then how would he react? Ha! There's no way that I won't use it on you. His answer for Shaltir's aforementioned query was an obvious lie. His purpose for answering in that fashion was to make Shaltir face him seriously. Brain breathed slowly and unlocked his knees, and returned his sword to its sheath. He prepared to draw his sword. His breath was thin and narrow. His consciousness was focused on a single point, as it reached its limits. From that point onwards, his perception expanded. He reached a state where he could perceive his surrounding from the sound, air and movement fully. It was the first martial art he learned field. With him at the center, Brain could perceive everything around him within a radius of 3 meters. If there were 1,000 arrows flying towards him when he activated field, Brain was confident that he could strike down all the arrows and survive without a scratch. Furthermore, he could cleanly bisect a single grain of wheat. Then, a quick strike that could slash the vitals for all living opponents. He just needed to sharpen this technique. Instead of becoming a generic slash, it transformed into his special move. Faster than the opponent, dealing a fatal blow to the enemy. The process gave birth to something that no one ever learned, his own martial art. A martial art instant slash. A single high-speed slash that could not be evaded. Still, he did not stop training. His follow-up training was not a normal routine. He trained his instant slash repeatedly, reaching 10 of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands times, to the point that calluses were forming on his sword hand and the hilt of the sword was part of his arm. These were the results of him trying to surpass his limits, a new martial art. Due to its speed, not a single drop of blood would be found on the blade even after striking an opponent. An attack that reached the realm of the gods, hence he named it, God Slash. Once unleashed, it would be impossible even for him to grasp the attack. Combining these two martial arts, he could release the ultimate one-hit kill attack that could not be evaded. The slash was aiming for the opponent's vitals. The neck. Hence, the secret sword, Magarabu. A skill that derived its name from the sound of blood gushing out from the neck when victim was beheaded. Against a vampire, even if an undead did not bleed, separating its head from its body would render it immobile. In other words, victory. Are you ready yet? Shaltir shrugged in a bored manner, breaking the silence as Brain started taking sharp breaths repeatedly in preparation for the battle to come. I think you're ready, so I'm going to just start. If there is a problem, speak up now. A moment's pause. I will begin to trample you. Shaltir declared in excitement as she advanced. "What foolishness! Go on, leave yourself open. You can talk all you want after I lob your head off." Brain thought silently, as if the effort of giving voice to those words would somehow detract the effectiveness of the single strike he was preparing. Shaltir simply walked towards Brain. With neither drama nor warning, she casually advanced with light-hearted footsteps, as if she was on a picnic. Brain mentally quashed a snicker at that decidedly unwarrior-like movement. He could not think of her as anything but foolish. Brain was not about to give her any chances though. He was waiting for Shaltir to enter his territory. That instant when she enters within reach of his blade. Monsters who thought themselves invincible were generally stupid that way. Of course, humans were relatively weak creatures compared to monsters. The strength of their bodies were inferior and they had no special capabilities. However, Brain would be teaching this monster just how dangerous it was to underestimate humans. Men created martial arts to enable them to fight toe-to-toe against monsters that far outclassed them. One strike, one kill. There was also one other complication when fighting vampires. Those arrogant monsters generally were not above acting dishonorably if they felt threatened. Vampires could summon other vampires if not dispatched swiftly. A one-on-one duel could quickly become two-on-one. And even for Brain, it would be a tough battle. Ergo, it had to be one strike, one kill. Brain kept his face expressionless even as he mocked the advancing vampire's seeming incompetence internally. From that casual walk, it seemed like this vampire was unaware that she was headed for the chopping block. 3 left, 2, 1. Then. "I have your head." Brain shouted mentally as he put everything he had in that single strike. She. His breaths were sharp and short. His sword left his sheath, and it headed towards Shaltir's head while cutting the air. If he had to compare this speed, it would be light speed. By the time they noticed the reflection of light, their head had already dropped that level of speed. "Got it." Brain checked. At that attack, Brain unconsciously gazed in wonder. Brain could have accepted it if his slash had bit into empty air. An imaginably formidable opponent dodging his best strike was something he could understand. But Shaltir had stopped it. That one attack. The attack at light speed. She held onto his blade gently, as if it were the wings of a butterfly. The air froze. Brain repeatedly breathed heavily. Impossible." He leaked a gasp. Brain's trembling body put up with his eagerness. He could not believe what he was seeing. However, on the blade of his sword, were 2 of Shaltir's pale fingers, her thumb and index finger. It was not grabbed from the front, but from the back, causing her hand to be bent at 90 degrees. It was like she was not putting any power into it all, but Brain used all of his power, and he could not retract it. It was like he was chained to a rock with a few hundred chains. Suddenly, the power on the sword increased, and Brain felt his posture crumble. Cocytus has several swords as well, but when there is a difference between the wielders, there is no need to worry. Shaltir brought the sword closer to her eyes and gazed at it. Brain's head was painted white. It was a feeling of despair that denied his entire life. Impossible. However, he could do nothing but admit it. It was a fact that she was easily pinching his sword that was swung at Godspeed. Shaltir frowned at the surprised and panicking Brain. She then sighed in disappointment. "Anyway, do you understand? I am not an opponent that you can defeat without martial arts. If you finally understand, try again with everything you have, please." He heard those heartless words. In response, Brain unconsciously leaked out a response. "Monster." Hearing that, Shaltir had a pure smile on her face. Like a blossoming flower. "Yes, so you finally understand? I am a cruel, cold-blooded, inhuman, sweet little monster." She let go of the sword, and made a large jump backwards. It was her original location. It was probably not even a millimeter off. "Have you finished your preparations?" Shaltir had an excited smile on her face. The repeated words lit a fire in Brain's head. Up to where will I be made fun of? However, being able to make him feel like an idiot that easily, caused his fear to rise up. Should I run? Brain placed importance on staying alive. If he could not win, then it was fine to run and fight again. Staying alive, and winning later was good. This was as Brain felt that he still had room to become stronger. However, even if he retreated, there was a large difference between their physical abilities. Then he should avoid the range of her hands and cut her legs. Then he could escape. Brain made his decision, and kept his gaze at her neck while returning his katana to his sheath. With field active, even if he closed his eyes, he could hit his target. Then he should make a feint with his eyes. "I will begin to trample you." She once again calmly walked out. Earlier he had hoped that she would enter field. But now it was the opposite. If he could, he did not want her to come. His heart had weakened. Brain furiously scolded himself, but no matter how hard he tried to reignite the flame in his heart, it was to no avail. It was like a fire with no fuel. He clicked his tongue and watched Shaltir's walk. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1. She entered. Keeping her neck in his sight, Shaltir made a mocking face. His goal was a point. Her right ankle that she had just put forward. He swung his katana downwards, and used his weight to add to the speed. "I can do it." He swung his sword towards her thin ankle that was peeking out of her dress. When the sword slipped out of his hands, the detection ability of field, he noticed his favorite sword that tumbled to the ground, and the high heel that was stepping on it. Basically the reason why it slipped out of his hand, was due to the high heel that hit it from above. If he reached out his hand, he could easily reach it. At that distance, Shaltir gazed at Brain with a cold and demeaning gaze. Brain felt that a heavy pressure was forced on his head. Brain breathed roughly in and out. Sweat poured down from his body, and he was attacked by a revolting feeling. His vision shook. There were many deaths in gambling rooms, and it was a place of death. However, did Brain know about a person that was truly death? The high heels left the blade, and Shaltir wordlessly jumped backwards. "Have you finished your preparations?" Exclamation mark. The words that he heard for the third time made his despair even deeper. Next was "I will begin to trample you," but before that, different words hit Brain. "Is it possible that you cannot use martial arts?" He did not say anything. What could he say? "I already used it but it was easily smashed apart, might be good." Brain bit his lower lip and picked up his katana. "Are you by perchance not very strong? I had thought that you were stronger than the ones guarding the entrance. My apologies. I can only measure strength in units of meters. I cannot tell the difference between 1 and 3 millimeters." "Ah!" Shouting in rage, Brain attacked Shaltir. She made a strange expression watching Brain attack with all his strength and all of his weight. Seeing Shaltir not attempting to avoid it and just gaze at it, Brain thought that he would hit. However, it was the opposite. That thought was denied by the impossible scene in front of him. And it proved that his prediction was correct. A stiff sound reverberated, and Brain once again saw something unbelievable. Shaltir's left hand moved at a high speed, and her nail on her pinky finger, a 2-centimeter nail, reflected it. And it could be seen that Shaltir did not use much force. Making a gap in her fist, her pinky finger bent slightly. That blocked Brain's full-powered attack. The blow that could cut through full plate, break swords, and tear apart shields. He used his fractured will, and pulled back his trembling hand towards his body. That was casually blocked by Shaltir. Phew! Shaltir yawned. She hid her mouth behind her empty right hand. Her gaze was also directed at the ceiling. There was already no sign of her being Brain's opponent. But Brain's katana continued to be blocked. Using her left pinky finger. "Ooh!" A roar was born from Brain's throat. No, it was not a roar. It was a scream. Side/blocked. Diagonal/blocked. Straight/blocked. Diagonal/blocked. Vertical/blocked. Side/blocked. Each and every attack had been deflected. It was as if his sword was drawn towards Shaltir's nails. In that instant, Brain finally understood just how wide the world was. Then the truly strong existence. Are you tired?" Brain's sword arm stopped. Could any blade hack down a mountain? It was an obvious impossibility. Even children in their wildest imaginations could not picture such a thing. Then is it even possible to beat Shaltir? The answer was clear, no matter who was facing her in battle. He could not win. Against an opponent whose strength was beyond human comprehension, humans could not possibly win. Only superhumans could hope to fight toe-to-toe against such a creature. Unfortunately, even Brain, a warrior who had reached the highest levels of achievement, was only human. Brain heaved mightily, seeking to catch his breath, as despair settled in. Despite the surprisingly cool temperature within the cave, his sweat trickled in a continuous stream from his forehead to his chin before dripping onto the floor. His limbs felt like they were being weighed down by boulders. Taking a moment to bring his breathing under control, Brain called out to Shaltir. "I would like to make a deal." "Eh?" Ignoring Shaltir's surprised voice, Brain continued. "I will give you what you want. So let me go." Shaltir blinked as she gave a slight smile of amusement. Hoping that Shaltir's change in expression was a good sign, he waited for her answer. Negotiation was like a game of catch. If you're going to throw the ball, it would be best not to give the catcher any warning by making unnecessary movements. Waiting silently without offering additional information was the right thing to do. Firstly, is there anyone stronger than you inside? There was none. Answering truthfully was easy. However, she was probably hoping for a no as an answer. Then, was there any demerit for saying there was? Shaltir would probably lose her interest in him, thus, he would lose his bargaining power. "There is. And I can tell you who it is." Shaltir said that she could not tell if anyone was strong or not. Then this information had value. Please fall for it. Brain wished, he could easily betray anyone. "You are lying. If it was so, then there would be people buying time for time. If so, then why is no one coming?" "He is guarding the place as a watchman." "That is a lie. If not, then why are you buying time with conversation?" "He's wondering if I betrayed them." Shaltir smiled. On top of having that power, Brain could not think of it as anything but beautiful. "Well, then I will take what I want? If so, then I do not particularly mind letting you go. However, promise me. If you refuse, I will kill you." "Okay. I promise. What I want is, someone strong, even a bandit like you." "Ah ha 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 ha." Shaltir made a smile that reached up to his ears, and laughed like tons of bells that were off-key. Then, for the first time, Brain understood that he had made a terrible mistake. Little girl? Monster? Apparition? All of them were wrong. That was an existence that was the personification of terror. The smell of blood that hit Brain's nose felt so thick that it almost had color. Her eyes turned from a mixture of colors, to a complete crimson. Shaltir's teeth, perfectly white and even, suddenly became hypodermic needle-like sharp. More and more such teeth appeared and rose until her mouth resembled a shark's. Shaltir's gums glistened in a gross manner as drool spilled out the side of her mouth. "Ah ha ha triple A ha ha ha. What is that face, Scareed? Ah ha 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 ha. Since I came here I heard about who was strong. Ah ha 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 a. There was no trace or remnant of that peerless beauty. Standing there was a nightmarish princess hungry for blood. The feeling of his will being broken, this was the first time he had felt it. "It's no point continuing your act. I can't stand it anymore. I want to eat you now." He reached for the hidden dagger at his waist. He drew it, and instantly ran it towards his throat. He did not want to die. However, he felt that if he did not die, a worse fate would be waiting for him. He waited for the pain to come. Slash. There was a giant mouth in front of him. There was a stench of blood that he had never smelled before. "Ah ha 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 ha, triple A, tyfs vice fallen. Dfith ya uit thanak thot yo wu die. Schapa eathed." Shaltir bent over backwards as she gave a loud screech of laughter. At some point, the dagger that Brain had been grasping disappeared. No wait, Shaltir's playing with it. With a loud snap, the dagger broke. He did not remember the dagger being stolen. Although Brain's territory was no longer in effect, it should not have been possible for his weapon to be taken like that. The dagger seemed to have magically disappeared from his hands only to magically appear in Shaltir's. It was as if everything that happened between the two events had been erased. What the heck did he do? He did not know about such a monster. Brain's pride was already completely broken. Help me, I'll do anything, anything no. I'll give it to you. So. You can not do that, it's bne a willy sivenki idrak anything. Shaltir's mouth, which reached from ear to ear, opened. It was large enough to even swallow a human head whole. No one here knew about it. The monster true vampire that appeared in the DMMORPG Yggdrasil was an ominous monster. Their mouth reached up to their ears and made a semicircle, and their two canines reached their jaw. The color of blood glinted in their eyes, and attached to their dried-up limbs were 10-centimeter sharp claws. They moved hunchback, and attacked in leaps. That body. Vampires existed as a hybrid between man and bat. The high-tier ancestral vampires possessed bizarre appearances. The traditionally beautiful vampires existed in the form of Shaltir's vampire brides. Shaltir's appearance was custom-made for her, selected from one of the concept arts drawn by one of the members of Einzulgon and successfully digitized. Shaltir's current appearance as a vampire was her true form. In essence, her usual appearance was just a facade. Hi! Brain felt a hot tingling sensation deep within his throat. His ear caught a sound as if dozens of straws were sucking out an empty drink, forcefully extracting its contents. Audiobook. The sound was unclear due as the mouth was biting down on the neck. With that voice, Brain's consciousness gradually faded away. Overlord First Half Chapter 30, True Ancestor Part 4. A cold wind blew through the hall. There, everyone gathered there stayed silent, and stared at the entrance the direction of the cave. The mercenary group, Death Spreading Brigade had 42 members remaining. That was the number of people holding a weapon in the hall. The hall was their mess hall, where they usually ate because this was the widest space in the cave complex. Now, it became a hastily constructed temporary stronghold. Within the bandits' crudely constructed base, the mess hall was located at the deepest part of the cave complex, which was at the end of the tunnel. With the mess hall as the center, there were numerous small caves around it that were used for weapons or food storage. They intended to make their stand here, as the mess hall could serve as their final defense line. While it was called a stronghold, it was not made of sturdy materials. Firstly, they overturned the crudely made tables. Together with the wooden boxes, they constructed a simple barricade. At the area between the entrance to the mess hall and barricade, several pieces of ropes were stretched out to trip any would-be attackers. They would still be able to defend themselves even if the invaders rushed inside by delaying them from reaching the barricades. After the encampment was completed, all the members were hiding behind the barricade, arming themselves with crossbows, and arranged themselves into the left, center, and right flank. If they enter into a ranged battle, judging from the difference in area size between the entrance and the mess hall, the faction that controlled the center of the mess hall would have the advantage in terms of attacking numbers. Normally when trying to storm a place, a diversion would be conducted from a different direction. There will be a need to separate their defending forces, allowing the attackers to gain the advantage. Although their defensive strategy was simple, it could win against a numerically superior attacking force. The cold wind blew in. Taking mind of it, several bandits shivered from what seemed to be the cold. Naturally, the temperature within the interior of the cave was lower, they could still live comfortably even during summer. But the chill that struck them was not something that they were familiar with. Firstly, the laugh that spread out from the entrance of the cave. Due to the echoes from the cave walls, they could not determine the gender of the voice, yet they could still make out the shrill nature of the laugh. The sound of that laughter gave them all chills. Before that, the Death Spreading Brigade's strongest member, Brain Ungloss, went out to meet the attacker. Everyone was confident that there was no need to prepare their defenses. But that laughter convinced them otherwise. The voice they heard was not Brain's. And it was laughing while facing him. There was only one following thought. A conclusion that they reached easily but none dared to speak it out. Hence, they could only keep quiet. Brain was defeated by the enemy during his counterattack. It would be impossible for someone like that to exist. That was what everyone thought. In truth, Brain's strength was beyond common sense. Even the Knights of the Empire were not that strong. The same could be said of the monsters. He can kill an ogre with a single attack. He single-handedly massacred a goblin group like mowing grass. It was likely that he would be able to behead every member of the Death Spreading Brigade in a direct confrontation. It would not be wrong to consider him as the strongest. Then that sort of man lost. What meaning did that have? As the panicked feeling rose, the sound of steadily approaching footsteps reached the ears of the bandits. Although the footsteps were slow, they were clear. One of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The gulping sound was audible throughout the mess hall, followed by silence. They quickly loaded their crossbows. The sound of cracking from the loading was continuous. A figure of a man appeared at the entrance of the hall where the bandits had focused their gazes. Brain. The head of the bandits, the leader of the brigade, raised his voice. Following that, explosive laughter rose heartily. Tapping the person next to him, there were voices of praise for Brain. Brain's name was repeated endlessly. It was the sound of happiness at the defeat of the intruders. As Brain stood at the entrance, he was basked in praises, while closely observing the faces of the bandits. That look, as if he was counting down their numbers, was scary. Due to the influence from Brain's unusual response, the cheering was slowly died down. I found the master that I should be serving." The words of praise echoed through the silent mess hall. What was displayed on Brain's face was the expression of someone indulging in a sweet dream, an expression that the bandits never saw once before on Brain. It was common knowledge that Brain single-mindedly seeked the way of the sword. In a sense, he was someone that is highly disciplined. When comfort women was delivered to him, he rejected all of them from the lack of interest. He did not even take a single drop of pillaged liquor. The only thing is that he is hungry for any chance of improving himself. The wealth he amassed was used to purchase strengthening items. Every day, he would spend the time to swing his blade, and slowly inspect his weapon. That manner of speaking did not fit his personality. "Dot, are you okay? Your face looks kind of weird." Did he hit his head? The brigade leader thought so as he spoke. It was true that Brain's face was white. It was not at the level of losing blood. It was like a corpse that color. Huh? Was Brain-san's eyes always red? It was unsure who uttered that phrase. Following that, everyone's gaze was focused on Brain's eye. It was red as if it was dyed in blood. Was it a blood rush? That was everyone's thought. "They are here. Master. Everyone, look. Here's my highest master." Brain turned around and made a face like a child expressing his love to his mother, before taking a step backwards as if opening a path. Behind Brain, there was a figure visible. A weird hunchbacked figure. Its two hands hanging limply from its sides, and its face bent downwards. Its long hair touched the ground, but it did not care and slowly entered the space. Its black dress seemed to be made of darkness. No one said anything. That figure was sort of weird, and the chill that seemed like it would stop hearts. Slowly, the head moved. The face was totally obscured by silver hair. But deep within the mass of hair were a pair of shining crimson lights. The lights slowly dimmed. Laughing. Who said it? Those sort of whispers could be heard. Yes. That was laughing. Everyone understood. No, they accidentally understood. The thing they never wanted to understand. Hey, what sort of stupid face are you making? This is my master Shaltir-sama. Ah, so beautiful. Brain's monologue did not reach their ears. Their attention was stolen by the abomination that stood at the entrance. It was an existence so horrifying that they were unable to move their gaze away from it. "Don't raise your face. Don't look here. Go away somewhere." There were plenty of those panicked thoughts. However, like it was laughing at those thoughts, the hunchback figure stood up, and its beautiful silver silk-like hair flew back behind her, revealing its hidden face. There was a splitting smile, plastered onto a princess from a nightmare. Ha 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 ha. Laughter. The hall's air shook as screams rose. It reverberated strangely due to the location being inside of a cave. It was like the atmosphere could not endure, and was chorusing the sounds. Uwaa. Raising a scream, one of the bandits was filled with fear and fired his crossbow. The bolt cut through the air and found its way deep into Shaltir's chest. Receiving it, Shaltir staggered slightly. Attack. Having received the orders from the leader, the bandits swung into action, resisted their fear and fired their crossbows. The noise from the firing of the crossbows were just like rain. The bolts pierced Shaltir's body. There were a total of 40 bolts flying towards their target, only 31 found their mark. Every single of them buried themselves deeply on the target's body. The outcome was expected. At this distance, plated armor could be pierced easily. Furthermore, the head was pierced by 4 of the bolts. Even now the target is still standing. If it was a human, the wound would be fatal. Yes, if it was human. We did it. Someone whispered. That was the representative of everyone's thoughts. That was now a hedgehog of bolts. According to common sense, that should definitely be dead. However, while their heads thought so, a corner of their hearts did not believe. The bandits moved on a sixth sense and frantically prepared their next bolt. Master. Me too. Brain stopped his sentence midway, kept quiet and stood rigidly, as if he sensed something, a sensation of fear mixed with a hint of sweetness. Shaltir moved. Like a conductor waving a baton, she opened her 2 hands. The bolts that were supposedly piercing her were slowly spit out of her body, and fell to the ground. There was no a single drop of blood on the bolts that fell. The arrowhead was not damaged. It was brand new. Even seeing that, that's right, everyone there could not think of anything but that. Shaltir laughed. A smug smile would be the most fitting to call it. Ooh-ah. Cries could be heard here and there, then once again countless arrows cut through the air, and pierced Shaltir. The bolts pierced her eye, throat, stomach, and shoulder. It was like being blasted with a rain of arrows, but apart from an annoyed feeling, Shaltir had no reaction. It doesn't work. You are exuhared. A step forward. Then a leap. The ceiling was about 5 meters up. With a leap that could easily reach the ceiling, she landed elegantly behind the barricade. Her high heels clacked on the floor. Then the bolts fell from her body. Twisting her head, she looked at the crossbow-wielding bandits behind her. A step and a hit. Without using her waist, it was a punch where she simply thrust out her hand. However, that speed was superhuman, and had a massive destructive power. The fist easily went through the bandit's body, and hit the barricade. With a large explosive sound, the wood that made up the barricade shattered, and the pieces scattered into the surroundings. Silence. The sound of wood chips hitting the floor reverberated through the hall. The shocked bandits stopped loading their crossbow, and gazed at Shaltir. Shaltir used her index finger to penetrate the ball of blood above her head, and removed it. With the string of blood that followed, a word formed in front of her. It was a magic word like a Sanskrit character or a rune. That was her blood pool. It was a special ability of one of Shaltir's classes, Blood Drinker, that collected blood from her victims, and created a ball that could be used for a variety of purposes. One of those was magic strengthening. Penetrative implosion. Rank 10 magic. With the activation of the highest rank of magic, the heads of 12 bandits swelled up. At the next moment an explosion like a balloon popping could be heard. There was no time to even scream. However, there was time for them to look down at their expanding bodies, understand that something unnatural was happening to them and make a terrified face. Ha 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 ha. Fireworks. So parit di. Pointing towards the blood spray, Shaltir made a mocking laugh and clapped her hands. Brain, who was standing by the entrance, followed her and clapped his hands in an intoxicated manner. Ooh! With a shout of anger, an estoc stabbed through Shaltir's chest and went through until the back, going through where her heart should have been. It then moved up and down in an effort to widen the wound. Go to hell! The following longsword split her head in half, and her left eye was cut open as the blade stopped there. Continue, bastards! With voices raised in a mix of fury and fear, 3 bandits swung their swords and chopped down at Shaltir. Over and over again. But the monster standing there with a broadsword stuck in her face seemed to have hardly noticed their efforts. When their arms grew too tired to swing their swords, they used their hands to punch and their legs to kick, as tears of despair and desperation ran down their faces. However, Shaltir remained as immovable as a giant boulder. Shaltir looked at the bandits, her head tilted slightly in thought. Then, as if having found her answer, she clapped her hands together in a loud slap. Ha! Shaltir let out her breath in an explosive puff. Almost immediately, a thick scent of blood swirled around the area. Calmly, Shaltir pulled out the broadsword stuck in her head. Even as the sword left its gruesome sheath, there was no visible wound or indeed any sign of injury. She started to swing the sword but stopped as the broadsword started to rust and crumble into nothingness in her hand. It seemed that her bloodlust had drawn out the disadvantage of one of her class's cursed caster. Disappointedly, she tossed the ruined sword aside and swung with one delicate arm. 3 heads tumbled to the ground. Run! Run! We can't win against that monster. That's bad news! Shouted the bandits as they attempted to flee. A pair of hands appeared behind one such bandit. He was running as fast as he could, all thoughts of resistance blown to the winds. The hand squeezed in sudden burst of force as the skull tore apart with a sound like a bug being ripped from its shell. Brain fluid sprayed everywhere as the head crumbled. A man tumbled in front of Brain, who was enjoying the scene. Help me, Brain-son. Please. I won't do anything bad from now on. His face stained with tears, one of Brain's former comrades tugged at his feet, begging for his life. While it would be good to save you, let me first ask Master. Master, what should I do with him? Understood. Then, let us go. Stop. Please stop it. The man desperately hanged onto Brain's leg, but Brain grasped his back and threw him effortlessly. The strength of his arm was monstrously strong when compared to the man who hugged his leg. Towards Shaltir, who was more than 5 meters away, the man drew an arc in the air as he screamed. Naturally, if it was the previous brain, this would not be possible. Even if he used both hands, this would be impossible. Changing into a vampire gave him unnatural physical strength. Ban. Before the man was able to kiss the floor, Shaltir picked him up again, did a turn before chucking him towards the ceiling. A stomach-churning sound as if something torn apart was heard, followed by the bloody remains of the bandit dropping. Before the blood reached the ground, it was absorbed by Shaltir's blood pool. Shaltir smiled at the escaping bandits. Countless screams, cries of anger and hate, and tears of despair filled the hall. Inside the hall where nothing moved, Shaltir smiled and stood up. The ball of blood above her head grew larger. However, it was still smaller than her head. Phew. Having fun is most important, my great master. Then. Shaltir-sama. Interrupting Brain's words, a woman's voice echoed. The vampire dragged back the vampire stationed outside into the hall. Some people are heading this way. Eh? Remnants of the bandits? Ah. Splendid. This is just too good. Ah ha 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 ha. Overlord First Half Chapter 31, True Ancestor Part 5. Shaltir leapt upwards in the dark like a bird taking off and landed on the barricade of logs at the entrance on one leg. The other 3 vampires followed her slowly up to the entrance. Shaltir smiled as she looked contemptuously at the target before her. A small party was standing at the cave entrance in proper formation. 3 male warriors standing shoulder to shoulder formed the vanguard. The quality of their equipment varied, with the worst-equipped member of the trio wearing a hauberk of heavy overlapping scales, scale mail, a drawn weapon in each hand and a large shield on each back. And behind the men, stood a red-haired female warrior clad in banded mail. Bringing up the rear and protected by his comrades in front was a man in light gear holding a staff in his hand. Probably a mage. Beside him was a man clad in a cleric's robe that was draped over a moor. A holy symbol in the shape of a flame hung from his neck. Despite being taken by surprise by Shaltir's sudden appearance, they did not panic and their guard never wavered. This spoke volumes about the party's experience. Oh, this will be good. Although Shaltir had no objections to slaughtering the weak and helpless, a little bit of resistance certainly helped spice things up. A smirk appeared on Shaltir's face as her red eyes lit up in anticipation of the entertainment to follow. Suddenly, the mage started in shock, as if he had noticed something about Shaltir. However, he wavered only for an instant as his face tightened with tension. Presumed vampire. Only silver and magical weapons effective. Victory impossible. Fighting retreat. Don't look in their eyes. The mage's voice rang out loud enough for the entire cave to hear clearly. The man's instructions were terse and to the point. Instantly, the others reacted. As one, the warriors reached over their backs for their large shields. Taking a defensive posture, the warriors took cover behind the shields they had pushed forward. Avoiding eye contact, they kept their eyes on Shaltir's torso. At the same time, the female warrior took the vanguard's weapons and applied something on them. Shaltir's nose caught the scent of an unpleasant odor. That was alchemical silver. This was a special application produced by alchemists. A magic preparation that was applied onto the striking surfaces of weapons like grease. This gave the weapons properties similar to ones made of silver. Generally speaking, silver weapons were expensive and softer than steel weapons. They were also unsuited for long-term use. Because of this, most adventurers purchase this preparation, which costs 1/10 the price of a silver weapon. It is used as necessary, giving any weapon the same effects as a silver weapon temporarily. It is, however, effective only for at most 5 minutes, and thus encounters requiring the use of the application are usually resolved one way or another very quickly. Glints of silver flashed as the group waved their temporarily imbued weapons, trying to ward off Shaltir as they retreated in a single line. Even their retreat was impressive. The group moved in unison like a single entity as they retreated. My God, God of Fire! Don't do useless things. Use protection magic. Stopping the cleric who was about to chant, the magic caster began to cast magic on the vanguard. Following him, the cleric began to do the same. Most clerics could summon the power of gods to repel, control or destroy undead, demons or angels. However, that was only if they were weaker existences. Basically the cleric tried to cast magic on Shaltir, but the magic caster decided that the cleric was not strong enough to do any damage, and so should use his efforts to do something different. Anti-evil protection. Mind protection. They cast the magic sequentially on the warriors in front. A feeling of admiration was born in Shaltir's pleasure-muddled head. The magic used was the lowest level rank 1 magic, but it suited the enemy. It was completely different from the rash attacks of the bandits, or the idiot warrior who came alone. However useless was useless. However, they held no meaning with such a gap in strength. Shaltir stepped. It was extremely light. A lightness like she was about to take a step. However, the movement caused a strong gale. She swung an overarm, piercing the shield, tearing through armor, ignoring the magic defense, cutting flesh, gripping the beating heart, and in one stroke crushing it. In front of the drooping warrior, a reddish-black lump formed within Shaltir's hand. The woman raised a small scream, and the cleric made a detested face. Smiling at the scene, Shaltir activated a magic. Animate dead. Slowly, the warrior who lost his heart stood up. Under the circumstances, it was nothing more than the lowest rank undead monster, a zombie. Shaltir casually threw away the heart, and slipped her hand into the mass of blood floating over her head. From there she took out a crimson mass, a pulsating mass of blood. It was a caricature of a heart. She gave it to the zombie. The mass of blood writhed like a worm, its shape twisting and deforming as it dug its way slowly into the body of the zombie. The zombie twitched and spasmed as it slowly started to change. The gaping hole in its chest started to reverse itself as if time had started to go backwards like a rewinding tape. At the same time, as if water had totally evaporated from the corpse, the zombie became desiccated, its skin resembled tree bark. That's impossible. I've never heard of a vampire that could use such high-level magic so effortlessly. It's happening in front of you. Calm down. Deal with it calmly. But retreat is impossible. Attack. Ooh. As the cleric attempted to create a distraction, the others read his intention and reacted. One warrior slashed at Shaltir while the other faced their former comrade turned lesser vampire. Oh my god of flame! Banish the unclean! An invisible ray of divine power shot out from the holy symbol that the cleric clutched tightly in his hands. Such a pathetic attack had, of course, no effect on Shaltir. Ah ha 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 ha. The warrior facing the lesser vampire had managed to sink his blade into the undead being. That was probably because the vampire had been bound by the cleric's divine powers. Granted that the vampire was newly created and unstable and as such, vulnerable, Shaltir still felt slightly insulted that any creation of hers could have lost to such petty divine powers. Deflecting a warrior's downward chop with her pinky nail, she glared at the offending cleric hiding behind the warrior. A Butler. With a casual swing of her right hand, the warrior lost his head, blood spraying in a gory fountain as the corpse collapsed slowly onto the ground. Lesser strength. Strengthening magic had been cast on the lone remaining warrior. Up until now, the warrior had been at a slight disadvantage. With the binding placed on the vampire and the strengthening magic on the warrior, the tide was slowly turning. Well, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. Cutting in would be impolite. In any case, there was still prey to be had. Shaltir's brain, still thirsting for blood, considered this briefly before turning towards to the cleric. The female warrior came in from the side and confronted Shaltir with a sword. It was an ordinary steel weapon. How cute. Quivering in fear, and yet still holding that sword as if meaning to put up a fight. It was like the last-ditch resistance of a small animal against a predator. Shaltir melted in a joy so intense, it felt like her nether region had heated up in excitement. I wonder what kind of scream she would make if I bite off her fingers? Maybe I should cut her ear off and make her eat it. No, before that I should sip on her blood. After all, she's my first female prey from my first excursion. I fou und desert. A leap. Leaping over the woman, towards the magic caster and cleric. With a movement faster than the cleric, Shaltir crushed the cleric's hand along with the holy sigil that he was holding onto. Gwa, AAA. Hearing the cleric's cries of pain, Shaltir smiled satisfactorily and decided to give him mercy. She ended his suffering with her hand. She nodded with enjoyment after seeing the blood accumulating in the sphere above her head. Someone used all their might to ram into Shaltir from the back. But she was unaffected and remained still like a large tree. But the tip of the sword sticking out from her chest was annoying. Unbelievable, no effect. It's silver weapons. This. The sword protruding from her chest, beautifully pierced the position where her heart should be. Yet, Shaltir disregarded this and started to move, making the female warrior scream. The girl did not bring any silver weapons. Likely, it was taken from the male warrior. Some of what the mage said was right. But some was also wrong. The only weapons effective against Shaltir were either silver weapons enchanted with magic of a certain strength, or weapons with special innate properties. Plain silver weapons were incapable of damaging her. Shaltir ignored the woman behind her, and gazed at the surprised magic caster. Magic arrow. In a desperate display of magic, two beams of light flashed and hit Shaltir, only to disappear without a trace. That was due to Shaltir's special ability, mid-tier magic damage reduction. Although damage was only reduced not negated, if the damage done is smaller than the reduction value, no damage was done at all. Such was the obvious difference in power between the two. Buff 5 Ing. The head of the magic caster easily fell to the ground. Looking away, the lesser vampire was having a good fight with the two warriors. Shaltir casually picked up the heads of the two by the hair. Bored, she then threw them towards the two. The weights of about 6 kilograms flew at a tremendous speed. There was no need to say the result. The two slowly fell to the ground. Shaltir had been run through by a sword several times, but gave no sign of even noticing the damage. Even the holes in her clothes, being magical, had closed up. Shaltir turned towards the female warrior. Finally realizing that she was the only person still alive, she retreated in fear. Fumbling desperately in her belt pouch, she was fishing for something. Shaltir gazed at the crimson scene around her. Curious as to what the warrior was doing, she waited. Finally, the woman brought out a bottle and threw it at Shaltir. Maybe it was holy water, or maybe it was a Molotov cocktail. Either way, it was useless against her. Shaltir caught quick glimpse at the thrown bottle and snickered. What a pitiful resistance. Yes, first Shaltir would slowly suck some blood from her. Not enough to kill her, of course. Then she would do all kinds of things to the warrior, taking care not to draw blood. Having decided, Shaltir swatted aside the incoming bottle casually. On impact, a red liquid splashed out of the open bottle and leaked onto Shaltir's bare skin. Then a small pain ran through her body. Shaltir's mind went blank in an instant, her bloodlust suddenly driven away by surprise. Shaltir stared at the spot which was pulsing with shock and pain. It was the hand that had brushed away the bottle. Where the liquid had touched skin, it gave off a foul stench and a slight wisp of smoke. Shifting her view, she looked down at the ground beneath her. A bottle lay open before her, giving off a light pleasant scent. And suddenly she realized the shape of the bottle looked familiar. That was a potion bottle that was the most commonly used in the great underground tomb of Nezarec. Inside of it was probably a minor healing potion. Undead received damage depending on the healing item. It was the reason why Shaltir's chest melted slightly. The wound itself had healed immediately. The wound on her beautiful white hand had, of course, disappeared. However, Shaltir's surprise remained. Impossible. A shout that shook the atmosphere. Capture that woman without harm. In response to Shaltir's words, the vampires that were previously standing behind and watching moved. They captured the woman, who took Shaltir's shock as an opportunity to flee, and gripped her right and left arms. The woman panically resisted, but there was a basic difference in the strength of humans and vampires. She was easily brought back to Shaltir and thrust before her. Look at my eyes. Shaltir grabbed the woman's chin and forced their gazes to lock, of course, taking care not to exert too much strength. After all, she wouldn't get anything useful if she tore the woman's chin off. And while Shaltir could cast divine spells, as an undead, healing spells were beyond her. Having being forced to lock gaze with the vampire, the woman's eyes filmed over, her expression, once full of hostility and fear, only showed friendliness. The charming effect of her magic eyes was starting to take hold. Once confident that the woman was fully charmed, Shaltir let go of her. She had many things that she wanted to ask. However, there was one question that needed to be answered first. Shaltir picked up the dropped potion bottle, and thrust it in front of the woman's eyes. This potion. From who and where did you get it? There was a man called Moman. Moman? Could it be? No, but then. But. The woman's tone showed her surprise at how big a reaction Shaltir was giving to that name. Shaltir was so shocked, she felt the world around her shake. Moman, that was certainly a name that could shock her into confusion. Moman, And that familiar bottle. Only one face came to mind. No, one person could possibly come to mind. The head of the Supreme 41, the sole remaining the person formerly known as Momonga. People could use similar names by coincidence. One couldn't dismiss that possibility. In the same fashion, Nazarik's potion bottle designed by some freak happenstance could also be commonly used in this world. Shaltir thought up to there and shook her head. It was too unbelievable. It made more sense that Momin was an alias that Momonga was using. Rather than that, the problem was why this woman had a potion. Why did she receive it? Did she get it for no reason? Could it be? Was this girl given a directive? Or it was a reward for her? Shaltira was unsure of the places that Ainz visited. If he went out alone from the great underground tomb of Nazarik, Shaltir would know. Unless he changed his name and gave it to Baniara during their encounter. She could reason it out like this, but the scenario was highly improbable. Why are you here? What are your intentions? Yes, our main job is street patrol, but a few days ago, we received a report about bandits appearing in the forest and we came to investigate. On our return after disabling all the traps in the forest, we stumbled upon the bandits' den. After detecting some abnormalities, we decided to split the team into two. My team came here to scout out the area. The team split into two? Yes, we do not know the number of thieves. Hence, my team was to create a commotion, and lure them into an area filled with traps, set by the other team. Another team, huh? Another problem cropped up. Shaltir clicked her tongue. How many people were there in the group that came here? With me included, there is a total of 7 people. Then. Wait a moment, 7 people? Not 6? Shaltir's gaze fell onto the surrounding dead bodies. 3 warriors, 1 cleric, 1 magic caster and this woman. The numbers did not match. She faced the woman with a suspicion-filled gaze as she replied. Yes. There is a ranger who went back to Randall for reinforcements in case things went south. What did you say? The voice of the magic caster earlier was unnaturally large. It was not a mistake, the voice he made could be heard all over the basin. Coo. Shaltir's pupils dilated. With a speed faster than a gale, she shot up to the highest point around and surveyed her surroundings. Shaltir possessed night vision but her sight was unable to penetrate the thick vegetation of the forest. The pricked her ears, only the rustling of the trees and grass due to the blowing wind was heard. Shaltir did not know of any magic that rely on the sensory organs. On such a circumstance, it would be impossible to look for someone in the forest. Damn it! The person managed to escape. It was utterly humiliating. Her teeth gnashed together. My familiars. The shadow at Shaltir's feet stirred, several wolves squirmed out from the shadows, different from the usual run-of-the-mill wolves. With jet-black fur that blended into the night, crimson light emitted from their red pupils, displaying their malevolence and intelligence. These were the vampire wolves, level 7 low-tier monsters. Summoned using one of Shaltir's abilities. Shaltir could summon various types of familiars, but only these fellas were suited for chasing down her enemies. Chase. Devour and kill the humans in this forest. 10 vampiric wolves dashed into the forest once Shaltir howled her commands. As she observed the distancing shadows, Shaltir concluded that the chances of killing the escapee was low. The one acting as a sentry should have methods of evading any pursuers. In other words, she should plan for contingencies if the enemy managed to escape. Shaltir clenched her fist as she turned around, intending to further interrogate the female captive. Tell me, what are the chances of the ranger meeting up with the other team? None. In a situation that our team was wiped out, he will abandon the other team and return to the city. He is our best chance for survival. Return to the city and gather reinforcements. If they made such preparations, then the chance of this was higher than forcing a smaller team to perform a rescue. Well, that was assuming that they would not be killed if they surrendered. Smart move. A well-thought contingency in case they lose. Clearly, they had planned out everything before acting. Grasping this, Shaltir began to panic. The knowledge about the vampires would be brought back to the city. Likely, Shaltir's appearance was revealed. Considering a human's ability to see in the night, Shaltir did not think that the ranger was able to observe everything that happened in the depression clearly. Shit. Shaltir cursed and digged into her thoughts. The order obtained from Ainz was. The current prey now are criminals, nobody would miss them. Criminals, especially bandits that can use magic and martial arts. It matters not that you can suck them dry and turn them into your slaves, as long as you capture them. Among the bandits, anyone who were knowledgeable when it comes to matters about the world and combat tactics, must not be let go off. If they raised a ruckus, it will raise the infamy of Nazarick, leading to unwanted hassle. As above. The current situation still lay within the spectrum of her directive. Allowing the news of vampires to be brought back would not lead to the discovery of her name and the existence of Nazarick. In other words, there were no means to link the vampire attacks and Nazarick together. If city officials considered the situation by the evidence at hand, they may conclude that everyone here and the bandits were wiped out by attacks from feral vampires. Naturally, there were lots of holes, but any more and she could not come back. Shaltir sighed with relief before immersing once again into the maelstrom which was her thoughts. The next problem was, what to do with this girl. People under the effects of hypnosis will not lose their memories completely. For safety purposes, it would be best to execute her. But the problem lied with the one called moment and the bottle of potion. Assuming that there was a reason or purpose that the potion was given to this girl, killing her now would disrupt Ainz's action, an act that was very terrible. What would happen if she returned alive? The ones that hired her would be bound to raise questions as to why she was the only survivor. Various information would be leaked, especially Shaltir's physical appearance. It may not present itself as a problem now, but who could tell in the future? What would happen if I dispose of her? If Ainz has any plans, he would have to give up on it. The ideal solution was to directly contact Ainz. But Shaltir did not know how to utilize the magic message. How about bringing this girl to meet Ainz after teleporting back? The situation was delicate because the great underground tomb of Nazarick was protected by defensive magic that prevented any intrusion. Only those that possessed the ring of Ainz Ulgun could teleport at their will. Sadly, Shaltir did not have one. The only way to travel would be through the designated portals that will waste time. Traveling by this method would use up to 3 hours, although it might not be a problem. But the only floor guardian left within the great underground tomb of Nazarick was Cocytus. Henceforth, the current level of alertness disallowed any immediate activation of the teleportation gates. Shaltir could use her own magic if she was transported to the arena, but the places that she could fly was severely limited. It would not be prudent to waste time like this, as Shaltir did not know when the rescue team would come for this girl. By killing her, it would not raise any foreseeable problems. But if she chose to bring her back, the important information that the great underground tomb of Nazarick was operating covertly would be found out. During those moments, Ainz would have no choice but to modify her memories. If returning her alive just like this, it would raise questions from those who hired her. Without the ability to mind wipe, those people might choose to pursue this matter. Releasing her like this would cause a bigger problem in the future. Should she use the excuse that she accidentally turned that girl into a familiar? Shaltir could create up to 10 familiars. Other than Brain, she could not find any suitable candidates to be her familiar, hence she still had sufficient space to make more. But looking from this angle, she was the one that made a decision that would disrupt Ainz's goal. Knowing about it but still choose to do it. Then what should be done? I'll be scolded by Ainz-sama. With a small voice that could not be heard, Shaltir hung her head in her arms. It was obvious that the encounter with the girl was coincidental. Why didn't she retreat earlier? It would be best to just end things just by withdrawing. But how to handle this girl? Undoubtedly, it would not be possible for her to escape from being scolded. Then, what should be her next step in order to obtain forgiveness? Worse rather than worst. Shaltir thought, and thought, until there was smoke coming out of her head, and got her conclusion. Rather than killing, releasing that girl would be more beneficial. Shaltir cannot salvage the situation by killing her. She could at least do something by sparing that girl. Shaltir decided so. No, it was no different from panicking and tricking herself though. Your name is? Baniara. Got it, okay, I remember, that name that resembles a weird candy. Wait there. Disperse. My familiars. Shaltir, as if connected to her vampiric wolves by a thin thread, ordered their immediate withdrawal. Unsure of whether it was lucky or unlucky situation, the wolves encountered the other rearguard team. The connection ended with the return of the wolves. Once this was completed, she let that Baniara girl stand at an appropriate spot. She gathered her vampiric familiars that stood further away from her spot. Anyway, clear this place up. We're withdrawing. She did not know how long it would take to clear up the place. This act could generate the impression that they were looking for something. At the minimum, they needed to leave behind signs of their search efforts. What should we do about the women, Master? In response to Brain's question, Shaltiers gazed at the standing Baniara. Leave her like this. No, the other women. Huh? Other women? Yes, Master. There are women they have captured to relieve their lust. What should be done? Shaltier's face cramped. What was that? Why, did you not say anything? My apologies. I tried to inform you. Embers of anger began to fan in Shaltier's head. She wanted to dice Brain into pieces. However, she strongly suppressed that urge. She cannot do anything to Brain before bringing him in front of Ainz and collecting the relevant intelligence from him. She tried to cool herself, and gaze around. The gaze did not have any physical effects. But Brain, who received it, backed away for a few steps. Shaltier once again shook her head. As long as the girl never saw her face, throwing her here would not cause a problem. That should be the right move. It should be clear why that girl was left alive. However, considering that, it would be suspicious as to why Benaria was left alive. Shaltier wrapped her head in her arms. Ah? Why would I know? Who can tell me what to do next? That was Shaltier's current expression. She was clueless as to how to follow up on this matter in order to justify her actions. Knowing what to do next but proceeding forward without her master's approval was a blatant act of treason to her. I don't care. I don't know. Leave them. Let Baniara handle them. Is it fine? Good or bad, I don't know. Shit. Shut up for a bit. My apologies, Shaltir-sama. We are withdrawing. Get to work. The vampires lowered their heads, and began working. Shaltir slowly held her head in her hands. I'll be scolded, what should I do?